ordered the 743 from Pierre Lorraine for Rosewater, Western Vespuccia. No baggage to speak of, in the literal or metaphorical sense. Just a little hope. And that doesn't take up much space. Much has been said about the Western frontier. The perilous wilderness, the lawless towns, and the tough, hardened folk who make their way out there. Usually to get away from something worse. I suppose I'm about to become one of them myself. There's just one thing Rosewater's got that no place else has. An opportunity with my name on it. The thoughts in my head are running together like the landscape outside the window. Excitement and trepidation and boredom mixing like the scrub and rocks and soil into one long blur. One thing I know, I am ready for a change of scene. Huh. Quiet.
Howdy, ma'am. Allow me to extend the warmest of welcomes on behalf of the town of Rosewater and its inhabitants. Folks call me Jem. And who do I have the honor of greeting?
Harley Leger.
Delighted to make your acquaintance. Might I assist you with your luggage? That is, if you've got any.
I don't.
Ah, right. Well, what brings you to our fair town, Mrs. Leger?
Miss. And I'm here about a job.
Planning on sticking around, huh? Say, what line of work are you in?
If you must know, well, I write. There's an opening at the Rosewater Post.
Well, best of luck with that. The editor at that place ain't somebody you want to cross.
Then we ought to get along fine.
I'm sure you will. But as official town greeter, allow me to offer a small caution. Rosewater ain't always such a sleepy little town.
Hey!
Say, I've just remembered another engagement.
This how you welcome new arrivals? I have a mind to give you a thrashing. All right, enough of that. Look, I was no choir girl. But I at least had some brains. Word of advice, kid. Don't pick your mark in broad daylight, especially not at a lawman's doorstep. Go on, beat it, or I really will give you something to cry about. Now, where in the ether is that damn publisher's office? Soft drink crates, a sugary, fizzy way to beat the heat. Nothing inside but a colony of ants. Shame. I could go for a sarsaparilla. I hope that isn't the town water supply. The local sawbones. This is where all the sharp knives and strong drugs will be kept. Can't be a good sign when even the blacksmith goes out of business. No shoes for you, horsies. Looks sturdy, but there's some rot creeping around the handles. This padlock's not going anywhere, not without encouragement. This is the place. Shabby, but I've been to worse. Wonder if the whiskey here is any better than the rot gut back in Pierre. Horse pills? Is that pills for horses or pills made from horses? Or both? Looks like it's been up for ages. I wonder if they ever caught the guy. Or maybe he retired from crime. Or died of old age. Gentleman Jake's Wild West? Well, this is what passes for entertainment around here? Never heard of this one. Betrayal, murder, revenge, classic stuff. Never works out that way in real life. Locked. Dr. Bennett Clark, Master of Ethericity. All right, the Ethericity fellow. I didn't know he was working out here. Business seems slow today. Probably a good thing.
Hello, can I help you with something?
I'm here about the writing commission.
Ah, yes, you must be Miss Legere. I believe you and Joni exchanged some correspondence on the matter already, yes?
Yep, got the letter right here.
May I see it, please?
October 25th, 1850. Dear Miss Legere, thank you for submitting your sample. Your writing shows real potential. I'd like to extend an invitation to meet with me at the offices of the Rosewater Post and discuss the possibility of an extended commission. How soon can you arrive in town? I await your reply and look forward to making your acquaintance. Yours, Joan Gallagher.
Very good. Oh, one more thing. Joni's not one for formalities. First names will do.
Noted.
Go up those stairs and knock.
Thanks. What's your name?
Henry Dixon, ma'am. Pleasure to make your acquaintance.
Likewise. Impressive piece of machinery. They seem to be pretty active around here. I hope that means steady work. That cabinet's better organized than I'll ever be. Cozy.
Come in.
Hello, Joan. I'm Harley Legere.
Ah, yes. Nice to finally put a face to the name. Please take a load off. Whiskey?
Bit early for me, but thanks all the same.
Sensible. I like that. I, however, have had a morning, so if you don't mind. Say, have we met before? Something about you seems familiar.
I don't believe so, no.
Well, let's get down to the meat and potatoes, shall we? If you're going to join our little family here, I'd like to know more about you.
Me? Well, I was born and raised in New Britannia. Got out, made my way west, and started writing. I saw your ad while I was up in Pierre. Thought a change of scenery would do me good.
Well, admittedly, Rosewater isn't as cosmopolitan as it used to be, but maybe you'll find it to your liking.
There hasn't been a dull moment since I stepped off the train.
Speaking of, your writing sample had me in stitches. I haven't spent much time in Lamplight City myself, but your descriptions of the Toffs in Lyon, hilarious.
That piece was inspired by my last visit a few years ago, actually.
Oh? What brought that about?
I had to go back and settle my late brother's affairs.
Oh, I'm sorry. I hope it wasn't in connection with that awful business at the Lamplight City Expo.
Oh, no, it was before that.
The Expo disaster was a national tragedy, of course. But you know, I can't help remembering it as the week our paper sold more copies than it has before or since. Isn't that terrible? But enough about that. Let's get back to why we're here. I loved your sample, and I like you as well, Harley. So I'm going to go ahead and offer you a commission. I'll pay you 45 crowns for it. After that, we can talk about more regular opportunities.
Hot damn. So, what's my assignment? A scathing commentary on Rosewater's decline? Or maybe a hard-hitting expose on the plight of the marginalized criminal youth?
Oh, no. Nothing like that. I want you to interview Gentleman Jake Ackerman.
The buffoon performing at the Opera House?
Bite your tongue. Is that really what you think of him? He's a true Western legend. The Achilles of our times. We've got a real opportunity here. A star like that landing in our little town. I'd like something in the vein of your sample. Acerbic and mordant. But maybe not quite so acerbic.
So, a puff piece.
Good, you're paying attention. I want you to make Rosewater look good too. Show me a real frontier hero in a real frontier town. He's taking rooms at the Jack of Diamonds just down the road. I don't know how you're situated here, but you're welcome to use the typewriter in the office.
I only write longhand, but I'd certainly be grateful for a quiet place to work.
Longhand. How charming. Now, if you have any questions before you go, by all means, ask.
So, who was the man that went out your window? Not another writer, I hope.
Oh, God, no. You're the only applicant we've had. Don't worry about him. Just a rabble-rouser with an axe to grind. Thought he could burst in here railing about my journalistic integrity. Most folks stick to writing letters to the editor. I tried to calm him down, but... well, it didn't go that way.
I see. The Rosewater Post reported on the Lamplight City Expo?
It was only the biggest story that year. I've still got copies of the article saved. Here, read it for yourself.
Can I keep this?
Frame it if you like.
Any insight you can give me about the town?
It's a far cry from what it used to be. In a way, it's nice not having to hear the noise from the saloon at all hours, but, oh, I don't know. Folk who moved on took some of the charm with them.
What about the folks who stayed behind?
What about him?
They must be pretty stalwart to stick around when others didn't.
Or stubborn. Go on and meet him for yourself. Best draw your own conclusions.
I'm curious, how did the Rosewater Post get its start?
Well, my dad was a union man. He worked the printing press for the Allied Fall Creek Miners Cooperative. Pamphlets, labour news, that sort of thing. Then the mine owners brought the Blackburns in to bust the whole operation up. My dad was laid up for months and could never work again after. But we still had to eat, didn't we? I took all the equipment from the old shop and started printing up an early version of the Post just to bring a little money in. At first, it was all just community notices and advertisements from local stores. Over time, I got the hang of the whole journalism thing and turned it into a real newspaper.
I'd best be on my way.
Right you are. Wait a minute.
What?
It's just come to me. I know why you look familiar. You're Spitfire Harley.
Goodness. It's been a long time since anyone called me that.
I saw you fighting back in 26 at Wellesley Hall in the Chum. You took out a brute twice your size with a right hook. Pow! It was like watching David bring down Goliath.
I appreciate the kind words, but that was another life.
Maybe so, but for a 14-year-old kid fresh off the boat, it was pretty damn inspirational.
Thanks, Joan. Appreciate it.
Of course. And please call me Joni.
Is this the first edition of the Rosewater Post?
Yep, March 30th, 1845. One of the best days of my life.
You support Leroy?
I'm a proud Labourite, sure. I'll admit he hasn't been my favourite PM. But the way things were going with Atwood and the Traitors, this place would have been swallowed up by an automated newspaper conglomerate. Labour Party gets me vote any day of the week.
Fair enough. The New Britannia Gazette, keeping tabs on the competition?
Hardly. I kept that issue because they mentioned my paper.
Nice typewriter.
The first. Good old Sheldon Model 4.
Hey, that's Devil's Tooth. I passed it on the train right here.
Quite a sight, isn't it?
Fascinating device.
Isn't it just? To think, I can send messages from here to Bright Bay with the press of a lever.
What will they think of next? I hope fixing that window won't be too expensive.
I may just leave it for a while. I'm enjoying the breeze.
See you later, Joni.
Take care of yourself out there. Spitfire Harley, writing for my paper. Now don't that just beat all?
Excuse me?
How can I be of assistance?
Been working here long, Mr. Dixon?
Oh, about 5 years. I was the first one Joni hired on shortly after launching the paper. Was a farmhand before that. Keeping books is much nicer than tending cow pens, let me tell you.
Exactly who was that gentleman just took a tumble out your second-story window?
I haven't a clue. Devil of a fella. Just busted in here and went straight for Joni's office. He wouldn't be put off, but insisted on speaking with the editor immediately. Said he intended to lodge a complaint. Suppose Joni didn't take too kindly to his manner of lodging.
Those are some mighty fine whiskers you've got.
Oh, why, thank you, Miss Leger. The missus tells me I ought to shave, but I'm fond of the look.
As you should be. What's to know about this town?
You picked a fine time to arrive, Miss Leger.
Why is that?
A few years back, you could hardly drive a wagon through the street. It was so full of folk coming and going. I'm sure you've noticed that's no longer the case.
So where did everyone go?
Wherever the Orem actually is would be my guess. There's still some prospectors hanging on. Convinced they'll find something everyone else missed. I'm sure they'll all come to their senses eventually.
If they all go, where will that leave you?
Why, getting by, I imagine. Peaceful, quiet life. The railroad still brings some traffic. Folks on their way further west or shipping goods back east. Although not as many as before the transcontinental airship line opened up. Easier to sail clear over the country than ride the rails halfway. Suits me fine, though.
Anything I should know about the townsfolk?
Can't really help you there. I'm just a simple family man, and we keep to ourselves.
I'll leave you to your work.
Appreciate it, ma'am.
Cozy. Unless I want to write a piece of pure fiction, I should probably collect some material first.
Was your meeting satisfactory, ma'am?
Quite so. Did you find any of those butterscotch sweets I asked for?
Afraid not. Only taffy and some peppermints.
Pity. This place seems to lack even the smallest of pleasures. Shall we?
These seem to be for decoration more than anything else. Food delivery for the lazy. Warning, watch the dang door. Signed, management. Now that is mighty tempting. Excuse me, kid, I need to get upstairs.
I'm really sorry, miss, but Mr. Ackerman's not taking any more meetings right now.
I'm here on behalf of the Rosewater Post.
Did you make an appointment?
No, I just got the assignment.
Okay, look, Mr. Ackerman's upstairs getting ready for his show. It starts in less than an hour. Why don't you come by and watch? You can come meet him afterwards.
I just need to interview him for a newspaper article.
Well now, that's perfect. If you're going to write about it, you should definitely see the show. Trust me, it's a real dazzler.
Suppose it beats waiting around here. The local populace getting sloshed. Someone's hunting trophy. I bet that piano hasn't been tuned since the De Leon administration. She's making the best of it, though. You again?
Oh, hey, Harmony, was it?
Harley. What in the ether are you doing here?
Oh, you're not still sore about earlier.
Nah, but your little friend might think twice about hoodwinking strangers again.
Look, nothing personal. My brother and me are just doing our best to get by.
Your brother? And you just strolled away? I ought to knock you into a cocked hat.
Hey, you gotta look out for number one.
You picked the wrong mark, but I can let that go. Hell, with a little effort, you two could be halfway decent grifters. But if there's one thing turns my stomach, it's disloyalty. That's your flesh and blood. If you don't have your own brothers back, who else on this wretched earth is going to give a flip if you're alive or dead?
You made your point. Now can we drop it already? I'm trying to do an actual legitimate job here.
Legitimate job? So you're not selling snake oil or stock tips or fire insurance?
Nah, nothing like that. I'm selling tickets to Gentleman Jake's legendary Wild West show. Only 20 coppers.
I'll take one of those tickets.
Swell! And when would you like to come see the show?
Whenever it starts?
Oh, you mean today? Oh, well, I'm afraid I gotta disappoint you there. Sold the last of today's tickets not 10 minutes before you walked up.
Seriously?
Seriously, this ain't exactly the Coliseum. It only fits so many, and folks around here are real excited to see Gentleman Jake in person.
All right, look, I don't need to see some yahoo firing off his pea shooter. I just want to talk to this Jake fellow.
And I'm sure Gentleman Jake would be happy to meet you if you had a ticket to get in. Course, I might be able to sneak you in quiet-like, but I'd be putting my job on the line, and I can't afford to lose it now. After all, I have my little brother to look after.
Just tell me what you want.
Only a small favor.
Spit it out.
Just help me retrieve something. A small item of great personal value. It's only my pa's pocket watch. Family heirloom, you see.
What happened to it?
It was stolen is what? By that one-eyed scalawag Lola Johnson. Probably stashed it away in the old smithy. She's been squatting in there for weeks now.
Where'd your brother get to? Keeping out of trouble?
Matter of fact, he's trying to make good after that screw-up earlier. Decided he's gonna try and get Pa's watch back all by himself. He's real tore up over losing it.
If he's doing it, then what do you need me for?
Why, it's clear he ain't cut out for the job. I tried talking sense into him, but he's dead set on it. Wants to prove himself. But he'll be in real hot water if he gets caught, which he probably will. That's why I'm asking you to do it before he goes and does something stupid. I can tell you could pull it off. No problem.
The blacksmith's got a giant padlock on the door.
So?
So I'm not breaking into private property?
I told you the place is abandoned. Lola's squatting in there. Besides, it's not really breaking in if you're retrieving something stolen. Sheriff Gamble won't trouble himself over it, trust me. And if you run into Lola, I'm sure someone like you can handle her.
Let me in, or you're going to be sorry.
Aw, come on. It's really not a big deal. It'll take you 2 seconds.
Not interested.
Ugh.
Ladies and gentlemen, boys and girls of all ages, are you ready for some thrills? Are you ready for some excitement? Are you ready for some fun? Without further ado, now present the star of our show. This man standing at the Bleep-Bone Girls Showdown. The only man to defeat bastard Billy Boakes in a duel. The man who discovered a gentleman, then gifted it to an orphanage. Gentleman Jake Ackerman! Yahoo!
Thank you, Charlie, for that wonderful introduction. Hello, everybody. Welcome to Gentleman Jake's Wild West. We got a heck of a performance for you today, but first, allow me to introduce my brave and loyal assistant, Danny Luo. Now let's get this show on the road. And that, ladies and gentlemen, is how you rope a steer. Keep it going, Danny. Maybe you'll lasso yourself one someday.
You couldn't rope a steer if it invited itself in for dinner.
The sun beat down upon them as the duelists stood and stared. But Billy Boakes had never fought somebody so prepared. Jake drew his gun. And bang! The bastard crashed down with a thud. The legendary foe lay dead, defeated, in the mud.
You sure you didn't just bore him to death?
And now for a most challenging proposition, perhaps the greatest feat of marksmanship to which a man can set his sights. You see those 5 juggling balls that Charlie keeps whirling aloft in such a dizzying display? Ladies and gentlemen, fix your eyes on that green ball in particular, and do not dare blink. For with but a single bullet, I will pluck it from the very air. And that, ladies and gentlemen, is our show. Thank you all so much. You've been a truly magnanimous, magnificent, and majestic audience.
And you can take home a piece of the legend. Come on down to the Check of Diamonds to get an autograph or a souvenir ferrotype. We'll be there until last call. Stop by and shake hands with Gentleman Jake.
Ladies and gentlemen, good night.
Howdy, ma'am. Are you Harley Legere?
Who's asking?
I'm Sheriff Gamble. A moment of your time.
What's the problem?
Well, this young man tells me you're responsible for the condition of his brother over there.
Yeah, what of it?
Listen, I know these two can be ornery, but I can't stand by while folks take the law into their own fists, as it were.
Does this mean I'm under arrest?
Afraid so. come with me to the station, if you wouldn't mind. 2 assaults in one day. Is it a full moon or something?
As if you wouldn't have done the same in my shoes.
Jim can be a handful. Frankly, it's about time somebody put him in his place. But that's all I'll say on the matter. Do keep your hands to yourselves in there, ladies.
Roughed up Jim, did you?
I did. Who'd you rough up?
Some little punk I caught trying to break into my place.
Let me guess. Scrawny runt? Face like a leaky pump handle?
If your well water runs red sometimes.
My warning clearly didn't do a lick of good. Maybe you managed to teach him something.
Oh, I barely touched the boy. Pity the sheriff here didn't see it that way.
Seems that between the two of us, we've taken down the whole local ragamuffin syndicate. I'm Harley Legere.
Lola Johnson.
Well, how serendipitous. Jem wanted me to get his pocket watch back from you.
His watch, huh?
Yeah, I had a feeling he was trying to pull something.
Seems like everybody in this damn town is. I'm making tracks soon as they let me out of here.
Afternoon, Sheriff Gamble.
Mr. Ackerman, to what do I owe the pleasure?
I heard you got the lady who was raising Cain at my show.
That's right. In the cell there. The one with both her eyes.
Might I have a word with the prisoner?
Go on, then.
Miss Legere, I presume?
Uh-huh.
Way that kid told it, I was
Come to gloat?
Oh, quite the contrary. I was merely hoping you'd indulge my curiosity. In all the time I've been performing, I've never seen somebody so hell-bent on a seat they knocked out the ticket taker. So, what compelled you to do it?
He was trying to send me on some cockamamie quest in exchange for letting me in. I'd had it up to here with his antics, so I let him have it.
I see. Not one to suffer fools, are you?
Not if I can help it.
An admirable quality.
Now that I've answered your question, would you answer a few of mine?
Ah, right. Danny mentioned you'd been asking after me at the saloon. You a reporter for the local paper?
Provisionally. I've been assigned to interview you.
Well, this is hardly the place for it.
Afraid I haven't got much choice about the venue.
Let's fix that, shall we? Gamble, how much for this fine lady's bail?
Oh, let's say, 10 crowns?
Danny, pay the man.
Here you are, sir.
Appreciate it, son.
Now then, won't you join me in my room at the Jack of Diamonds?
Lead on.
Miss Legere, permit me to introduce my associate, Danny Luo.
We've met, actually. Not formally, I suppose. Nice to properly make your acquaintance, Miss Legere.
Likewise, Mr. Luo.
Please, you can call me Danny. Everybody does.
So what did you think of the show? Pretty spectacular, huh?
It was all right, I guess.
I hope your review will be a little more stirring than that. Wait a minute. The heckler, was that you?
Heckling? Me? I would never.
I could have sworn. Reckon I was mistaken. Shall we proceed with the interview?
Right. How did you come to pick Rosewater as your latest venue?
Simple. Plenty of folk in this town are looking for a good show. I ain't so hoity-toity as to think El Presidio or Los Virgenes are the only places worth visiting. After spending all day bent double over a pan in a creek or working his keister off down in a mine, a man is entitled to some amusement, wouldn't you say?
What's something nobody knows about you? Give me something juicy.
I'm something of an open book, Miss Legere. Keeping secrets ain't really my modus operandi.
Come on, everyone's got secrets.
Oh, I think you'll find I'm not like most folk.
Danny, you're Gentleman Jake's closest associate. I'd like to hear your perspective.
Me? But I thought this interview was with Mr. Ackerman.
Oh, go on, Danny boy. Tell the lady what you think of old Jake.
Well, Mr. Ackerman's been very kind to take me under his wing. He's taught me loads about showmanship and being brave. Really, I couldn't ask for a better mentor.
Aw, hell. You're gonna make me blush.
So who is the real Gentleman Jake?
Mercy me. That's a hell of a question. Now, I ain't much for philosophizing, Miss Legere, so I'll just say this. In my case, what you see is what you get.
I see. Well, okay then.
Hey, Jake, don't you have an appointment with Miss Sally this evening?
Damn, you're right. Sorry to cut things short, Miss Legere. I've got another engagement I need to prepare for.
I should have plenty for my article. I appreciate your time.
Well, I look forward to reading your story in the next edition. Danny, see the lady out, would you?
Thanks again for bailing me out, Danny. Guess I'll see you around. Not to worry, gents. Jake's all yours. Hey, you were in the show. Nice juggling.
Thank you, ma'am. Jake, get your ass out here right now, you four-flusher.
Now, what's all the ruckus?
Don't play the fool with me, Ackerman. You know damn well why I'm here. You might think you can give me the runaround, but I wonder if my friends here won't convince you to pay up.
Charlie. Didn't anybody ever tell you only cowards get others to solve their problems for them?
You slum-guzzling bastard. I'm gonna fix that wobbling jaw of yours.
Come on up here, then.
You sure you won't reconsider, Charlie?
Shut the hell up and get out of my way. McGuire, take care of the kid. Let's dance, cowboy.
I suggest you clear out while you can, little lady. This can get ugly.
From where I'm standing, it's pretty damn ugly already. Hey!
So that's how you want it, huh? Fine. I'll let the boss deal with you when he's done. We can do this all day. Hey! Don't start any trouble, lady. Hey! Don't start any trouble, lady. Oh. Hey! Don't start any trouble, lady.
Whoopsie daisy.
Hey, nice one.
Not the most honorable way of winning a fight, but these boys were hardly playing fair.
Hey, Charlie, looks like your guys weren't as tough as you hoped.
Whoo-wee! That got the old blood pumping.
You've got some interesting associates, Mr. Ackerman. If you'll excuse me, I have an article to write.
Hang on just a minute. I'd be a fool to just let you walk away after that performance. Come on back up here. I've got a business proposition that may interest you.
What about Miss Sally?
Oh, she can wait. All right, Miss Legere, I won't beat around the bush. Danny and I are looking to get some folks together for a job, and I think you'd make a damn fine addition to the team.
What sort of job?
Ever hear of Dr. Bennett Clark?
Of course. The etheric researcher. What about him?
Dr. Clark moved out here not long after the big disaster back in Lamplight City. He kept up his research, even did some demonstrations at the Opera House, till one day, he just up and vanished. Nobody's seen hide nor hair of him in nearly a year.
So is he dead or what?
That's the thing. Nobody knows. But the real question is what he left behind. We're going in search of Dr. Clark's fortune.
Come again?
The feller was loaded. Somehow he managed to talk a bunch of big money investors from back east into financing his research. All those gizmos and doodads don't come cheap, you know? We find his stash, we'll all be rolling in it for years to come.
Stash? What stash? Surely it's all just numbers on a ledger somewhere.
Nope. I'm telling you, he kept his assets in cold, hard cash.
So you're looking to rob a man blind just because nobody knows where he is?
Now, nothing so uncouth as that. Picture this. A swashbuckling pirate captain, his vessel freighted with treasure. The vast fleets of law and order circling him, closing in. He digs a hole in the sands of some sun-kissed tropical beach to conceal his ill-gotten loot, and makes himself scarce. Circumstance conspires to deprive him of the opportunity to return. Now, is the brave treasure hunter who seeks and unearths the bounty guilty of robbery? Or is he just returning to the world what would otherwise lie forgotten and worthless? See, we're not after Clark's personal wealth. The money in question was meant to bankroll his etheric research. Since that's been outlawed, he can't touch it, and it's a drop in the ocean for the investors. They'll never miss it.
How many folks are you planning on bringing into this?
That depends on what we find, but I promise you, we'll all get a fair split, enough to make it all worthwhile.
What's your plan?
Clark had a lab nearby, a couple miles outside of town. Last place anybody saw him. We poke around there, retrace his steps, and it should lead us straight to the loot.
Uh-huh.
Now, call me crazy, but I get the impression you're not entirely convinced.
Truth be told, I'm not. Assuming this fortune even exists, which it probably doesn't, how do I know you won't just leave me for dead and take it all for yourself?
I admit we're asking you to put a lot of faith in us. Hell, I'd probably be just as incredulous were I in your position.
Mr. Ackerman's a good man, Miss Leger. He's never led me astray in all the time I've known him.
I appreciate it, Danny, but I think Miss Leger's gonna need a little more than just your word. Look, I've known quite a few moneyed folk in my time. They all got one thing in common. You know what that is?
They couldn't give a rat's ass about folks like you and me?
I admit I cannot emphatically contradict you there, but not what I meant.
So what do they have in common?
They're good at keeping their money safe. Clark's cash is out there. I just know it. As far as your safety, you just took out a couple of brutes twice our size. It's plain to see you can take care of yourself.
I'm pretty good with my pistols, and Mr. Ackerman can talk his way out of anything. But we could use somebody who's good in a fight.
Besides, stick around old Jake long enough and you'll have enough material to write a whole book. Forget a measly little write-up in the local rag. I'm offering you a front row seat to a much better show. So, what do you say?
All right, Mr. Ackerman. I'm in. At the very least, this venture should make for an interesting tale.
I'm pleased to hear you say that.
You won't regret this, Miss Leger.
We'll set out for the lab at daybreak. And please, call me Jake.
Dr. Clark's laboratory is a short hike from Rosewater. After getting run out of Lamplight City, this is where he went to ground. A secluded desert facility where he could get up to who knows what. Jake, Danny, and I head there at first light to see what secrets he left behind.
Quite a sight, ain't it?
I'll say. What the hell was Clark doing out here?
That's a question for minds greater than ours, Miss Leger. Miss Leger? I'm sure I needn't remind you that our priority is getting into that lab. Plenty of time for exploring once we finished here.
Hey, Danny?
Ma'am?
I want to know something about you, Danny.
Okay. Like what?
Just how old are you, anyway?
I'll be 21 this winter, but I can handle myself just fine if that's what you're worried about.
True enough. Danny's more experienced than some folk twice his age. You'd be a fool to underestimate him.
You and Jake known each other long?
Gosh, that's a good question. I guess it's been about 2 years?
Sounds about right.
Time goes by quick when you travel around as much as we do.
What did you do before becoming Jake's assistant?
Oh, nothing glamorous. I was a stable hand in Quick Point. Life with Gentleman Jake is certainly more, lively.
How did you two meet up, anyway?
Oh, Jake tells the story much better than I do. Ask him.
Have you got any family?
Sure. My parents and older brother live on the coast, near El Presidio. I write them every month. I haven't seen them in a dog's age, though. But Jake's been like family to me.
We should get a move on. Can we talk?
What's on your mind?
I've got some more questions about you.
I'm always happy to answer.
How'd you and Danny get together?
I was packing up after a run of shows in Quick Point, having a hard time of it. You see, my assistant had up and left a few days prior, so I was flying solo.
Your assistant left? Why?
The showman's life ain't for everybody. I don't fault him for it. Anyhow, Danny comes up and offers to help with the crates. You should have seen him. Eyes wide, hands shaking, downright charming. So Danny gives me a hand and we get to talking. Turns out he's got experience roping and shooting. He even gave me a demonstration. I offered him the job as my assistant on the spot. The rest, as they say, is history.
Just how did you come to learn about Clark's money?
Not long ago, I got to talking with a feller at the saloon. The whiskey had loosened his lips, and he blabbed all about the success of his Aurum claim. But then he told me about how he'd invested most of that Aurum in Clark's research, and how he wasn't the only one.
And you're certain these investors won't be wanting their money back?
Can't speak for the rest, but this feller won't. See, his aforementioned loose lips got him into trouble with some other folk. Poor bastard was shot dead in the street.
I see. Enough jabber. Let's push on. Guess it shouldn't come as a surprise that the front door is not wide open for us.
That's a serious-looking lock.
So, how are we supposed to get in?
Know if there are any locksmiths in town?
I'd prefer if we handled this ourselves. My old pal Captain Stokes is stationed nearby at Fort Beaumont. He owes me a favor, or two.
Maybe he could give us some high-powered equipment to get inside.
You read my mind, Danny boy. Wouldn't do any harm to take a look around out here first, though.
Dr. Clark really liked his sarsaparilla. There must be at least 30 empty bottles in these crates.
I once drank 10 bottles of sarsaparilla for a bet.
Did you win?
Well, yes, and no.
Doing some tidying, are we?
We might find some use for these. Come help me. I can't carry them all myself.
Hey, I ain't gonna start belly aching if you want to go around collecting refuse. Might fetch us a few shillings if we sell them back at the Jack of Diamonds.
There you go. And some for you.
Thanks.
Wonder if Dr. Clark boarded these up himself. The good doctor was pretty self-sufficient out here. Must take ages for any correspondence to get out here.
Probably beats having to hike into town, though.
Looks like Clark missed his last mail delivery. Seems to be from another scientist.
February 12th, 1850. Dr. Clark, I hope this letter finds you well. Upon hearing news of the reactionary and ignorant ban our leaders have seen fit to impose, my thoughts went to you and your thankless labors in the wilderness. When they hounded you out after the expo, and I wouldn't be surprised if Leroy's cronies sabotaged your display to discredit you, you were undaunted. After enduring such a trying year, I know how much building that lab out there meant to you. A turning point in your fortunes, or so it seemed. Yet I am sure you will persevere once more. One day when rationality again prevails in the halls of government and this silly thing is lifted, I hope to take you up on your offer of a tour. If you've returned to the bosom of civilization by then, all the better. With warm regards, Dr. Roderick Nethersole. P.S. How you managed to rig a TT-180 console to control both your equipment and door mechanisms still baffles me. Mine is destined for the scrapyard.
Can we talk?
What's...
Have you had any new...
Not a one. I believe asking at the fort is our best.
Enough, Jim. Locked up tight.
Whoever closed this place up really didn't want anybody getting in.
This is one of the sturdiest locks I've ever seen.
I think we're gonna need to get creative. The fort stockpile might have something that could help.
Hey.
Ma'am?
Got...
Well, I think Jake...
We should...
What are you doing? This is no place for sightseers.
And just who in the ether are you?
Such disrespect. You toy with forces you do not understand.
The lady asked you a question, sir.
Heed my warning. Stay away from this place. Its mysteries are not for you.
Hey, wait! You forgot your... hat?
What was that all about?
Good question. Tinfoil. Why was that man wearing it as a hat? This isn't really my style. That's not going to get these empty sarsaparilla bottles. No sign of that odd bearded fellow. I wonder where he scampered off to.
I reckon we got ourselves bigger fish to fry right now, Miss Leger. Hey, look, a show!
What a racket.
She's pretty good, though.
Bye. Excuse me? I said, excuse me. Hey!
Caramba, you made me miss. What do you want?
Who are you, and what are you doing out here?
I am Marisol de la Vega, Lieutenant General of the Constitutional Army of New Spain. My compadre is Corporal Eugenio Garcia.
Pleasure. I'm Harley Leger, and these are my associates Jake Ackerman and Danny Luo.
Good to meet you. In answer to your second question, Eugenio and I are practicing our shooting while we wait for our jefe to conclude his business.
Who did you say you were waiting for?
Our leader, General Filomeno Marquez. Surely you've heard of him.
Yes, of course. Who hasn't heard of the great General Marquez?
Me, for one.
Your companion would do well to educate himself. Perhaps General Marquez will see fit to honor you with his presence when he emerges from the belly of the beast.
Do you know anything about the laboratory just over yonder?
That abandoned wreck is a laboratory?
It was at some point.
Clearly you know more about it than I do.
That's all for now. Happy shooting.
Thanks, gringa. Híjole!
Nobody in sight, but I'm sure there are guards somewhere. Hey, anybody in there?
What is it?
Would you happen to know anything about the lab just over that way?
No, and quite frankly, I don't care to.
We'd like to come in, please.
More unannounced visitors? Must be my lucky day. What country exiled you?
None. We just want to speak with Captain Stokes.
Afraid he's indisposed.
Why don't you tell Stokes that Jake Ackerman needs a word?
Gentleman Jake?
At your service.
We're not in the market for entertainment. It's like I said. Oh, dad blasted. Would you knock it off with the shooting already? I can't hear myself think!
You call yourself a soldier when the sound of gunfire sets you quivering like a coward? Pathetic.
Look, I can't help you. I'm sorry.
What do you all get up to in this place?
I'm really not at liberty to say, ma'am.
Carry on, soldier.
Right.
Hey!
What?
I wouldn't be asking to see Captain Stokes if it wasn't important.
I opened the gate for the last person who said that to me today. And what did I get as a reward? His two cronies raising hell for the past hour. No, ma'am, not again.
Carry on, soldier.
Right.
Can we talk?
What's up?
How are we supposed to get into the fort?
Good question. I figured it'd be a breeze, but the guard's ornery as a mama bear with a sore teat. We need to figure out how to get on his good side.
Any idea who that odd fellow with the beard was?
Not a clue. Sure seemed a few cows short of a herd, didn't he?
I'll say. Let's hope he doesn't cause us any trouble. Enough jabber. Hey!
You again. What is it now?
Say, do you think you could practice your shooting somewhere else?
Why?
The fort guard isn't happy about the noise.
Well, then maybe he should choose another profession.
You're pretty good, but I bet I can beat you at shooting.
I am the best shot in New Spain.
Care to prove it?
Gladly. But a large stationary target such as this is not suitable for a contest. If you wish to challenge me, find some moving targets.
Can we use these bottles as targets?
Indeed, we can. Very well. Prepare to be humiliated.
Say, Jake, could you give us a hand?
My pleasure.
How many bottles are there?
About 30.
Then we will each shoot at 5. Whoever breaks the most wins.
Sounds fair.
I am feeling generous this morning. Would you like the opportunity to practice first?
Yes, actually.
Very well.
Ready with those bottles, Jake?
Yep, get ready. Set. Here we go.
I'll get the next one.
Here we go.
I'll get the next one.
Here we go.
Damn it!
Incoming.
I'll get the next one.
Incoming.
I'll get the next one.
If that is the best you can do, all right, for real.
Ready, set, incoming.
Damn it!
Incoming. Bottle in the air.
I'll get the next one.
Bottle in the air.
Damn it!
Here we go.
Hot damn. My turn.
Bottle in the air.
Dale.
Incoming.
Dale.
Here we
Anda.
Incoming.
Dale.
Here we go.
Caramba. Better luck next time, sweetheart. Anda.
Hey!
You again.
I wasn't quite prepared.
Remember, whoever... Get on with...
No need for... Ready? Set. Bottle in the...
Hot damn.
Here we go.
Pure luck.
Incoming. Incoming.
I'll get the next.
Incoming.
Pure luck. My turn.
Incoming. Here we go. Incoming. Here.
Dale.
Bottle.
Híjole. Another... Nice try.
Perhaps.
Caramba.
Can we talk?
What's...
You're good with your gun. What's the best way to hit a moving target?
Oh, well, I find concentration is key. Just visualize hitting the target and...
How about you go easy on me with...
Want me to give you the advantage? All right. Let's just hope that little firebrand doesn't take notice.
Enough, Hey!
You again.
Third time's the...
I'm beginning to think you... Let's get this...
Ready? Set. Bottle in the air.
I'll get...
Here.
Pure luck.
Here we...
I'll get the next...
In.
Hot damn.
Bottle.
Damn it!
My turn.
Incoming. Here.
Caramba. Another... Didn't even... Vaya.
Can we talk?
What's...
How about an encore of your job? Beat that lady at shooting and we...
I see. Not a bad plan, but I make it a point never to perform without a crowd. Ask Danny. He's a good shot, but a little practice couldn't hurt him.
Enough. Hey.
Ma'am?
Shooting's clearly not my specialty. Think you can teach that show-off a lesson?
It'll be my pleasure. Excuse me, ma'am?
What do you want, boy?
I think I'd like to beat you at that bottle shooting.
Oh, this is gonna be good. All right, kid, let's see what you got.
Why don't you go first? Show me how it's done.
My pleasure.
Ready? Set. Bottle in the air.
Caramba.
Here we go.
Dale.
Bottle in... Here we go.
Damn.
Here we go.
Dale. Let's see you beat that.
Ready, Danny boy?
Yep. Don't worry about the warnings. Just throw.
Don't believe this. Beaten by a chinito de mierda. Eugenio, vámonos de aquí.
She's not a very good sport.
Never mind her. That was some fine shooting.
Sure was. You weren't kidding about being good with those pistols.
It was nothing. But thanks.
Guard!
What is it?
Sure is a nice, peaceful morning, isn't it?
What happened to those cacophonous varmints?
They took their business elsewhere. Now, would you be so kind as to let us in?
So long as you promise to keep it down.
Deal.
Well now, what have we here?
I appreciate your hospitality, Captain, but I must admit I am perplexed by the change in your position.
It's not my position, General Marquez. It's the position of the government of the Commonwealth of Vespuccia. I have some discretion in the execution of my orders, but I'm sure you can appreciate that there's a chain of command.
I am, of course, most grateful for the aid you have rendered in the past. I am sure that your recommendations carry weight with your superiors. If you would be willing to lend your influence in support of our cause.
Perhaps we can speak of this at another time, Mr. Marquez. As I said, I have other concerns to deal with.
Of course. I look forward to our next meeting.
Captain Stokes, you're a difficult man to see.
Ackerman, how the hell are you?
Leave this to me. I'll have Stokes eaten from the palm of my hand.
Good day, Captain. Madam, just a moment. I have seen you before.
I'm surprised you saw much of anything after that tumble you had.
Ah, of course. The newspaper office. You left me lying in the street.
I'm sorry, but I had things to do.
Ay, por Dios. Is there not one selfless person in this country?
Look, if I see you falling out any more windows, I'll pull out my net. Fair?
Amusing. What's your name, anyway?
Harley Leger. This is Danny Luo, and over there is Jake Ackerman.
Sir?
I am General Filomeno Marquez, though Filomeno seems to be difficult for you Vespuccians, so you may call me Phil.
Phil it is. Good to meet you.
And you, I suppose. What brings you to the fort?
Well, Jake's the one who suggested coming here. Seemed to think Stokes could help us get into this abandoned lab somehow.
And why might that old ruin interest you?
We were thinking it might make a nice hotel. Just need to spruce it up a bit. Then we can charge folks for rustic desert stays.
Ah, I see. You were attempting to make a joke. In any case, there may be something in there to interest me as well. In fact, I could get the laboratory open so we could both go in, if Stokes were not so stingy with his munitions.
How do you mean?
My specialty is demolitions and explosives. I just do not have any on hand right now. I thought perhaps the captain might once again be willing to assist a fellow warrior in a righteous cause, but...
It's like I told Mr. Marquez, my hands are tied. Much as I'd like to help, I've got enough to worry about with my men missing. In fact, I was just heading out to search, so if you'll excuse me.
Hold your horses, Captain. How about we come with? I'm sure you could use the extra eyes.
It's mighty kind of you, Ackerman. Can't promise it'll be safe, though. We'll be going near native territory.
Come on, Stokes. You forget who you're talking to? I laugh in the face of danger. We'll ride with you.
Your friend is quite the braggadocio, no?
That he is, and he doesn't ever seem to let up.
You're all in, then?
Apparently so.
I will accompany you as well.
Sorry, who are you?
Y'all can get acquainted on the trail. Let's get going. Sun's almost up. Appreciate y'all coming out with me. Strength in numbers and all that.
Our pleasure, Captain.
Exactly who is it you're looking for?
My first lieutenant, John Mulberry.
So when did your man go missing?
He left leading the patrol last evening and they never returned. I just hope the natives didn't get him. Things have been a bit tense of late.
Assuming the natives were responsible for Mulberry's disappearance, what are we supposed to do?
Get him and the men back if we can, by any means necessary. If that means burning that village to the ground, then God help me, I'll do it. No man left behind, that's my motto.
That seems awfully drastic. What have the natives done to deserve such a show of force?
Miss Legere, with all due respect, you've no idea what you're talking about. We've already given these folks an inch, but they have taken a mile. The government's tried appeasing them with treaties and such, but those ain't worth the paper they're written on. You'd sooner reason with a coyote.
Well, I think... Ah!
Engines!
So far, we have been stymied in our efforts to search Clark's laboratory. Captain Stokes let out a search patrol, and he let all us supplicants tag along. But it wasn't enough to deter the native war party that ambushed us. Stokes slipped the trap laid for him, leaving us four to stand in his stead. Now we await intelligence of our captors and some sign of our fate.
Well, isn't this a fine turn of events?
This basket's full of soap.
Well, at least we can keep clean.
Uh-huh. Except there is no water in here.
Then let's hope we can get out of here soon.
I suppose all of these were made here. Quite a collection. Must be for storage. Completely empty. Wonder what they use these for.
Head catchers would be my guess.
Hey, so funny.
It was not meant to be.
Empty.
For now.
It's quite ornate. Brightens the place up, I suppose.
It is noble to find beauty in dark moments, but perhaps not so very useful.
Hey, Jake?
Miss Legere?
How are you doing, Jake?
Been better, but you're a peach for asking. I'm just trying to come up with a way to get us out of here.
Had any ideas for escaping yet?
You'll be the first to know, I assure you.
Did you manage to see what became of Captain Stokes?
No, I was a mite preoccupied, but I'm inclined to take the fact that he's not in here with us as a favorable sign.
Surely a fellow of daring do like yourself has been in a predicament like this before?
More times than I can count.
How do you manage to get free?
Well, you gotta understand, every situation's different. Easiest way's usually bribing a guard, but sometimes you gotta get creative. Well, there's one time But no, that wouldn't work here.
Why not?
'Cause I'd need a few things, and coming by them in here will be next to impossible.
If you've got a plan, it's at least worth trying.
I reckon you're right. Main thing I need is something pliable, like wax or soft wood. Then something sharp to shape it with, and finally some shiny material. Metallic looking would be best. Find me those things, and we might be in business.
I'll leave you to your thoughts. Will this work for what you need?
Shiny and metallic. Perfect.
Is this pliable enough for you?
This'll do nicely.
Doesn't look very sturdy.
But it's barred on the other side.
What I would not give for a stick or two of dynamite right now.
Phil?
Eh?
I never imagined volunteering for a search party would include free accommodation.
You pick the strangest time to make jokes, although I suppose it is better than falling apart. That is usually what happens.
Got any suggestions for how we might get out of here?
Not just yet. I want to see how things play out.
What do you mean?
Something about this does not feel right. We know very little of our captors. I cannot devise anything until that changes.
Did you see what became of Captain Stokes?
Yes, though I wish I had not. Pinche cobarde.
That doesn't sound like a good thing.
He turned and ran. Took his men and abandoned us. To think I held him as a man of honor. Bastardo!
Whoa!
Easy there, Phil.
Forgive me, but I cannot abide a deserter.
It takes a low sort to abandon someone who's counting on you. I'll just be over here. This sharp enough for you?
It'll do, it'll do. Well, I'll be a monkey's uncle. You got everything.
Sure did. Now, will you tell me about this plan of yours?
I'm bluffing our way out of here. Give me a few minutes and you'll see what I mean. Voila.
You carved a gun out of soap and wrapped it in tinfoil?
That's right.
It's certainly creative, I'll give you that.
Necessity is the mother of invention, as they say. Anyhow, soon as somebody comes in, I'll draw this and catch them off guard. You knock them out in the confusion, then we make our escape.
And you have confidence this will work?
These folk don't know firearms, they can't tell the difference.
But, what if...
Hello in there? I'm coming inside.
Well, ain't this fortuitous?
Greetings. I'm Nadine. I've come to...
Hands up!
Is that a fake gun?
Yes?
Don't mind my friend here. Nadine, was it?
Yes, Nadine Redbird.
Harley Leger. So just what is it you want from us?
The chief sent me to make sure none of you were hurt. She also wants to speak with whoever's in charge of your group.
That would be me.
All due respect, sir, but after that little trick you just pulled, you're out of the running.
I'll go then.
All right, come with me. I bring you Miss Harley Leger, representing the captives.
Thank you, Nadine. You may return and tend to the others.
I will.
Enter and be welcome. You may call me Chief Lutzi. I am responsible for the people of this village.
Pleasure's all mine.
You have violated the borders of the Autumn Nation, duly established by recognized treaty with your government. Miss Leger, why are you here?
Captain Stokes is missing some troops, and we were helping in the search.
You serve Stokes. Curious. You do not dress like a soldier.
We have nothing to do with the fort.
Who are you then?
I'm a journalist for the Rosewater Post. My companions and I are researching Dr. Bennett Clark. We only came to Stokes to ask for help getting inside the abandoned laboratory on the other side of the valley. Thought maybe you could spare some dynamite or something. But first we had to ride with him to find First Lieutenant Mulberry and his missing men.
I see. What did he tell you of us?
Let's just say he didn't paint a very pretty picture.
Unsurprising. Do you share his opinion?
Not at all. Stokes is just some windbag I met this morning. I'll make up my own mind.
That is good to know. The Autumn mean you no harm, Miss Leger. However, for months, the fort soldiers have routinely violated our borders and harassed our people. Just last night, a band of them came, led by this man, Mulberry. They attacked us in our fields and set fire to our crops.
So what happened then?
Though our people suffered many injuries, we managed to extinguish the fires and chase off one of the soldiers. The other, I'm afraid, did not live. As for Mulberry, we captured him. He is under guard in one of our empty storehouses. Stokes has turned our village into a prison, and now he is recruiting civilians to come after us. I fear this will not end until everything we have has been turned to ash. But I cannot allow that. Something must be done.
We need to show Stokes that it's in his best interest to leave you in peace.
I agree, and I believe I know a way to do that, which will benefit us both.
I'm listening.
Our scouts have observed an army wagon making regular deliveries to the fort from Rosewater. It comes in the night, when few others are willing to travel, and always it arrives a day or two after the train stops in town.
Then that would be... tonight? I just arrived on the latest train into Rosewater.
Yes, exactly. I cannot know for sure, but I believe this wagon carries supplies, along with weapons and munitions. The soldiers use these to strengthen themselves, then come and deprive us of what little we have. If you and your people were to obtain them, it would be to our mutual benefit. We would have a means of defense. You would have the tools to enter this laboratory, and Stokes would be deprived of his armaments.
You're proposing we raid a military supply wagon? That sounds awfully risky.
Our peaceableness has brought us no safety. In doing nothing, we risk extermination at the hands of these men.
Tonight, then, huh?
Tonight, or not at all. The cover of darkness will be to your advantage. Our scouts have also noted that only 2 men guard the wagon.
Guess I'd better tell the others and get to planning.
You are welcome to rest here in the meantime.
Thank you, Chief Lutzi.
May the Earthmaker guide you.
Everyone in good shape?
Mr. Lua has some minor bruising, but your friends are otherwise healthy.
Good to know. Hey, fellas, come on out here. We got some business to discuss.
I take it your meeting with the chief went well?
Yes, although I learned how much of a bastard Stokes truly is.
I told you he was a no-good deserter.
He is much worse than that. Turns out the reason Mulberry didn't come back is that he was taken prisoner while conducting an unprovoked raid on this village. A raid Stokes himself ordered.
What?
Army soldiers have been crossing into Otham territory and attacking them without justification.
It's true. I have treated many of the wounded myself.
Hijo de la... We cannot let this injustice stand.
That is troubling. But what can we do about it?
Chief Lutzi suggested we hit him where it hurts, the fort's supply chain. So we'll be carrying out our own raid on a delivery wagon.
And to think just yesterday you were having reservations about robbing folk. Reckon it's true what they say about the frontier changing people.
I don't know about you, but I don't feel too bad about lifting a little from the crown. It glitters enough already.
If the government is engaged in oppressing these people, you should be proud to resist.
Now listen up, because we've got some preparations to make. And the wagon will be coming through tonight, according to the chief. We can get the munitions Phil needs to get us into the lab, along with some weapons and supplies for the Otham.
Now the old 1-2 punch. I like it.
Only question is, what's the best approach?
I'm thinking we create a distraction. We get the wagon to stop, then you and I keep the driver occupied while Danny and Phil sneak the stuff out.
I prefer a more direct approach. You said the wagon was poorly guarded, eh? We have enough fighters to overpower them. When they see they are outmatched, we should be able to take what we need without firing a shot.
Wouldn't it be better to do this without drawing any attention? You could set up a roadblock, then sneak out what you need while they investigate.
All good plans. Have you got anything, Danny?
No, but I think we should be careful. Something like this could so easily go wrong.
So, what's it going to be?
Let's go with Nadine's suggestion.
I do think it's best if none of us are seen committing this act of banditry.
Agreed. This is a stealth job. Nadine and I will search the wagon. You boys hang back and take whatever we unload. Well, we better get ready. Let's hope this goes off without a hitch.
What in tarnation? What's all this crap in the road? Oh, they don't pay me enough for this. Buford, Get up here and help me.
We should hurry. I don't think we'll have long.
Looks like it's full of apples. Help me with this, would you, Nadine? No indication of what's inside. Just a bunch of uniforms. Jackpot. Here's some dynamite.
And a good cache of firearms.
There's also a letter.
What does it say?
It's a manifest. Hang on. Here's the combination for that safe.
Whatever you do, be quick.
The fort's soldiers are definitely well lubricated. Judging from the smell... Nadine?
We haven't much time left.
I'll be damned.
What is it?
Bars of Aurum. Lots of them.
Odd. Why deliver these to the fort?
Good question. Too bad they're marked. We could have had a nice payday, but at least there's a bit of loose cash in here. These crates are marked Beaumont.
It's strange that there are so few compared to the others.
I think this one is rifle ammunition. Let's get this out of here. Hey, did you see these crates over here?
What about them?
They're all marked Rosewater.
Isn't this delivery coming from Rosewater?
Yeah, that's very odd.
We should go. The guards won't be distracted forever.
Right. Let's get out of here.
You have come back to us. Did you obtain what you needed?
Yes. With this dynamite, getting into the lab will be quite easy.
Then I am glad the raid proved fruitful.
Chief Lutzi, I am curious. Now that you can arm your people, what is your plan?
I can certainly understand your curiosity, General Marquez.
You know me?
We are close enough to the new Spanish border to keep informed of current events. To answer your question, we will defend ourselves. Peace has not worked against those who wish to harm us, so we must answer them with force.
You strike me as a wise and capable leader, but allow me to offer one piece of advice. Do not underestimate your enemy. Nothing angers a tyrant like a show of resistance.
I appreciate it, General, but I believe we will overcome.
I truly hope you do.
We found something else. A safe filled with Aurum bars.
And you did not take any?
They were all marked. Traceable. We'd have no use for them.
Caramba. It's always something, isn't it?
The last thing we need is the Royals on us for stealing their Aurum.
The Royal Police? Nah, out here they'd send in the army. Or God forbid, the Blackburns.
The Union Busters?
Unions, heads, you name it.
The big question is, why send Aurum to the fort?
An intriguing line of inquiry, but I ain't sure the fort's dealings should concern us.
Perhaps not. But I am curious as well. Something unusual is happening here. Stokes was all too happy to aid our cause before my exile. Now he acts like a stranger. It cannot be a coincidence. I am going to charge my Lieutenant General with finding out more about these shipments.
Chasing more wagons full of Aurum?
Something like that. It is clear there will be no more aid from Stokes now. And I still have an army to outfit. Perhaps we will find something we can actually keep.
If money's what you're after, maybe you'd entertain the notion of joining our posse. That goes for you too, Miss Redbird.
What are you talking about?
I'll explain everything on the way back to the lab. Danny, you stay here and help unload the supplies. You can give Nadine the lowdown. Come meet us at the lab when you're done.
Will do.
I am sending one of our hunters to return Mulberry to the fort. He can show you the way back.
Much appreciated. Right, let's get a move on. You coming with us, Miss Legere?
Damn right. Someone's got to be sure you don't blow yourself sky high. And can it with the Miss Leger bunk? It's Harley.
Duly noted. Now let's get going.
Just one more thing before you go, Harley. You said you were a journalist, yes?
That's right.
Do you believe the townspeople would take an interest in our cause?
Some might. I can certainly tell my employer about the treatment you've received.
Please do. I have a statement I would like you to carry back. The Autumn are a peaceful people. We wish to be your good neighbors and friends. But if a Vespuccian soldier or any other person comes with violent intent to harm us, we will do what we must to protect our people.
Got it. Would you be willing to sit for an interview with someone from the Post?
Gladly. My words are for all who will listen with open hearts.
I'll make sure your message is received.
Thank you.
Thanks for showing us back, partner. We can take it from here. Well, would you look at that? Didn't think I'd be seeing old Jesse again. I'm keeping this arrowhead as a good luck charm. And who knows, maybe some collector out there would be interested in acquiring the arrowhead that nearly wiped out Gentleman Jake.
Híjole. Is he always like this?
I wonder how things will go for the Autumn now that they have firearms.
Well enough, I hope, provided they don't point them at us.
The flag Stokes was carrying.
Pity it's in such a sorry state.
I shouldn't leave this here.
It's good to see someone who respects their country.
Hey, Phil?
What about?
So how did you wind up here in Vespuccia?
That is a very long story, and I do not wish to relate it now. Perhaps another time?
Fair enough. I have to ask, what went on at the Rosewater Post?
I wonder, where was this sense of curiosity when I was lying in the dust at your feet?
Look, I'm real sorry about that. I had things to do, and I didn't know you from Adam. For all I knew, you deserved it.
Well, the world is full of people crying out for some relief or other. We cannot halt our affairs to save them all, but perhaps you will consider rendering aid to the next poor soul you meet who needs it.
Right. Carry on. Can we talk?
What's up? 'Cause you know I've been wondering about the Autumn. What do you suppose will happen to them now that they're armed with guns?
I worry the fort will see it as an excuse to declare an all-out war.
Yes, that is my fear as well. If Stokes attacks and they successfully fend him off, then perhaps he will leave them alone. But it will certainly not happen without bloodshed.
Well, best of luck to him.
Enough jabber. Let's push on.
You're quite certain you know what you're doing?
Just leave everything to me, and stand far, far back.
Impressive work there, Phil.
Gracias.
And an explosion will certainly liven up your article. Eh, Harley? I'll slap my behind and call me Betsy.
Not sure what I was expecting to find, but it wasn't this.
It has been completely ransacked.
Still, there's gotta be some indication of where Clark took his money. Let's take a look around. But watch yourselves. No telling what any of these doohickeys might be capable of.
I can't really see through the porthole, but it looks dense in there. I can't see through. The window is too grimy. At least Dr. Clark practiced fire safety. Looks like it's connected to the door somehow.
And that wire runs to the console back there.
Won't do us any good if there's nothing power in this place, though.
There's about 2 inches of dust. Empty. Not really surprising. What in the ether is this thing?
I wouldn't get too close.
Some kind of console. Seems to connect to a few things. Is this some kind of combination or code? One of the dials is missing. Just my luck. Must be what makes this thing go. TT-180. Must be this contraption's model number.
February 12th. Upon hearing when they after it one with warm P.S. How you managed to rig a T.
Not much left. Some books and a broken device. A wooden mannequin in a cage? I have so many questions.
You sure you want them answered?
This Clark fellow was into some strange things, wasn't he?
I'm starting to understand why he chose to do his work out in the middle of nowhere.
This may have held something interesting once. This must be where Clark parked his rear during his experiments. This is where all the cables wind up. I get the impression this is what powers everything in here.
We just need to get it running again somehow.
I'm guessing this thing needs to hit full power. Some kind of power meter. These meters seem connected to whatever. I bet getting power to all three of. I bet the machine's guts are. I can't remove it with my hand. Can we talk?
What's up?
Might I borrow that arrowhead for a spell?
By all means. Maybe.
This place sure is.
I admit, I never gave much credence to all that ethericity business, but seeing all them contraptions and appurtenances, let's just say it's given me a new appreciation for Clark's tenacity.
Enough, Jack. Let's see if this works. That did it. Looks a bit worse for wear. Looks like something chewed through it. There's a thought, but this is way too big. Hey, Phil?
What about?
Any idea how to...
Cloth can sometimes be used to wrap down. As for the dirty one, a solvent like acid or alcohol is good.
How did you become so...
The science of it always. I read a great deal about mining. So, when my parents sent me to university, I studied civil engineering. Most people do not realize just how much care must...
Hang on. You have a university education?
Of course. Does this surprise you?
No, I just didn't think a revolutionary would have a degree.
Well, I do. From the Escuela Superior de Ingenieros in Madrid.
Clark's lab is really...
Yes, something unnatural. Something perverse. What possessed him to undertake this research is beyond me.
Right? Looks like a toolbox. What's it doing all the way up there? Way too high for me.
Want me to give you a boost?
Nah, I still couldn't reach. I'll think of something else. Guess we won't get to see what's up on the roof.
Just as well. I prefer to keep my feet on the ground.
I can't begin to...
Nothing of use to us.
Anything interesting in there?
Not really.
Maybe this will help. Then again, maybe not. This... I can't make heads nor tails. Hey, Phil.
What up?
Can you think of any...
I'm afraid reaching high thing.
Right? Dr. Clark, Hey, Phil.
What up?
Any...
Cloth can sometimes as a solvent like acid.
Right? That thing has seen some... Hey!
What?
Did Captain Stokes come back here? We lost sight of him after the attack.
He's here. Don't think he's up to receiving anyone, though.
Carry on, soldier.
Right.
No handles. Hey. Right?
Dios mío. What is this abomination?
Howdy, folks. Interested in learning about Coltit's miracle elixir?
Of course we are, little lady.
Then step on over here. Boy, oh boy, I sure wish I was you.
Beg pardon?
Why, today's your lucky day.
Is that right?
Yes, sir. You're just in time to experience the travesty of Xander Coltit III's miracle elixir.
The what now?
Oh, dang. I mean, the majesty. My name is Olivia Coltit, and I'm here to answer all your questions about this evolutionary new medication.
Are you sure you don't mean
That's what I said. So, do you want to hear about it or not?
Look, kid, we're not born yesterday, townies. You can spare us the song and dance.
Oh, leave her be. I think she's charming.
Thanks, mister. My daddy says that to get anywhere in this business, charm is financial.
I think you mean essential?
I know what I mean.
You wouldn't happen to be related to a kid in Rosewater named Jem, would you?
No, ma'am. far as I know, I'm a lonely child.
Say, do you know anything about that?
No, but I did hear a big Was that your...
No.
Oh, come on, you could tell me. I'm no tattler.
I said no. Now stop asking.
Fine, jeez.
Why are you parked in the middle of the desert when there's a town full of potential customers not 2 miles from here?
Oh, I'm just minding the wagon while my daddy's doing his business at the fort. But he told me to stand out here and detract anybody who might come by.
And has anyone else come by?
Oh, sure. Tons of folk. Only one who didn't stop was a feller on horseback. Too bad, 'cause the guy he was hauling looked like he could have used some elixir.
Fine, I'll bite. Tell me about this miracle elixir.
Glad you asked. From the maker of the wildly popular Coltit's Emulsified Soporific comes Coltit's Miracle Elixir, the finest, most elective tonic in Vespuccia, guaranteed to treat and cure all illnesses from arthritis to yellow fever. And for a special limited time, we're selling it for the treasonable price of just 5 crowns.
Sounds pretty miraculous, all right. What's in this elixir, anyway?
Oh, I don't know. Daddy's the one who makes it. But I know he gets his secret ingredient from some lady named Ethel. He always talks about her when he makes a new batch.
5 crowns seems a bit pricey. How about I give you 2 instead?
Sorry, ma'am. Daddy told me not to hackle.
All right, give me a bottle.
Yay! How about your friends?
We'll share.
Oh, okay. And if we're gone by then, well, best of luck to you.
I think I've heard enough for now.
It was a real pressure.
My guess is the primary ailment these folks cure is swollen purses. Professor Xander Coltit III. Hey.
What up?
Right? That thing? Whew! That'll put hairs on your chest. Professor Xander Cole. I'm sure that's the case if what ails you is sobriety. I'd prefer to keep the cloth dry. Let's put some of this... I hope this isn't considered treason. That should do it. Hot damn!
Looks like Phil managed to get the door open.
I wonder if they found anything inside.
I'd say so, yes.
We are up and running.
Impressive.
This technology is amazing. What did this Clark fellow intend to do with such power?
I'm beginning to wonder about that myself.
Nice job getting the lights back on.
Get everything squared with the Otham?
I think so.
They're adequately supplied. They should be well off for some time.
Well, I suppose we should see about...
Hello? Is someone in here?
Damn. Looks like we've attracted some attention.
I come in peace. Please, make yourself known.
Guess we don't have much choice.
Hail! Goodness, I wasn't expecting so many of you.
And we weren't expecting anybody at all.
Do you have some interest in Dr. Clark as well?
Yes, you could say that. I am Paul Burkhart, emissary of the Luminarians.
The what now?
We are disciples of Dr. Clark, protectors of his artifacts and legacy.
No kidding. So you must know all about him then.
Quite so.
Well, isn't this our lucky day? Can you tell us what you know about him?
If you seek enlightenment, we will be glad to share our wisdom with you. But let us all return to the commune. We must not further defile the sanctity of this place. Come, I am eager to learn about you all. Welcome to Chrysalis, friends. Feel free to explore, converse with the residents. You'll find we have much to offer. We'll speak again soon.
What an accommodating fella.
This is all very strange. You all might be into this porqueria, but I want no part of it. I am going back to the lab.
Suit yourself. All right, let's see what we can learn about where Clark's stash might be. But let's not overplay our hand, shall we? If anybody asks, our interest is purely academic.
I'm really not a good liar, Mr. Ackerman.
Shoot, nobody's asking you to lie, sugar. Just withhold certain details. We're interested in learning about Clark. That's all there is to it. Come on, Danny. Let's see where our friend's gone off to.
I know lying doesn't come natural to some. For others, it's like breathing. Don't take this amiss, but if you'd like some pointers, sometimes it's good to be able to keep certain things to yourself you don't want everybody and his uncle to know.
Oh. All right.
If they start asking too many questions, steer the conversation to another topic.
You seem to have a lot of experience in these matters.
Maybe, but I only lie when it's necessary.
You find it necessary to lie?
Sure, at times. To save my skin. You don't?
I haven't needed to.
Lucky you. Hope that keeps working out for you. But if anyone asks what you were up to the day when, say, a wagon got raided outside Rosewater, a little capacity for dissimulation might be handy to have.
Your advice is appreciated. I'll just see what I can find out on my own.
Kitchen to the left, rostrum to the right. Suppose that's where the animals are kept. If the smell's anything to go by, that crate's full of fertilizer. Certainly colorful. Seems like they're pretty self-sufficient here. They have an automated irrigation system. Pretty ingenious. I think I saw this model in the latest Bulls Clearage Frontier catalog. Fancy. Quite the contraption. I think I saw this model in the latest Bulls Clearage Frontier Excuse me?
Ah, hello. You must be one of Miss Redbird's companions.
That's right. Harley Legere.
My name is Evan. Evan Holbrook. Welcome to Chrysalis.
Evan was just showing me the cookhouse. You know they grow or raise everything they eat here themselves?
Well, mostly. Sometimes we need to resupply from town, but we aim to be fully self-reliant. Our dedication will be rewarded with bounty.
So, are you the biscuit roller for this community, or what?
Not quite. Everyone in Chrysalis does their part. It's my day on the rota to fix breakfast.
Do you have a doctor?
We have a few skilled in healing, yes. I do wish we had more knowledge of agriculture. Our crops haven't been thriving like we hoped.
You said your crops weren't doing well. Why not?
Getting the irrigation in this year saved some of the crop, but we're facing lean times. We simply must find a way to grow enough to feed everyone.
What's your story, Evan?
Well, like many of the others here, my wife was there at the etheric demonstration at the expo, but emissary Paul found me and explained how she hadn't perished, merely transcended. At first, I didn't believe him. I wanted to throttle him, actually.
I can understand that reaction.
But I realized that in my grief, I had become blinded.
Oh, I am so sorry.
Ah, don't be. One day I'll transcend too, and we'll be reunited in the ether.
Did you ever meet Dr. Clark?
Alas, no. I hadn't really heard of him before the expo. I was looking at the wax anatomical models in the medical marvels exhibit. But my wife said they turned her stomach, so she went to see the etheric pavilion instead. I don't think she really knew who Bennett Clark was either. It was just something to pass the time. If only either of us knew what a significant thing was about to happen.
The disaster that killed all those folk?
Please. That's what the ignorant and unenlightened call it. Emissary Paul helped me to understand. Evocator Bennett showed the world the transcendence phenomenon. It wasn't a disaster. It was a miracle. I only regret that I wasn't there, so I could have gone along with her.
Exactly what was Dr. Clark researching?
Ethericity, of course.
Of course, but what about it? Energy sources? Industrial applications? What?
Miss Legere, I couldn't begin to tell you. Whatever reasons he may have given the public, the bankers, the professors, and what have you, his true purpose was to open the way for humanity to pass into the etheric realm. And it wasn't easy. He spent 2 years in that laboratory before transcending. Soon the day will come when we all can follow him.
Do you know where Dr. Clark disappeared to?
Evocator Bennett didn't disappear. He transcended.
Again, you use this word. What do you mean by it?
He passed through the etheric gateway and joined with the luminous ones in the cosmos.
Oh.
It was good talking to you.
Goodbye for now.
See you later, Harley.
This isn't much use with a wheel missing. Handle still looks good, at least. Is this...
It will be.
Well, well, if it isn't my old friend.
The Defiler returns.
Hey now, don't get your britches in a twist.
You're a guest of Emissary Paul, so I'm obliged to welcome you. But if you continue casting your shadows of discord over all that is bright here, there will be consequences.
Now just where do you get off saying I'm casting shadows of discord or whatever?
I caught you trespassing outside the laboratory. Then your friend blasted the door off.
It was all in the name of research. I'm just as interested in all this as you.
You've a peculiar way of showing it.
So what brought you to Chrysalis?
My personal business is none of yours.
Touchy. What's so special about this place that they've got you standing guard?
This building houses our collection of artifacts salvaged from Dr. Clark's laboratory.
Oh, so you're the ones who looted the place.
We did not loot it. We saved important items from obscurity and decay.
Think I might take a quick peek?
Absolutely not. Outsiders are forbidden.
What if I brought you a new artifact for your collection?
Then I would be very surprised. We've already retrieved everything of value from the laboratory.
Even from that locked room?
That room is inaccessible. Do not even consider attempting to breach it.
So how does one go about joining your little club?
You think if you joined us that I would just suddenly allow you to enter?
Sure, you said only outsiders were forbidden.
Nice try, but not on my watch.
Did you ever have a chance to meet Dr. Clark?
No, nor did I desire to.
No?
Ethericity is not a power to be trifled with. I've no interest in meeting someone who treats it as a plaything.
Where did Dr. Clark end up?
Not where he should have.
Do you know any details about...
He was toying with fire, pure and simple. He may have been inspired and driven to his work by the luminous ones, but he was only their tool. He did not acknowledge their undeniable glory, or show them the proper respect. He took a battering ram to the door of heaven. When they tired of the noise, they whisked him away inside the gates.
So what you're saying is, you don't actually know.
I've underestimated you. I didn't think there could be someone more arrogant than Dr. Clark.
I'll leave you to your guarding. Try not to die of boredom. They're really fond of this butterfly motif, aren't they?
I kinda like it.
They seem enthralled by Paul's ramblings. He does go on, doesn't he?
My friends, today we give... And why do we celebrate today? Because 1 is nothing special, but 8 is perfection. On this day in March of this year, exactly 8 months ago, the luminous ones called Evocator Bennett up to join them in the luminiferous ether. In so doing, they showed us now our soul sibling Bennett dwells among...
The butterflies sure seem to like these flowers. Something about that makes my skin crawl. A reliable water supply? I hope I'm not interrupting anything.
Ah, Harley. Miss Larkin here was just telling me about this fascinating place.
Hello and welcome.
What is it you do around here?
Plenty. I help in the fields and in the kitchen, but my particular gift is keeping Chrysalis beautiful and its people inspired. All the murals and paintings you see around the commune are my work.
And a fine job you've done.
Why, thank you.
Must have kept you busy for a while.
Quite. There's still so much I'm looking forward to doing.
I've noticed you all sure are fond of butterflies.
What better creature to symbolize transcendence? Like butterflies, we too will undergo a metamorphosis, pass through the veil into the ether, and join the luminous ones. Not only that, their wings have 8 sections, and they flap in a figure 8 pattern.
Does that mean something?
Evocator Bennett's sacred number, of course.
Sacred number? What does that mean?
The number 8 is very important. It appears constantly in the evocator's writing, and Bennett himself was born on the 8th of August, 1788.
That's quite a coincidence.
Coincidence is mere illusion.
What's the meaning behind those shadow paintings?
We commemorate those who have transcended, and those who will.
Hence the butterflies?
Very astute. Yes, the butterfly represents the immortal soul, the essence of a person in their fullest flourishing. The butterfly is pure potential, contained within those who have not yet transcended. Once someone has passed into the ether, it is released and flies free.
Why, that's mighty poetical.
I can see that you have quite a bold, brilliant butterfly stirring within you.
You don't say. You see that, do you?
If you permit me, it would be my honor to paint it. Only if you're willing, of course. Everyone's journey to transcendent readiness is unique.
Perhaps you could tell me more about it once Harley's done talking.
With pleasure.
How did you end up here in Chrysalis?
Ethericity always fascinated me. I joined up with the Luminarians when they were passing through Rampton on their way west. We founded Chrysalis here, close to the Evocator's laboratory, and where the veil is parted.
The veil?
The boundary between our world and the ether, the realm of the cosmos, home of the luminous ones. The barrier is very thin here. Can't you feel it?
There's definitely something in the air. Did you ever meet Dr. Clark?
I did. Once. Such a brilliant mind. We didn't speak long, but I felt as though we'd conversed for hours.
Some people can have that effect. Do you have an idea of where Dr. Clark might be currently?
Of course. He's with the luminous ones.
Pardon?
The beings on the other side of the veil. The ones who dwell in the ether.
You're saying Clark is dead?
Not dead. Transcended. Eternal. You still have much to learn. Everything will become clear soon.
What exactly was
Truth.
Lovely sentiment, but could you be a bit more specific?
He sought to connect us with the world above. He succeeded in not only opening the door, but stepping through and crossing the veil. He showed that the way is possible. Now we all must learn to follow.
All right. Thanks for the chat.
Be well.
Don't wander too far now.
The butterfly makes this one less creepy, but not by much. Hey, Danny?
What's going on?
So, what's our friend on stage been jabbering about?
What hasn't he? This guy makes Jake seem like a silent monk by comparison. Anyway, it's mostly been about Clark, his etheric research in New Britannia, how he built his lab out here after the Expo disaster. Excuse me, miracle, that sort of thing. He says Clark transcended. I'm not sure what that means.
I get the impression it means he's dead.
Oh, that's too bad.
What's your impression of Chrysalis?
Well, it's peculiar. Everybody's got a job to do, a way to help. Nobody's left out, and that's nice. But all this stuff about etheric beings? It sounds,
Crazy?
You said it, not me. Anyhow, I wouldn't mind hanging around a while.
I was wondering if you might help me out with something.
What?
There's a toolbox inside Clark's lab that's out of reach, and I've had no luck getting it down. Think you might put your pistols to the task?
I could do that. Yeah, you want to go right now?
Yes, let's head over now.
Sure thing. Just lead the way.
Ah, Phil. There you are.
Had enough of those luminous lunatics too, did you?
Not entirely. Danny's come to help get that box down. That's it, up there.
Right. You might want to stand over on this side, Phil.
Nice shot.
Thanks, Harley. Happy to help. So, what's inside that box that's so important anyway?
Guess we all get to find out together. There's more than one way to get a box open.
Well, anything good inside?
Not really. Just a wrench and this odd dial thing.
I hope it was worth the trouble then.
That was good practice, at least. I'm heading back to Chrysalis. See you both later.
Phil, you might wanna...
Híjole.
Move. Are you all right?
I think so. The cage seems to have absorbed all that energy. Just warn me before you try that again.
So, this console operates equipment by setting the dials in a 4-digit sequence. That means we need to figure out the right code to get the door open.
February 12th, 1850. Upon his with P.S.
No good. I guess those dials aren't set up correctly.
I will stay in here.
Whatever turning on that generator did, I hope it's not permanent. All right then. Best not.
Here, in Chrysalis, at the Evocator's laboratory, and on the other side, the Luminous One. When he first arrived here, in that twice blessed year, for never forget that 8 is the most sacred number. But that is what it was, my friends. A divine instrument that was calling the Luminous.
Not Clark's birthday. Good to know he wasn't quite so conceited.
February 12th, 1850. Dr. Clark, upon his with war P.
No good. I guess. Hey, Phil?
What up?
Any ideas what the code for the door might be?
It could be anything.
Unless I find it written somewhere, I don't see any other way.
Santa Maria. That could take months. If what is behind that door is so important, then the code itself must be something meaningful to Clark. Maybe you can deduce. I am certain those payasos at the commune will.
A bunch of Clark's things are collected at the commune, but one of the Luminarians is guarding the place.
Naturally.
If you have an idea...
It just so happens I do. I have had a look around, and this machinery is quite unstable. With a few more items, I could finish what we started with the door and send this whole place up in smoke. That would give you time to search, no?
It would, but it seems a touch extreme. What would you need exactly?
Well, mainly fertilizer and flammable liquid for accelerant. I can construct a detonator out of scrap I found, but I will need something to serve as the plunger to set it off.
Well, I'll consider it. Right? Not much left.
I will stay in.
This had better work, Phil. This isn't much use with a wheel missing. I've got more important... Nadine,
Of course.
any ideas as to how to get that...
Change the subject?
Afraid this situation's a bit more complicated than that. Still good advice, though. You enjoying your...
These are good people.
You don't find them a bit... odd?
I'll admit, I don't quite comprehend their philosophical ideas, but they've welcomed us with open arms. The least we can do is offer open minds.
I'll leave you to your conversation. Hello again.
Miss Leger?
Your friend over there refuses to let me in to see Clark's artifacts.
Yes. Samuel is quite a stickler for the rules. Sometimes I think he lets his duties as the emissary's assistant get to his head.
It was good talking to you.
Goodbye.
See you later.
Hey.
What's going on?
If you had to pick a 4-digit number sequence that was easy to remember...
Suppose it'd be something important? A date, maybe? Or a memorable year? Never really thought about it.
I'll leave you. Best not to... Could we have a word in private, Jake?
Sure. What's on?
So, what have you picked?
This ethericity stuff is much more complex than I thought. Seems our friend Dr. Clark may have been on to something after all.
I got a theoretical question for you.
Shoot.
Say you needed to come up with a sequence of 4 numbers. What would you pick to make it easy to remember?
Hell, that's easy. 1817.
That didn't take you long.
It's the year I broke my first filly. If you get my meaning. Not something one forgets easily.
Right. I think I've found a promising lead. There's a shack on the other side of the commune full of things salvaged from Clark's lab. Only problem is it's being guarded by that first luminarian we met.
Oh, the feller with the tinfoil chapeau?
The very same.
He's a peculiar one, but he seems to be the most reverent to these folk. Perhaps you could win him over with a peace offering. There might still be something in...
I'll just...
We will never forget the momentous occasion when this... And he raised a light. And 2 years later, his call was answered. And he was taken... And oh, friends, there we are free. There we are not women and men. There we exist. Our bodies are as the curled up tight in these... And believe me, friends, in the ether, we can't. Free among our souls 2 years ago. Evocator Bennett called them here, and 8 months ago, his call was answered.
February 12th. Upon here, with 1 p.m.
Hot damn.
Nicely done.
Well, nothing horrible came out, shall we?
After you? Santo cielo!
What in the ether happened in here?
I do not know, but I am not going in any further.
These mannequins are disturbingly lifelike. This one's just staring at his buddy. This one's posed like it's reaching for something.
Clark's research involved playing with life-size dolls? Que locura!
This one seems to be the happiest of the bunch.
How can you tell?
It's the only one smiling. This one's missing its head. I wonder how that happened.
I can die happy never finding out.
That mannequin's head fell over here and has been wrapped up by a tomato vine. This might be of interest to our friends in Chrysalis. Completely overgrown.
Probably for the best.
This pumpkin is thriving, despite being sealed in here with no water or sunlight.
There is something very unnatural about all this.
I've never seen anything like that before. Have you?
Nope, and I never want to see anything like it again.
These squashes look healthy. How can they grow without any soil?
Easy. Devilry.
Ripe and juicy tomatoes. These squashes look healthy. Hey, Phil?
What a...
Could you remind...
Some fur, some flam, something I...
Got it. Right?
I will stay...
What a strange object.
The locked room in Clark's lab.
How curious.
Have a look at this.
What? Where did this come from?
Clark's lab. His test room, to be precise.
You were able to get inside?
Sure was. It was full of plants and all kinds of weird equipment. The ethericity seems to have boosted the growth of the seeds somehow. It's like a jungle in there.
I cannot condone your reckless disregard for the sanctity of the laboratory, but I also cannot deny the importance of this discovery. I must alert Emissary Paul immediately.
I'd better be quick. No telling when that chump might come back. full of cloudy orange liquid. Damn, that's got a kick to it. Some notes documenting the effects of ethericity on animals. They're signed by a Juliet Montgomery. A bunch of scribbles documenting the effects of ethericity on plants. The New Britannia Gazette. The lead article is about the upcoming Lamplight City Expo. Interesting how the follow-up is nowhere to be found. Prometheus bringing fire. Nothing's hidden behind it. No idea what that is. Doesn't seem to be working. Reminds me of an overgrown boiler. Doesn't seem to be working. Let's see. Books on science, and I'm sure this is all fast. Bottles of different colors. More scrawled nonsense. Just another one of Clark's weird toys. Full of all kinds of liquids. Nothing but empty. Lots of extra Lots more books. And what's this? Looks like a diary.
I should have known. Get out of here this instant, degenerate! Don't you dare try any more trickery, or Emissary Paul will hear of it.
At least I found what I was looking for. I should probably get out of Beardy's sight first. The final entry is bookmarked with a letter. Definitely worth a read. But first... I can't make... There's about 2 inches... Empty. What in the...
Best
Hey,
What?
Uh...
Whatever.
Some kind of...
I will stay.
Wonder if Dr. Clark. They're busy. Oh, yes. Hey.
What's going?
So.
They gave me a few points.
I'll leave you. I've had about as much of that. They seem best not to. Could we have a word? Something about that makes. The butterfly may. The butterfly sure. My, that's.
Strong.
Sturdy. Hey! Guess he doesn't want to. Professor Xander, I'm sure that's the case.
October 25th. I'd like.
No good. No good. No good. At least Dr. Clark. Guess we won't get.
Just as well.
I can't begin.
Nothing.
I can't make.
I will.
I got Clark's diary.
Ah, nice work. You will have to tell me what it says.
Hey,
What up? Whatever you... I will stay.
I'll show her later. He'll definitely want to see this, but I should read the letter I found to get all the facts first.
February 9th, 1850.
That's only 9 months ago.
Clark, I have a business proposal. Relinquish that dusty laboratory in the middle of nowhere. Come to El Presidio. You may stay in my suite at the Jolly Good Club. My Orem Star membership and military rank afford me certain privileges. You will be furnished with the comforts owing to a man of your intellect and accomplishments.
It's signed L.
P.S. You needn't have any concern for your valuables, as there is ample secure storage in the room. One of the aforementioned perks.
Interesting. Jake will want to see this. Hey, Jake. I've got something to show you.
So, show me.
I'd prefer to speak in private.
Can't it wait? I'm a mite indisposed at the moment.
It's to do with what we've been looking for.
Ah, well, in that case, excuse me a moment, won't you, darling? All right, what do you got?
I found Clark's journal. Have a look at this letter that was inside.
An invitation to the Jolly Good Club in El Presidio?
Yep. Check the date.
9 months ago. Nice sleuthing, Harley. Let's round up the others and say our goodbyes. We need to plan our next steps.
Leaving us so soon? But you've only just arrived.
We appreciate the hospitality, but it's time we moved on.
If your journey must continue, then so be it. But we cannot thank you enough for your discovery of Evocator Bennett's etheric cultivator, Miss Legere. Once we relocate and configure the equipment, our crops will surely flourish.
That's great to hear. I hope you'll all be well fed this winter.
Know that you will always find welcome in Chrysalis. Farewell, my friends.
Odd bunch of folks, but quite charming in their way.
I, for one, am glad to be leaving.
Hear, hear.
Have we finished our business here, then?
Harley turned up Clark's diary.
More importantly, I found a letter inside inviting him to the Jolly Good Club in El Presidio. It was dated 9 months ago.
That's right about the time he disappeared, isn't it?
It is indeed. I'd say it's obvious that the good doctor accepted the invitation.
And took his money with him?
Well, it ain't here, or in his lab. And what's that postscript in the letter say, Harley?
You needn't have any concern for your valuables, as there is ample secure storage in the room.
Don't get much clearer than that.
Suppose we should start packing if El Presidio is our next destination.
Now, let's not get ahead of ourselves. First and foremost, we need some transportation.
You haven't got any? Don't you tour around?
Sure, but our show wagon ain't gonna fit all of us.
Plus, we'll need it to store all the show's props and equipment while we're gone. There's that lady in town with the wagon, though. Heard her talking at the saloon once. Said she hires it out to travelers.
Sounds promising. Who is she?
You've met, actually. She was your cellmate when we bailed you out.
Lola? She did mention she was leaving town soon. Maybe we can hitch a ride.
We should head back to Rosewater, no?
Yeah, let's get a move on. Right. Harley, I'm putting you in charge of hiring us some transportation. Danny and I are going back to the theater to settle some business. Come get us once you've arranged a ride.
And just how am I meant to arrange it? Financially speaking?
Well, now that may get a mite tricky. Our contract was to pay out at the end of the show's run, but seeing as we'll be breaking that contract, I'm sad to say we'll be forfeiting those proceeds. Anybody else got funds to contribute to the kitty?
Not unless this Johnson woman accepts pesos. And I've few enough of those at that.
I'm afraid I haven't got anything either.
Harley, my dear, I'm afraid we must then prevail upon you to furnish the petty cash needed to get our expedition aloft. Seeing as you're the only other one of our posse who's currently in the position of being gainfully employed. And it goes without saying, but you'll be fully reimbursed once we find what we're looking for, on top of your share, with interest.
I certainly hope so.
Wonderful. Well then, we'll be seeing you later.
What about you two?
I think I'll pay Dr. Sedgwick a visit. It's been ages.
And I owe him proper thanks for his care.
See you in a bit, Harley.
Welcome back, Miss Legere.
got a proposition for you.
Is that so?
You said you were planning on leaving town?
I did.
And I've heard you have a wagon for hire.
That's right.
Interested in a job?
Depends who's hiring.
I am. My posse and I need to get to El Presidio as soon as possible.
I see. How many?
5, counting myself.
Well, I've got good news and bad news. Good news is, I was bound for El Presidio anyhow, and my wagon can fit 5.
And the bad news?
I'm sure you can figure that one for yourself.
So if I get you out of here, you'll take us along?
We can discuss my fee once I know you're serious.
Hey, Sheriff?
What can I do you for?
Did you ever meet Dr. Bennett Clark?
No, he only came into town every couple of weeks, until the ethericity ban got handed down, and glad I am of that. I have no use for any of that claptrap. All it does is spook folk, and sometimes blows them up.
Don't suppose you've encountered a group in the valley calling themselves the Luminarians?
The what now?
Luminarians. They claim to be the protectors of Dr. Clark's artifacts. They've got a commune set up near his lab.
Oh, come on now. You're pulling my leg.
I'm serious.
Well, so long as I don't get up to nothing in town, they ain't my problem.
A man in your position must have plenty to say about the town he serves.
Suppose that's true, but a stroll down Main will tell you most everything you need to know.
How much to get Miss Johnson out on bail?
Let's see. For assault on a minor child, as well as unlawful occupancy of an uninhabited building, that'll be 15 crowns.
Thanks for the chat, Sheriff.
Come back anytime.
This padlock's not going anywhere.
Ah, you must be Miss Leger. I'm Dr. Sedgwick.
Pleasure.
Nadine and Mr. Marquez were just telling me how you all were acquainted. Please do continue.
That's impressively clean.
Cleanliness is next to godliness, as they say, and good health starts with good hygiene.
Quite a variety of potions and tonics you've got here, Doc.
It's only a small part of the bounteous pharmacopoeia that nature might make available to us, if only we knew her secret. Please take my advice and tip that into the nearest ditch. Absolute poppycock.
Hey, Doc.
Miss Leger.
Did you ever make the acquaintance of Dr. Bennett Clark?
Ha! Doctor. If that man's a doctor, then I'm Hippocrates.
Shall I take that as a no?
Miss Leger, I do not associate with lunatics and crackpots, especially those who recklessly cause the deaths of innocents. Now, let's not sully the good name of higher learning any further.
Have you met any members of the Luminarians?
I beg your pardon?
They're a community living near the old Clark laboratory.
Oh, those ethericity cultists. Yes, they do make their way into town on occasion. Sometimes the women come to me seeking certain remedies and prophylactics. And I've treated 1 or 2 cases of malnutrition. The desert is a hard place to make a home. Something about the old lab draws in the gullible and deluded. Lost souls searching for meaning.
I'll see you later, Doc.
Do take care of yourself.
Good to see you again.
All right, let's get this thing knocked out. But first... Okay, time to bring home the bacon. The big question, how to open? When this writer was assigned to pen a profile of a Wild West legend, she never expected to become embroiled in the action firsthand. But no sooner had my private audience with Gentleman Jake concluded than a saloon brawl erupted in the barroom of the Jack of Diamonds, and Mr. Ackerman's legendary pugilistic prowess was put on full display. Now, the middle section needs to recapture the reader's interest. Let's see. Not content to sit on his laurels, Jake has undertaken an audacious investigation into some of our very own local mysteries. I was fortunate enough to accompany him on a foray to Dr. Bennett Clark's erstwhile laboratory of the forbidden etheric sciences, situated just outside the town of Rosewater. What we found inside boggled the imagination. And now for an ending. While Mr. Ackerman is truly a great man, it is undeniably the people around him, most notably his devoted assistant Danny Luo, who ensure his star shines all the brighter. All right, that should do it. Now, what should I title it? A frontier hero comes to town. And done.
Good to see you again, Harley. Hope you're spinning me some aurum.
Well, I've spent the past couple days following Jake around, gathering plenty of straw.
Glad to hear it. I like writers who go above and beyond.
I hope this is good enough. Here you are, Joni. One profile of Gentleman Jake, ready to print.
Let's have a look. You know, writing the headline is normally the editor's job. Now let's see. Not even in town for a day, and Spitfire Harley makes her comeback. This is good. You've kept it brisk all the way through. Not bad, Harley. Not bad at all. A few snips here and there, and this will be fit to print. Here's your fee, as agreed. Now I know what I'm working with, I'll have a think about your next assignment.
About that. I'm leaving for El Presidio with Gentleman Jake. We're after Bennett Clark's missing fortune. Whatever we find, I've got a feeling it'll make a hell of a story.
You're right about that. Tales from the wild frontier are in vogue these days, and folk will be gumming to find out what happened to Clark. All right then. Clark's missing fortune it is.
I've got something else.
Oh? Do tell.
While I was going around with Jake, we spent some time with the Otham. I learned that they've come under constant attack from the soldiers at Fort Beaumont.
What? Why?
That's the thing. There's no reason. They pose no threat, yet the soldiers harass them anyway. In one recent raid, all their crops were torched.
That's atrocious. People need to know about this.
I'm glad you think so, because their leader wants their story told. She's willing to be interviewed. She gave me this statement, too.
Powerful stuff. I'll pay a visit as soon as I can and see for myself. Plenty of townsfolk could stand to learn about our neighbours in the valley. This could open their eyes.
I hope so. Now, if you'll excuse me, I need to see about hiring a wagon.
Godspeed, Harley.
See you later, Joan.
Take care of yourself out there.
Excuse me?
How can I be?
Did you ever happen to meet...
I have Joni's account of his demonstration. Never met the man, neither.
You wouldn't...
I have no idea.
Never mind. I'll leave.
Appreciate it.
Welcome.
Hey, Sheriff.
What can...
Here you go. 15 crowns.
Right you are. Miss Johnson, you're free to go. Don't let me see you in here again.
All right, let's get down to brass tacks.
Yes, let's. How much to get me and the rest to El Presidio?
My fee is 40 crowns up front, but I'll cut you a break. In appreciation for the way you knocked out that little pest. 20 crowns, all up.
It's a deal.
Good. Get your posse together and meet me outside town at sundown. We'll head out then. There you are. This your group, then?
This is us.
All right, folks, listen here. I'm Lola Johnson. This is my wagon. When you're in my wagon, you follow my rules. Rule 1. I'm your driver, not your friend. While we're moving, leave me be. That means no yammering in my ear about how pretty you think the mountains are. Rule 2. We stop and go as I say. I ain't interested in blowing up my engine just 'cause y'all are in a hurry. Last rule. Everybody does their part. Be it cooking, hunting, or gathering firewood. This ain't no pleasure cruise, and I won't be serving y'all. The road can be rough, but I'm an experienced navigator and tracker. So stick with me, and you'll be fine. If you've got any questions, now's the time to ask.
You said you're a tracker? What's that mean exactly?
It means I'm good at finding things. One of you gets lost, or we're hunting our supper and need to trail an animal, I can do that.
So, like a bloodhound?
No, like a tracker. Compare me to a dog again, and you're finding yourself another ride. Understand?
Oh, apologies. I didn't mean to offend.
Folk rarely do. Anything else?
Just how long do you expect this journey to take?
I reckon it shouldn't be more than 8 or 9 days, weather permitting. Anything else?
Regarding your first rule, what if we have an emergency?
Then tell me. Just don't bother me with small talk. I need to concentrate on driving. Anything else?
We understand. You'll have no trouble from us.
All right then. Let's get a move on. Time's wasting.
We are off, with the first faint tendrils of dawn at our backs. We head west for El Presidio on the trail of the elusive Dr. Clark. We have but a few days' travel before us, through the desert and mountains to reach the coast. I am rather looking forward to getting a better view of this part of the country. And should the scenery lack for diversion, I suppose I'll have recourse in the fellowship of my new traveling companions. Now that we've assembled in this unlikely venture, perhaps it's time we got to better know one another.
Feels good to be underway at last.
Yes, though I must admit I tend to become restless on long trips.
Well, we got cards, books, and conversation. Plenty of ways to pass the time.
A deck of cards helps pass the time. That's what keeps this heap going. Makes it pretty hot in here, too. Phil?
Señorita?
You're very polite, Phil, but please, call me Harley.
What is wrong with Señorita?
It's not my name.
Ah, but it is a sign of respect. I would never dream of addressing a new Spanish lady by her given name.
Well, things are different here.
As I am learning. If you wish it, it will be so.
Appreciate it. Will this be your first time visiting El Presidio?
It will. I have heard many tales of this so-called Mouth of the West. I am curious to find out which ones are true.
We'll talk more later.
I look forward to it.
Hey, Nadine.
Hello, Harley.
So how'd you become a healer? Did you go to school?
No. I mean, I attended the missionary school for a few years. I was taught by Dr. Sedgwick. I worked as his apprentice for nearly a decade. He was a wonderful guardian and mentor.
You said Doc Sedgwick was your guardian?
I never knew my mother. My father worked for Dr. Sedgwick. He took me in when my father died from an infected wound.
I'm so sorry. How old were you?
I don't remember exactly.
Did that have anything to do with...
If I can save somebody's loved one, well...
When did you return to the Otham?
I went to them in April of last year. People were leaving town. And it was Dr. Sedgwick who encouraged the Otham were kind to accept me as a guest. I'm glad for this opportunity to travel with you and the others.
You said the Otham took you in. They aren't your people?
No. I don't know who my people are. My father never told Dr. Sedgwick, and I have no memories of him talking about it. I think my parents came from somewhere to the east, but I'm not even sure of that.
Have you ever tried tracking down where you came from?
No, I've considered it, but it's complicated. Perhaps someday.
Ever visited El Presidio?
I've never been beyond.
This'll be quite the experience for you then. I guarantee you'll see things you'd never imagine.
For better and for worse, I suppose.
Hey, I see something up ahead, by the side of the road. Looks like somebody's been making lots of holes.
Wagon's slowing down.
Guess it caught Lola's eye too. Let's have a look.
Have you been stranded out here, ma'am?
Oh, no, not at all. I can see how it might look that way, but I assure you, I am here with fierce and deliberate purpose.
Are all these holes you're doing?
Indeed. This is my dig site. Please be careful where you step. My name is Amber Lee, and I am a paleontologist.
Beg your pardon?
It means I collect and study fossils.
Fossils? You mean bones?
Yes, that's right. Bones of the great creatures that roamed these lands millions of years ago. The mighty thunder lizards who shook the ground with every step. This wasn't always a desert, you know. It may seem difficult to imagine now, but millions of years ago, this was all a vast, lush rainforest. The perfect habitat for these awesome beasts.
Suppose everybody needs a hobby.
This is no mere hobby, sir. This is my vocation. In fact, I have been invited to exhibit my findings at the esteemed Jolly Good Club in El Presidio.
The Jolly Good Club?
Does that mean you know Dr. Bennett Clark?
Afraid not. As women are excluded from the club, I've not had occasion to associate with its members. They have made a special exception to allow me to give my lecture, and they are expecting something spectacular. If I don't find something truly extraordinary to show, I will be in quite a bind. Fortune has not been in my favor on this expedition. I am certain this area is full of treasures. Fossilized remains, that is. But the Earth stubbornly refuses to yield up her secrets. Say, have you any experience with excavation?
Afraid not. Can't even remember the last time I touched a shovel.
Oh, no matter. The digging isn't even the most important part. As long as you've a delicate touch, I shall compensate you for your trouble, of course.
How much are we talking?
I'll need 2 field assistants. I am prepared to offer you 5 crowns each for a day's labor, and double that if you turn up something I can exhibit.
If we do turn up something good, surely it's worth more than that to you. How about doubling that finder's fee to 10?
These discoveries will surely have enormous value to the scientific community, but I fear my cash is limited. It seems you are confident in your abilities. In exchange for the chance of a greater bonus, perhaps you will accept a reduction in the guaranteed fee to 3 crowns each?
So we'll make at least 6 and as much as 26 crowns.
Sounds like a fine gamble. Let's find us some bones. You taking point on this, Harley?
Guess so. Nadine, want to help me out?
Of course.
Now remember, we are searching for bones belonging to the great dinosaurs that I believe were once abundant here. They may be scattered in pieces. I aspire above all to discover and assemble a complete skeleton for display. My holy grail, if you will. If you uncover anything useful, be sure to tag it for classification.
Don't waste too much time. We got to keep moving.
We shall reconvene in an hour.
All right, but not a minute more.
May fortune favor our search.
Oh, whoops. Sand's a touch cooler down here. Oh, whoops. Surprised I haven't hit bedrock yet. Surprised I can't dig any deeper. Oh, whoops. Oh, whoops. Well now, what's this? And what have we here? I could probably get a few crowns for this. Ooh, this is interesting. Ooh, this is... found something. And what have we here? Must be my lucky day. This comes with me. Well now, what? And what have we here? I can't dig. Ooh, this is looks valuable. I found something. Phew. I've been at this long enough.
All right. Place everything you found on the table here, and we'll have a look. Not a bad yield. You found some quality fossils. As for your companion, goodness, you've also found some wonderful fossils. This is quite a collection. Here is your fee, as we agreed. Thank you again for your assistance.
Don't mention it. Good luck with your exhibition. Hey.
Yeah?
Did your
A few times, but that city's too crap. I'll take the wide.
You know.
Sure, it was 1842. It was a long and winding trail. So I went back to town and gathered up a posse. That night, we had the element of surprise. Before I knew it, it was a long and bloody gunfight. I drove that whole herd on by my lonesome. Lost some good fellers that night. But that
hell of a...
Now there's plenty more. Anytime.
Hey, Danny.
Sure. Actually, I was wondering about something. Where'd you learn how to fight?
For a while, it was how I put food on the table.
No kidding. You were a brawler?
I was. Used to call me Spitfire Harley.
Wow. Were you any good?
I took my licks, but usually held my own. In that world, being good is mostly about how much punishment you can take and keep coming back. Same as anywhere, really. Hell, if you want, maybe you and I can go a couple of rounds later.
Really?
Of course not, Danny. She's just pulling your leg.
I was being perfectly sincere.
Oh, shoot. In that case, I'm sitting ringside.
So have you been to El Presidio before?
Yeah, I was born there.
No kidding. Didn't you say your family lived near El Presidio?
In the area, yeah. They moved out to the city proper a few years back. I left when I was 16. Haven't been back in ages. We're slowing down again.
Good. I could use a change of environment. Harley, could I have a word outside?
Sure.
Sun's getting low. Time to set up camp.
Harley and I'll be back shortly. Just gonna take a walk over to that spring. Danny and the others can aid in the preparations.
You better not be skipping out every time there's work to be done, you hear?
Shall we?
Lead on.
Would you look at that spring? I ain't seen water that clear since that time I went swimming with the Prime Minister's rambunctious niece.
So, you wanted to talk to me about something?
I did. I can tell you've got a cogitating mind, always assessing the situation, finding the risks and opportunities. Now that we've got a real posse assembled, I'm keen to hear your thoughts on our little venture. Everything seemed hunky-dory so far, and Your estimation?
What's my opinion matter? You're the one who put this all together.
True, but I brought you in as our protection, to look out for us all. If anything smells off, you're the one I want to hear it from.
It's an odd bunch, all right, but all capable in their own way. If a treasure's out there to be found, I think this gang can do it.
Delighted to hear it. You let me know if that changes, all right?
You got it.
Right, well, we should be heading back. Else Miss Johnson will...
Oh, hey there.
Howdy, friend.
Welcome, welcome. Name's Aubrey Trout, but you're not here about me. I reckon you're here for the spring water.
Something special about it?
Something special about it? This here's an etheric spring. Best kept secret in the great western desert.
Etheric spring?
Sure. Y'all know about ethericity, don't you?
We're familiar.
Well, this water's got the same properties due to a confluence of etherically sensitive minerals deep in the earth, you see. This here's a hotbed. Taking a drink will cure whatever ails you and grant you the strength of 10 men.
No kidding.
If what you say is true, people would be lined up from here back to Rosewater. So where is everyone?
I told you, it's a secret. Oh, for now. Once word gets out, I'll be up to my eyes in folks wanting a sip of the stuff. I can see by your face you're not convinced. Maybe this'll change your mind. Observe.
Jumpin' Jehoshaphat.
Daily sips of this water have conferred upon me a practically superhuman strength. Now, tell me, how old do you think I am?
I imagine a spry young feller like yourself can't be more than 25?
What if I told you I was 52?
Then I'd say you're definitely lying.
I swear on my mother's grave, if only she'd lived long enough to discover this place. And she'd still be right here with me. And looking so young and vital, you'd take the pair of us for brother and sister. Okay, look, I'll take a drink now. Watch me. There, you see? Tastes like springtime and sunlight. Now, if the water was no good, would I have done that?
Reckon not.
So go on, friends. Share in the wealth. Take a sip.
If it does even half of what you say.
Not so fast. Something is off. I'm sure you won't mind if I have a look around, Mr. Trout.
Be my guest.
Looks refreshing. Water of life, huh? Looks like there's something hidden under that bush. What's this? These boards have been badly damaged, but it looks like it says W-R-N-I warning. Nothing but twigs and leaves. Ow! Bunch of stickers. What's this? A money pouch. There's 10 crowns in here. These boards have been worn. What have we here? Magic Spring didn't do much for this beast's health. Did this poor animal die after? Was Was there a sign here at one point? I wonder what it said. I've got my eyes on you.
I'm flattered.
Jake, I don't think you should drink that water.
Why not?
There was a warning sign over there, and someone destroyed it.
Really? That stick's been there since I found the place. Never seen a sign.
There was a cow skull in the reeds. Looked deliberately hidden there.
Is that right?
Yes, I did that. Wasn't nefarious, just clearing the path so no one trips on it.
I still get a bad feeling from this guy.
Even after everything he's shown us? I had my reservations, but I'll be goddamned if I ain't convinced.
Forget it. Looks refreshing. All these trees look dead. That can't be a... All these... Jake, I don't think...
Why not?
Just have a look at all the trees and plants around the spring. They're dead. I'd say that's a clear warning.
Oh, it's a desert. Plenty of straggly-looking vegetation.
Now wait just a minute. What are you trying to pull here, friend?
Nothing. I swear.
Right, and I'm the Prime Minister. Quite the little scam you've got going on.
I don't know what you're talking about.
Oh, I think you do. Jake, maybe you can coax our friend here to talk?
I'd listen to the lady, partner, unless you want to be another notch on Gentleman Jake's holster.
Okay. I'll talk. The spring's toxic. I trick people into taking a sip and then rob them.
Gee, Rover Cripes, that's pretty low. Even for a confidence trickster.
You don't kill them. A little sip only knocks you out for a bit.
So how are you still standing after all those drinks you took?
I got a natural immunity. What can I say? Found a way to turn it to my advantage.
And that iron-bending trick?
Like you said, just a trick.
Of course. I should have seen through that. We got ourselves a real piece of work here, Harley.
You're telling me.
What do you reckon we should do with them?
We can't let him work his tricks on anyone else. He needs to be punished.
I agree.
Please, don't kill me.
Do we look like murderers to you? We need to make an example of him.
I've got just the thing. Go get me some rope from the wagon, would you?
All right. That's some fine work, Jake.
Thank you. Maybe now our friend will think twice about leading people astray. Shall we?
Wait! You're just gonna leave me here?
Oh, plenty of folks travel this road. You know that, or you wouldn't have bothered laying your trap. I'm sure you'll encounter some charitable soul. Eventually.
Speaking of charitable souls, I found a stash of stolen money while I was snooping around.
Well, ain't that something? Come on, let's head back and see how the camp setup's going. So the little weasels concocted this whole story about how it's an etheric spring and the water has special powers, trying to hoodwink us into drinking it. All I can say is it's a good thing we ain't the rubes he took us for.
I feel sorry for anyone falling prey to his tricks. He was a crafty one.
Even so, you gotta get up pretty early in the morning to pull one over on old Jake.
So what happened when you found him out?
We got a full confession. Turns out, the water's poison. The snake worked up some scheme to get passers-by to drink, and then empty their pockets as soon as they were out of commission. Leastways, I think that's what he said. Couldn't catch half of it through his blubbering and sniffling.
What are you talking about, Jay? He wasn't exactly happy about being exposed, but he wasn't crying or anything.
I was trying to add some drama, okay? You harbor some literary aspirations yourself, don't you? It's called storytelling.
So how'd you deal with him?
We made an example of him.
You killed him?
Let's just say he won't be harming anybody else.
Don't worry, Nadine. Jake's just pulling your leg. We left him tied up next to the spring and wrote up a sign warning about what he did. And whatever happens after, I guess, is up to the next person who comes along.
Oh, well, that's a relief.
Sounds like he got off easy.
The chili's almost ready. Holly, can you come help me and Phil serve?
Sure thing. That smells heavenly.
The kid is a good cook, eh? But I believe this chili could use a little of my secret ingredient.
What's that?
Mezcal. I picked up a bottle before we left Rosewater. Gives it a nice smoky flavor. And makes you feel nice afterwards, too. This group needs a bit of loosening up, don't you think?
Okay, just make sure not to overdo it.
Me? Overdo it? Never.
We should be ready to serve. Just one last taste. Mmm, tastier than usual. Smoky. Did one of you add something?
Just my secret ingredient.
Well, whatever it is, it's real nice. Come on, let's fill up these bowls and get everybody fed.
That was some mighty fine chili, Danny boy.
Glad you liked it.
Jake, what are you doing?
Your friend got tired of waiting around.
Now hold on just a minute.
Oh, I've held on long enough. To your health, friend.
To all our health. Well, how do you feel?
Not great.
Jake!
Now, no sudden moves. Empty your pockets. I want every last copper.
Just how were you able to drink so much of that stuff?
A great magician never reveals his secrets. Now, less chatter, more emptying of pockets.
You think I'm giving you anything after you killed my friend?
Oh, it was just a little sip. He'll be out for a few hours, but it won't kill him. You, on the other hand, will get one right between the eyes if you don't give me all your money. Now.
Fine, take it and get out of here.
Wise choice, friend.
Jake, can you hear me?
What happened?
Couldn't leave well enough alone, could you? Thanks to your stupidity, we got robbed. And you got poisoned.
He took all your money?
All except the crown stuck in my boot for emergencies.
Oh, hell. Ugh.
Sit tight. I'll fetch Nadine to have a look at you.
These look like the effects of arsenic poisoning. You said he had a small amount of the water?
Just a sip.
I can ease the discomfort, but he'll recover on his own with time.
You should save your medical supplies for emergencies. This will be a learning experience for Jake.
Are you sure?
Yeah.
Then help me get him back to the wagon. He needs to rest.
How's Jake doing?
I think he's past the worst of it. He should be fine by morning.
We should enjoy the peace and quiet while we can, then.
I'll save him a bowl of chili.
The chili's almost ready. Harley, can you come help me and Phil serve?
Sure thing.
Did what?
Just...
Well, what? Come on.
That was some mighty fine chili, Danny boy.
Glad you liked it.
I'd say it was the best damn chili I've ever tasted. You ever decide to give up gunslinging? Maybe you could open up a restaurant.
You really think so?
I'd be a regular.
Gosh, thank you.
It's a nice night.
Perfect for relaxing and enjoying the company of one's comrades. The best part of the day. I have always said that the battle is won or lost around the campfire the night before.
You look like you're enjoying yourself.
And why should I not be? We have fine weather, good food, good company. Are you not?
Well, sure. I mean, this is great and all, but...
Ah, I see. You are one of those people. In Spanish, we call them aguafiestas.
What's that mean?
Someone who does not know how to have fun.
If you'll excuse me, it's been a long day. I need to rest up for tomorrow's drive. Night all.
How are you doing, Nadine?
It's been quite a journey so far.
Never expected to find myself digging for ancient lizard bones in the desert.
In any case, I look forward to seeing what tomorrow will bring. I hate to leave such merry company, but... I'm suddenly feeling very sleepy. Please excuse me. I'll see you all in the morning.
Sleep tight, Miss Redbird.
Night.
So, Danny, where'd you learn to cook chili anyway?
I just sorta picked it up. Can't really remember where.
Hell of a day, huh, Jake?
I'll say. It's disheartening to know there's so many men out there hell-bent on bringing others to ruination. But at least we saw through his ruse.
It's as they say. There's a mark born every minute, one to trim 'em and one to knock 'em. Time for me to call it a night.
Night, Harley.
Buenas noches.
Sleep well.
We leave within the hour. Don't leave anything behind.
Morning, ladies. Sleep well?
Somehow, despite Phil snoring up a storm, sounded like he was right there in the tent with Nadine and me.
Feller works hard, plays hard, and sleeps hard. Nothing wrong with that.
Is Danny still sleeping?
Nah, he was up at the crack this morning and wandered off someplace.
Oh, you don't know where he went?
Now, this ain't unusual for him. Reckon he needs some alone time every so often, so I'll leave him to it.
He just wandered off by himself? Is he all right?
I'm sure he's fine, but just in case anything's amiss, why don't you go look for him while Miss Redbird and I pack up the tents? I'd ask Miss Johnson, but I don't want an earful.
All right, I'll go. Danny? You out here? Where in the ether could he have gone? No idea what these are, but they're pretty. The river's pretty calm here, but gets rougher downstream. The river's... Daisies, I think. Danny, there you are.
Oh, hi, Harley.
Didn't you hear me calling?
Oh, sorry. No. Sound of the river drowned it out, I guess.
Is everything all right with you?
Sure, I'm fine.
Come on, Danny, you can tell me.
It's just, I miss Petey, my friend. Today is 3 years since he died, so I just wanted to be alone with my thoughts.
Are we talking, natural death? What happened?
It's a long story.
Well, I'm not going anywhere.
I need to collect my thoughts first. Thinking about it always gets me tied up in knots. Because, well, I never got a chance to mourn properly. It all went down so fast. He was gone before I knew it. And I was starting over someplace new. I never got to say goodbye.
Well, here's a thought. How about we make a kind of memorial for your friend? Maybe you can say a few words or something? Might help.
It's a great idea.
We'll need something to serve as a marker.
What do you have in mind?
We could carve something on a tree trunk.
Isn't that for lovers or something? Not a memorial. Maybe a rock would work.
Let's see what we can find. Would this rock make a suitable marker?
No, it's not the right shape.
How about this rock here?
No, it's too big.
It's a spec... It's a spec... Will this make a good marker?
There's got to be a better one.
No idea what these are?
I'm not ready to go back.
Nothing but ashes and a few... See that rock in the river?
Oh yeah! It'd be perfect for a marker.
It's stuck in the riverbed.
You did it!
Where do you want it?
How about by that tree? That's good. Just need a couple more things.
Like what?
The stone isn't a marker until it's been marked, so we need some way to do that. And I'd like to put something nice on the memorial. People usually do flowers, right?
Suppose so.
Would you mind if I stayed here? I want to think about what to write.
Sure. I'll be back with the stuff once I've found it. A piece of petrified wood from the desert. An old Spanish doubloon. An ancient arrowhead. These flowers are... striking little purple flowers. Strike. Colorful? Hey.
Yes, Holly.
Could you...
Something we can use to some flowers?
Right. This should work to mark the stone. Here, you can mark the stone with this.
Yeah, this is great. Thanks, Holly.
Will these flowers do?
Well, they're nice, but I don't know that Petey would have cared for them.
How about
Hey, yeah. These are perfect. Petey loved blue.
Is that right?
Yeah, he had this ratty old blue shirt he always wore. It was falling apart. Smelled awful. But he insisted it was lucky. Made the rest of us wear something blue for luck.
Hence your vest.
Yeah.
That's everything, right?
I think so. Well, I haven't gotten the incense paper, so this will have to do. It means a lot. You taking the time to do this. I'm sure you had better ways to spend the morning.
Can't think of any. Would you mind telling me what happened to your friend?
Well, Petey and I left El Presidio along with 5 of our friends. We were looking for new lives out on the frontier. I told my parents we were pooling our money together to buy a farm, which was true. Except, we didn't actually have any money. Petey took charge and we all started off working odd jobs here and there. But he got impatient. He got it into his head that it would be easy money to rob a stagecoach. I didn't much care for the idea, but once Petey put his mind to something, there was no turning back. So the big day came, and things didn't go so well. Petey didn't make it. I was the only one who did.
I'm sorry.
Me too. I just wish I'd said something more. Push back harder on the whole idea. But honestly, talking about it helped. So, thanks, I guess. If you don't mind, I'd like to be alone for a bit.
Sure thing. See you back on the wagon. Hey, Danny.
Sure.
So did you get Petey's memorial sorted out?
Yeah, I think so. It was hard saying goodbye, but I needed to do it.
Goodbyes are just a part of life. People come and go. You get used to it.
Maybe.
Hey, Jake?
Yeah, Harley?
You think that charlatan at the spring learned his lesson?
I doubt he'll be trying that little scheme again anytime soon. Anytime.
Folks, we're making a brief stop. My legs could use a stretch.
Same here.
Now that is some truly impressive architecture.
Do you think so? Truly? That it does, impress?
I agree. It's got a certain kind of picturesque quality.
Are you the architect of this structure, sir?
I am indeed visionary, architect, and sole laborer. My name is Vilja Sirkas. What you see before you is a monument to love.
How do you mean?
This is my marriage proposal to my darling Marta. Every stone you see has been placed by my hand with utmost care. Soon it shall be completed, and my castle will have its queen.
Damn, feller. You're making the rest of us menfolk look bad.
I'm going into town to pick up a few things. I'll see y'all back on the wagon.
I'll come with you.
Not sure what's in them, but they look heavy. Suppose it gets the job done, eventually. I can't even begin to imagine how many stones it took to build that thing.
You know, I can't help but remember the time I made a grand declaration of love. Wasn't quite this elaborate, but it came close.
And what was the lucky lady's name?
Meredith. She was something real special. Shame it didn't work out between us. Hope things go better for this feller.
Madre mia. Never before have I seen such a romantic gesture. This Martha is a lucky woman.
Maybe.
If someone did such a thing for you, what would your response be?
Mostly, I'd be astonished. Nobody's ever done something like this for me, and I don't expect they ever will.
Oh, that is sad.
Just the way of things.
I really do admire this gentleman's dedication. It's rare to find someone so committed to anything.
Committed? Obsessed, I'd say.
Is it obsession to want to finish what you start? To build a home? To enjoy?
This is something else. This guy's a special shade of lunatic. Pardon me, Mr. Circus?
Yes, ma'am?
You've an interesting accent. Where do you come from?
I am from Lithuania. I came to Vespuccia to work on railroad and build bridges.
And how has this country treated you, compadre?
Very well. I have had many opportunities. The money I earned allowed me to build my dream.
There's plenty of ways to profess your love. Why a castle?
I am architect and engineer by trade. Building things is what I know, and my beloved Marta always loved castles. I thought this would be fitting. She will be so surprised when she sees it. I cannot wait to see her face.
I want to hear more about this Martha. How did you meet her?
Her father was chairman of rail company where I worked in Brampton. He introduced us.
And you started courting?
For a time, yes. Then my work brought me to Western Vespuccia, but we have corresponded. I send letter every month.
Hang on. When was the last time you saw Martha?
Just before I came here. 7 years.
You're telling me you haven't seen Martha in 7 years, and you've built her this castle hoping she'll marry you? What if she says no?
She will not refuse me. Not when she sees what I can give her. But perhaps you will see for yourself. I sent her telegram to invite her here, and she sent a response. Today, she will be here.
Is it your intention to actually live in this place?
Of course.
Wouldn't it help to have some doors?
All in due time. My dear Martha has delicate constitution. Desert heat will be good for her health.
Does she have problems with her breathing?
Yes, I believe so. Often when I would visit, her housemaid would say she was too ill to see anyone.
Now, I've heard that one before.
You said you built this all by yourself? How'd you manage that?
As I said, I am engineer by trade. There are plenty of stones all around. I simply gather and place them.
So have you been building this castle for 7 years, then?
About that long, yes. I began at once when I moved here, so that I could bring Marta here to live with me as soon as possible.
Caramba.
Great work takes time.
I'll just be off for now. Thanks for the talk.
Goodbye.
Harley, does it seem to you that something is not quite right about Mr. Circus' story?
I had that thought, yes.
I have a suspicion that the lady over there might have some clarification to offer.
Ma'am?
Yes?
Your name wouldn't happen to be Martha, would it?
Why, yes it is. Martha Ward. Do I know you?
No, but I've heard lots about you. Mr. Villia Circus told me all about you. I believe you know him?
Only too well, I'm afraid. I just want this unfortunate business concluded so I can go home to my husband.
Wait, you're married?
Quite happily, 6 years last June.
Santa Maria.
Does Mr. Circus know that?
No. That's why I'm here.
Is your husband aware that you've come here?
Oh, heavens, no. He'd be furious. I left him a note saying I was going to visit my sister. Naturally, he has no idea a circus even exists. But he's very protective.
Mr. Circus told me you've been corresponding all this time.
Is that what he said?
He claims to have sent you a letter every month.
And they've each gone straight into the fire. I would have thought he'd get the message after years with no reply. But he's left me no choice except to come here and spell it out for him.
Is the desert heat making you feel better?
I beg your pardon?
Mr. Circus said it might help your delicate constitution.
Yes, I suppose he would think that. You see, when I didn't wish to receive him, I would instruct my staff to make excuses. Say I wasn't feeling well, or away taking the water somewhere. It wasn't entirely forthright of me, I admit, but Circus was vexatiously persistent.
How did you and Mr. Circus meet?
He worked for my father's company. We were introduced at a Yuletide soiree. He was pleasant enough, but then he began calling on me at home. I didn't wish to encourage him, but he kept pursuing me anyway.
Did you ever actually tell Mr. Circus you weren't interested?
I gave him no favorable sign. Eventually, I stopped receiving him with my father's blessing. He imagined a better match for me than some associate engineer. Thankfully, Mr. Circus was reassigned to Western Vespuccia after a few months.
Enjoy your day, ma'am.
You as well. And if you see Mr. Circus again, please don't tell him I'm staying here. I'll go and speak with him when I'm ready.
Too bad we haven't got more time to spare. I could use a wash. Last Point Inn. Doesn't inspire much confidence, does it?
I cannot believe that fool spent all his time chasing a married woman. Has he no shame?
Just goes to show what one man can accomplish if he puts his mind to it. Damn impressive.
I have a nagging feeling that things will not end well for poor Mr. Circus.
I cannot believe that.
Pardon me, Mr. Circus?
Yes, ma'am?
Mr. Circus, there's something you should know about Martha.
What? What is it?
Well, it turns out she's married. Has been for 6 years.
What? How do you know this? Did you meet her?
Yes. She said she would come speak to you when she was ready.
Ah, this explains everything. Then I did not hear from her. I blamed this country's ineffectual postal service. But clearly this brute has kept her from writing. Or even hidden my letters from her.
No, you don't understand.
Oh, I understand. I understand very well. She would not have agreed to come if she did not want to escape unhappy marriage.
Ah, right. I'll just be off for now. Thanks for the talk.
Goodbye.
Ma'am?
Yes?
Mr. Circus seems convinced you're going to leave your husband for him.
And I'm sure Mr. Circus also believes pigs can fly.
How will you deal with him? He clearly won't take no for an answer.
I'll find a way. I'll just...
Martha!
Bronson, what are you doing here?
I'd ask you the same. Why did you lie to me?
Oh, Bronson, I didn't want to, but I had no choice. Things are just so complicated.
What in the ether does that mean? And who are these people?
Mr. Ward, I presume? The only thing that should concern you is that there's a crazy man looking to marry your wife.
What are you talking about?
Please, Bronson, I can explain everything.
Damn fine idea. Start by telling me what you're really doing here.
I came to deal with some personal business.
Personal business? What personal business could you have?
There's a reason it's personal. You don't need to know everything about your wife.
Like hell I don't. What business is this of yours, anyway?
Perhaps you should just tell him, Senora.
It's as the woman said. I have an unwanted suitor. I've come here to tell him to leave me alone once and for all.
You what? Where is he? I'll kill him.
No, you will not.
I will so. Tell me where to find the bastard.
Hey now, get that bee out of your bonnet.
I've had it up to here with your cheek. I don't need your help. I'll find him myself.
Bronson, come back here this instant. I can't believe you. You've no idea what my husband is capable of.
I do not think that went very well.
Scoundrel! Ruffian! I'll teach you to lust after another man's wife!
Ah, so you are the swine keeping Martha prisoner.
Why, you foreign bastard!
Whoa, easy, feller.
Bronson, have you gone mad?
You have until the count of 10 to get out of my sight, and out of our lives forever. Otherwise, I'll make sure you won't bother us again. 1.
Quit the theatrics, Mr. Ward. Leave that poor fool alone.
Shut up! This is my business!
Maybe so, but we aren't going to stand here and allow you to put this man's life in danger.
Bronson, put that gun away and stop acting like a fool.
I'm doing this for you, my sweet.
But I asked you not to, Sugar Plum.
You do well to listen to your wife, Mr. Ward.
This is, after all, her business, and not yours.
I'm her husband. Of course it's my business.
Mr. Ward, stay your hand. Don't do something you'll regret.
My only regret will be leaving this cat alive.
Mr. Circus, I think it's very clear that this isn't going your way. Just let her go. She's not worth your life.
Very well. Please, sir, I will not trouble you again.
Do I have your word? You will stay away from my wife and disappear from our lives for good?
You have my word.
Very good. Come, Martha. Let's get out of this cesspit.
A moment, please. I will be right behind you. I'm terribly sorry it all had to turn out this way, Vilius.
Why did you not tell me you no longer desired my affections?
I didn't know how.
Martha, I am here now. Tell me what you feel.
I feel nothing for you. I never did. I don't know why I never said anything. I think I was afraid of your reaction. But I hoped you would take my silence as a clear indication of my disinterest.
I cannot believe what I am hearing. I spent 7 years building this castle for you. All my money, everything I own was spent to fund the construction. And now, this.
You know, the pair of you make me sick.
I beg your pardon?
This poor dimwit wastes years of his life obsessing over a woman too lily-livered to tell him the truth. I'd say you deserve each other.
And here I thought you were on my side.
Harley is right. You each need to face your truths.
Disgraceful.
Perhaps I should have been bolder in speech and made my refusal more plain.
And I should have heard the words in your silence.
Please forgive me. And forget me.
I can promise the one, never the other. Goodbye, Martha.
Rough break, fella. But there's plenty of mares on the plain.
You speak of horses when I have been spurned by a goddess.
Now then, deifying was probably your first mistake.
What's going on here?
Oh, you missed a hell of a show.
You gonna be all right, Mr. Circus?
I will carry on.
What will you do with this castle?
It is the only home I have. I am not sure.
Why not take the opportunity to do some good? You could use this place to shelter the needy. Even make it an orphanage.
A place for the abandoned and bereft? Why not? It is that already.
We done here?
I believe so.
Good.
Phil?
Harley?
Now we've got some time. Care to tell me about how you came to Vespuccia?
I can appreciate your curiosity, although it is painful to relate. But you may as well know. I had assembled Lieutenant General de la Vega and several of my men in Jicotea, a small village on the Loyola River. We were preparing an operation to liberate the nearby town of Caballo Viejo. The Spanish army had it under occupation for some weeks, seeking intelligence on our movements. But before we could act, they struck without warning, and without mercy. They did not confine themselves to fighting armed revolutionary soldiers. Old men, women, children, all were valid targets in their eyes. All held collectively responsible for resisting imperial rule. Victory was out of the question. We were hopelessly outmatched. Many brave souls laid down their lives to allow innocents a chance for escape. As civilians fled the village, I led the retreat north with Lieutenant General de la Vega. We gathered what we could of our forces from other positions along the way. It was clear that the army would relentlessly target any village known to harbor revolutionary cells and administer the same treatment. I left Jicotea a smoking ruin. I could not allow that to happen again. Temporary exile was the only alternative.
Just how temporary has this exile been?
A little more than a month now. I find it not so easy to keep count of the days.
So, this revolution, what exactly is it you're fighting for?
What does any man who is oppressed fight for? Freedom. Simple as that. The imperial government has grown fat on the labor of the masses. They torture and imprison anyone who dares speak out against their abuses. My people and I are straining to throw off the yoke of colonialism.
We'll talk more later.
I look forward to it.
Hey, Nadine.
Hello, Harley. Something I'd like to ask you. You seem quite well traveled. What's it like in a big city?
Well, everywhere's different. I've never been to El Presidio before.
It's big, but from what I hear, not as crowded as cities back east.
Doubt it's anything you can't handle. Stick with us and you'll be fine.
That is something of a comfort.
Good book?
I'm not much of a literary critic, but it helps pass the time. Danny told me you're a writer. Have you published any books?
Me? No, books are way beyond my reach. I stick to articles and essays, and have trouble enough with those.
You shouldn't underestimate yourself. It wouldn't surprise me to see a book with your name on the cover someday.
Well, that's kind of you to say. Guess we'll see.
Leger, get up here a minute, would you?
What's going on?
I don't much care for the looks of that sky.
No? Looks fine to me.
Give it half an hour and it won't. There's a dust storm coming. We need to seek shelter fast.
We can't just stop and wait it out on the wagon?
Even secured, there's a chance it could blow over. I'm not risking it. There's a house up ahead a ways. We'll stop and see if we can shelter there.
All right. I'll let the others know. Lola wasn't kidding about the storm picking up. Is someone living here? That sky is bad news. Locked. Figures. Hello? Anybody home? No answer. There's got to be a way inside.
Was that you making all that racket?
Oh!
What in God's green earth are you doing out here in this squall, young lady?
My companions and I need a place to ride out the storm. We thought this house was abandoned.
Well, it's not, but how many are ye?
There's 6 of us. That's our wagon back there on the road.
Well then, go fetch 'em.
You're sure?
I won't have ye blow away on me porch. And you'll be keeping an old man company, so long as you're not bandits or thieves, are ye?
No, sir. We're fortune seekers. Of an honest sort.
Then we'll be getting along just fine. Now, get your folk in here quick, before we all get whisked to Kingdom Come.
Appreciate you letting us ride out the storm in here, sir. Mighty good of you.
Ah, of course. As I told your mate, I'm glad for the company. Welcome to me home. I'm Captain Philip Boylan.
Pleasure's all ours. I'm Jake Ackerman. And this is Miss Leger, Mr. Luo, Mr. Marquez, Ms. Redbird, and Miss Johnson.
Fine-looking crew, sure. And not to worry, there's plenty of space here. I've a spare room upstairs and a settee in the library.
So, Captain Boylan, would that be a sea captain?
Aye.
We're a long way from water. What brought you out here?
There'll be time for trading tales soon enough. For now, I'll be needing some assistance. I was about to start supper. Seeing as I'm setting extra places, I could use a couple more hands.
I'd be glad to help.
As would I.
Ah, grand.
Could you use another?
Sure. All right, shall we? The rest of ye, make yourselves at home. I'll sound the gong when supper's ready. Excellent work, galley crew. We'll be feasting within the hour.
You're fortunate to be so well provisioned. We recently visited a community that was having trouble with their crops, although Harley found a way to help.
So, Captain?
Aye?
When was the last time you entertained such a large party?
Oh, it's been ages. Trouble with getting older is, every year ye fewer friends to invite. Having ye all here is a real treat.
Captain, I was wondering...
Aye?
Where did you get that gong?
Oh, that were a gift from an old friend who spent a few years sailing out of Shanghai. Is that from whereabouts ye hail yourself, Mr. Luo?
Me? Oh, no. That is, my parents came over from China, though I'm not sure where exactly. They never talk much about it, but my brother and I were both born in El Presidio.
Ah.
So does that mean you speak the language?
Yes, although my parents wish I spoke it more.
That might come in useful in El Presidio.
Well, I'll try my best.
How come your parents didn't tell you where they came from?
They don't like talking about their old lives. I eventually gave up asking.
Such a shame. I never knew where my parents came from either.
Well, the important thing is, we're enjoying each other's company right here and now.
Right.
Well, this should be plenty, thank ye. Why not go rest up? I'll sound the gong when supper's ready.
That was lovely. What an interesting life he's led.
I bet he's got as many stories as Jake. Now, speaking of which, I better go find him.
I'm going to look in the library. See you at dinner.
That probably goes to a closet or a basement or something. If I had to guess, I'd say this came from someplace in Africa. A seaside landscape. I'm detecting a theme. Captain Boylan sure has gotten around. An impressive weapon.
It seems the good captain is an avid reader.
No kidding. That's a nice instrument.
Isn't she? Very finely crafted. I wonder how the captain came by her.
Nautical adventures, war stories, medieval romances, and frontier tales. These shelves are full of ship's logbooks. Captain Boylan had a long career. These classical dialogues, poetry, and natural philosophy. Some kind of navigational instrument. I'm no expert, but it looks old, foreign, and valuable. Such an intricate design.
Must have taken ages to carve.
A gentum jug.
Say that 5 times fast.
Atlases, travelogues, and naval histories. A gentum jug. A gentum, damn it. A gentum jug. A gentum, damn it. The label says Barbados rum. Locked. A plain old sea chest. I shouldn't be snooping around. The plaque says the Corunna. Oh, that's interesting. There's a little model sailor that looks kind of like Captain Boylan. The port of Gascon, if I'm not mistaken. Been years since I've seen it. Hey, I've seen this sort of thing before. I believe it's called scrimshaw. It's got an old sailing ship on it. It's been carved with a whale design. It's got a seabird on it. Someone carved a lighthouse onto this. It's been carved. It doesn't do much. This is the water closet. Miss Johnson, there you are.
Yep.
Hell of a place this guy's got, huh?
Did you need something from me?
No, just making conversation.
Right. Excuse me, won't you?
Finely carved. It's empty. I shouldn't be snooping. I can just make out the wagon through the dust. A musty-smelling mess of laundry. Captain Boylan was quite dashing in his youth. Wasted no time making yourself comfortable, I see.
My back's been acting up lately, you know? Truth is, it's been a while since I was out on the road like this, camping with only a bedroll every night. Guess I got used to inns and soft mattresses, and there's a decent bed in the show wagon. Now, it ain't like I've gone soft or nothing, you know, showing my old bones some love.
Nice to be able to freshen up. Ah. Nice to be... Functional little nightstand.
Hey now, don't go snooping around in there. We don't want to get on our host's bad side.
Evocative scene.
Don't stare at that painting too long or you'll get seasick.
Speaking from experience.
Let's just say I'm glad it's on the wall behind me.
Hey, Danny.
Hi, Harley. Do you mind if we talk later? I'm feeling a little white.
Sure, not a problem.
We can chat after supper.
I can't remember the last time this table was so full. How are ye finding the fare?
Not bad.
Most satisfactory.
The very soul of rustic simplicity. Quite simple and, unadorned.
You didn't exactly jump at the chance to prepare this meal, Jake.
You're absolutely right. I didn't mean anything by it, just commenting. In any case, it's been a real pleasure having a proper meal at a table.
Been roughing it then?
And how? A campfire don't compare to this.
Where are ye folks headed?
El Presidio.
Ah, I used to sail out of there.
Have you by chance heard of Dr. Bennett Clark?
I can't say the name rings a bell. Is he a friend of yours?
No, he's really of no relevance. Can't imagine why Miss Legere would bring him up. You said you sailed from El Presidio, Captain Boylan?
Aye, for many a year. I used to captain a whaler.
No kidding. You must have some stories.
A fair few. I could tell ye about the largest beast we ever snared. The one what took me leg.
Go on then, tell us.
It was back in 25. We was circling a lagoon off the coast of New Spain. We were on the point of giving up, when suddenly, a great monster breaches off the port bow. She was the biggest I'd ever seen. I shouted the order to launch the whaleboats in pursuit. Me men put all their backs and all their hearts into rowing, and soon we was on her. All around, the water was churning white with foam. The beast surfaced again so close, we nearly capsized, but the harpooner had steady legs. and a steadier aim on him, and he struck true. Then the battle began. Oh, how she thrashed and reared. Somehow, the rope got wrapped round me leg and pulled and tore almost clean through. I thought I was a goner for sure, but it wasn't over yet. At last, the beast tired out. We hauled her in just as it was getting dark. Cutting her up was no easy job. She was 50 foot if she was an inch. Got a good sum for all that oil and blubber. But it wasn't only the whale went under the knife that night. Doc cut me up too. Taking care of what little was left of me leg by that point. Saved me life.
Quite a tale.
That poor creature.
I doubt you'd feel that way if you met one yourself, missy.
How about we just finish our dinner? If anybody has an appetite left after that story.
Aye, fair enough. No, that was a fine meal. And a fine meal should be followed by some fine rum and conversation. Would ye care to join me in the library?
That sounds like a perfect way to pass the evening.
I'm going to retire. Sounds like the storm's died down, so I'm bunking in the wagon.
You sure that's a good idea, Miss Johnson?
I'm sure. See y'all bright and early.
Harley, a word?
What is it?
Captain Boylan's a friendly feller, but you were a mite loose-lipped at dinner, if I may say. We don't need every Tom, Dick, and Harry knowing about our search for Clark's money.
I only asked Boylan if he'd heard of Clark, not a word about the money.
Still, you're treading on thin ice. A more curious sort might start probing, and we don't need that.
Point taken.
Glad we're on the same page. Now let's go join the party.
Sure you won't have some rum, Miss Redbird?
I'm sure. Thank you.
And for you, Miss Leger.
Don't mind if I do.
A toast to new friends.
Cheers! Damn, where'd you say this stuff came from?
A gift from an old friend in Barbados. Best rum in the world, in my opinion. Got plenty more in me cellar. You're welcome to it. Now then, Mr. Marquez, I had a question for ye.
I may have an answer.
Am I mistaken, or are ye of the new Spanish persuasion?
I am, yes.
Ha ha! Grand! I'd like ye to have this. She belonged to an old friend of mine. New Spanish, like yourself. He used to play the most beautiful music. He left her to me when he died, but I always felt she should return to her proper home, as it were.
I'm honored.
Suppose I ought to have asked if you play.
In fact, I do. A little bit, anyway.
Go on, then. Give us a song.
Very well, but let me tune her first. That should do. Now, let's see if I remember.
Not bad. Not bad at all.
Miss Leger, you are a harsh critic. I thought it was real soulful, Phil.
I think this calls for another round.
Hear, hear.
It's been a grand evening. But this old salt needs his beauty sleep. Stay up late as he like. All I ask is he not disturb me in me quarters. I'm not a light sleeper, but I can be a right bastard when startled.
I promise we'll steer clear and tiptoe quieter than the angels. Good night, Captain.
See y'all in the morning.
Don't know about you folks, but I ain't ready to bed down just yet.
Yes, the night is still young.
Let's say we have a couple more rounds.
And the rum's all gone now.
Captain Boylan said he had more in the cellar.
I'll just go fetch a bottle or two.
Oh, bad news. Cellar's locked.
Oh, chingada.
Guess the party's over, then?
Not necessarily. Harley, would you be so kind as to apply your skills to our little problem?
Sure, I can get that door open. Trickier without lockpicks, but I'll improvise.
Atta girl. Let us know when you done it.
The label says locked. That won't get the door open. For an old sea captain, Boylan's got some rather modern conveniences. It's empty. The dinner gong. Can't imagine it gets much use. Full of matches. Don't mind if I do. I shouldn't be snooping around. This door goes into the captain's quarters. Well stocked, but not with anything I need. Captain Boylan keeps... Definitely not the one that got away. Wonder how Lola's doing out there. I can just hear Joni. Better not. Don't want to risk waking him. A set of keys. They're right over Captain Boylan's head. An old oak wardrobe. Better not. I'd better make sure to be quiet. I can just hear... The captain still has some old country pride. I'd better make...
Spear.
A set of...
Time's a wasting, Harley.
I don't know if this is a good idea.
Have you gotten that?
Please try not to...
Agentum jug. Agentum jug. Agentum, damn it. I believe these are the kind of matches. A piece of petrified... An old... That won't get the... I shouldn't be snooping. A musty I can just make out the... It's empty. I shouldn't be... The plaques... Oh, that's interesting. A ship and a... This is... Imagine bringing down a giant... Imagine... If I had... Captain... A sea... For an old... For an old... For an... I should... One of the doors is slightly open. I should... It's empty. For an old... Well, stop. I don't want... That won't help me. Better not. Don't... A painting of a harbor. I shouldn't be snooping. It doesn't do much. It's been caught. This is... Can't see much, just a musty sm... Captain Bo... A must... Nice to... The cellar. These shelves are full of ships. A bust of... A gentum jug. Such an...
Have you gotten that cellar door open yet?
Nautical adventure. A poker. This could be useful. Got him. Jake? Phil? I got it.
Nice work, Harley. Now let's go get that rum.
I cannot see a thing down here.
How about we light that wall lamp?
Much better.
Now, about that rum.
What was that?
Sounded like the captain's voice. Come on. You heard it too, huh?
Yes. It came from upstairs, I think.
It sounded like Captain Boylan, but aren't his quarters on this floor?
I thought the same.
Perhaps we should go see if he's all right.
Yep, you and Miss Redbird check the spare room. Danny and I'll check the bedroom. Harley, you look in the captain's quarters. We ain't got time to lose.
Odd. Captain Boylan's not here. Where could he have gone? An old oak wardrobe. Can't really see anything in here. Hang on. What's this? Well, I'll be damned. There's an old book in here. Better take it. There's not much in here. I guess Captain Boylan didn't care much for writing. Here's an interesting passage.
Fisher landed another whale today on his first shot. I asked him how he managed it. Turns out he's been tying his wife's kerchief to the harpoon handle. Swears it brings luck and improves his aim. Ah, to be young and in love.
Captain! You're still breathing, thank God. Hang on, I'll get help.
He appears to be fine physically, but he seems to be in some sort of trance.
A trance? How do you mean?
His eyes are open, but he's not really awake. He's gone within himself. I've seen people do this voluntarily, to meditate or relive certain memories, but Captain Boylan seems trapped.
Is there anything we can do?
I'm not entirely sure. Did he say anything when you found him, Harley?
Not a word.
I'm at a loss. Something brought this on, but what?
Could it have something to do with this room? If he went to the trouble of building a secret passage, it must have some significance to him.
That's a very good point. I would say this place is a sanctuary.
But from what? The man lives alone in the desert already. What's he need a secret sanctuary for?
Look, on the wall there.
It's a sketch of Captain Boylan with 5 other men. His crew, maybe? There's a signature. A. Kranich.
Kranich? God forgive me.
Captain? Can you hear me?
The doom? The doom!
What doom? What do you mean?
I came from nowhere. I ought to have taken heed. I ought to have let it take me.
Captain? Captain? He's unresponsive again.
Should I try repeating that name? See if he speaks again?
Perhaps not. Without knowing what's happening, we don't know how it would affect him.
I think I have an idea.
Yes?
That chair, the way it's positioned, facing that sketch, this room being hidden, I think something happened to those men. Something bad. And I think the captain blames himself for it. He probably comes in here to punish himself.
Oh, how you figure that?
Because, well, call it a hunch.
I don't know. Seems kind of far-fetched, don't it?
Not entirely. I've read some of the new theories about the study of the mind. A particularly traumatic event may have shaken Captain Boylan's sanity.
So, he has gone mad?
Yes, but he may not be beyond help. We could try to reach him. I could try a form of hypnosis.
Oh, sure. That's where you get him to cluck like a chicken, right?
Not at all. It means he would be calmed and put into a receptive state. Then we could speak directly with his unconscious mind. But to have the best chance, we would have to recreate the environment he's experiencing as accurately as possible.
Recreate the environment? Just how do you propose we do that?
We must each take on a role.
Oh, you mean like play acting?
Something like that. If we can each convincingly assume the identities of the men in that sketch, the captain may feel they are truly here with him. His fantasy will become clearer, and we'll be able to guide him through and out of it.
Sounds just crazy enough to work.
But we know nothing about these men, aside from what they look like.
Which means we need to find out more. The more details we have, the better.
Then let's put this show together. Harley, you're good at finding things. See if Captain Boylan had a diary or something.
All right, I'm on it.
What's this, a journal?
Captain Boylan's personal one.
I see. Well, I'll let you pore over it for any pertinent information.
There's not much in here's.
Ah.
The captain won't miss this for now. Such an spare linens, and an old sketch. A sketch of a ship, the Derwent. There's a note. Captain Boylan, looking forward to our first voyage together. Signed A. Cranach. Cranach? That's the same name on the sketch in the attic. So the Derwent must be the ship I'm looking for. A ship in a dense fog. There's an empty bottle and a note in here. Captain Boylan, I recommend taking 1 nitroglycerin tablet per day and avoiding overexcitement. Dr. Francois. I'll take this hat. Looks like a navigational chart. There's a path drawn around an island that says Detour. The name of the island's been crossed out. It's in surprisingly good shape. A bit tight. Another unlit lamp. There we are. An old navigational chart. Looks awfully familiar. These two charts show the same land masses. The island crossed out on my chart is called Hastram Scary. A crate chock full of rum bottles. Probably full of more rum. Enough rum to last a lifetime. Or an evening. Ah, here we are. The logbook for the Derwent. The Derwent sailed out of El Presidio in 1830. Listed crew is Captain Philip Boylan, First Mate Michael Benelli, Navigator Karenga Payo, Harpooner Jalal Fisher, Dr. Jonas Francois, Cook George O'Malley, and Alfred Cranach, profession unlisted. Nautical adventure. We were in the middle of the desert. The plaque says the Corunna. Oh, that's interesting. And that other one there looks like one of the men in the attic sketch. I need to figure out exactly who it is. That's Captain Boylan on the left. According to the ship's log, these other men are Harpooner Jalal Fisher, Cook George O'Malley, Dr. Jonas Francois, First Mate Michael Benelli and Navigator Karenga Payo. Storm seems to be passing.
Poor Captain Boylan.
I hope we're able to help the captain.
I found the ship's log for the crew in the sketch.
Nicely done. Let's have a look. Alright, so we've got a first mate, navigator, harpooner, doctor, cook, and artist. We can probably leave that last one out.
Okay, so Danny can be the cook, Nadine the doctor, Phil the harpooner, you can be the navigator, and I'll be the first mate.
Oh, don't you think I ought to be the first mate?
Does it really matter?
Reckon not. Right, now all we need are some props.
Props?
Sure, for authenticity. Have another look at the sketch. Each of the crewmen is either wearing or holding something unique.
Jake's right. If we each have the appropriate item, it will increase our chances of convincing the captain that we are his former crew. I'd also suggest trying to learn at least one person.
Okay.
Bring me any item.
And let me know when you're ready to begin the performance.
This is a lot to keep track of. I'd better make a list. That's Captain according... The captain's... Can't reach it from down here. I could reach it with the poker and knock it down, but it's liable to impale me. I'd better find a safer way. Classical diet. Atlases, travel, nautical adventure. These shelves are full of some kind of navigate. Agentum jug. Agentum. Such an... I'm no expert. The plaque said, oh, that looks like First Mate Benelli. They must have been shipmates. Evocative scene. Captain Boyle. This is... No rum in here. This crate's been empty. Boylan set up a sort of... That's Captain Boylan. According to the ship's log, a sketch of a ship. Captain... Here, this is the hat First Mate Benelli wore.
Perfect. I'll hang on to it. Found something we need?
Here's a harpoon for Mr. Fisher.
All right, this one's yours, Phil.
I do hope this works.
Thanks, but...
Oh, that won't help.
Thanks.
Looks like a sea bump. No mirror. Not much inside. Seems to be a recipe for sea biscuits. There's a note. Your favorites. Told you they were simple to make. Perhaps someday you can whip some up for me. It's initialed GOM. The dinner gong. A painting. The label. We're in the middle of. A bust of Captain. A seaside. The plaque says there's a little model sailor that. Captain Boylan. Evocative. Nice to. Well stocked. Captain Boy.
Seems like handy information.
There's gotta be something we can.
Is everything ready to keep in mind we'll likely only get one chance at this?
I'm still looking around.
All right, let me.
That's Captain Boylan on the left. According to the ship's log, these other men are harpooner Jalal Fisher, cook George O'Malley, a musty. Classical class atlases, atlas. Some kind of. I'm no agentum. Such an. Nautical. Nautical. These shell. These. That's Captain Boylan on the left. A spyglass for...
Great!
Captain Boylan.
Seems like... Hey!
I found this inkwell and quill. Should work for drawing O'Malley's tattoo on Danny.
Right. I'll hold on to this thing until it's time.
That's Captain Boylan.
I must admit, this is all very odd.
What's this, a journal?
Captain Boylan's personal one.
I see. Well, I'll... keep that handy.
There's not much in here. Here's an...
Fisher landed another whale today. Turns out he's been tying his wife's kerchief to the harpoon handle. Ah.
No mirror. Not much and seems to... There's a note. It's initial... It's not... A musty... Captain Boyle... This is... I'll put back the one I'm... I'll put... It's got an old... That's Captain Boylan on the left. According to the ship's log, these other men are harpooner Here's a carved whale tooth for Dr. Francois.
This one's you, Miss Redbird. Nice work, Harley. I think we got all the props we need.
Is everything ready to go? Keep in mind, we'll likely...
I think so. I've found everything I can.
Excellent. Let's gather everything together and get started. I'll begin. Then we can each say who we are. Captain Boylan, hear the voices of your former crew.
Me crew?
Go ahead, Harley. You start.
First Mate Michael Vanelli reporting for duty, Captain Boylan.
Michael, can it be?
Captain Boylan, it's Karenga Payo, your navigator.
Payo, you're alive?
Captain Boylan, it's me, George O'Malley. Supper is almost ready.
Ah, yes, I can smell it. Delicious.
Captain Boylan, I am Jalal Fisher, harpooner.
Of course, Fisher! I knew you'd made it.
And I am Dr. Jonas Francois.
Doc! Oh, Doc, how I've needed you. Me crew? Can it be?
Yes, Captain. We've come to speak with you.
But you're not some devils sent to trick me?
We are not, I assure you.
Prove it then, Benelli. If it's truly yourself, tell me the name of the ship we served on before the Derwent.
How could I forget the Corona?
Aye, an unforgettable ship she was. Ah, Michael. I don't know how it'd be possible, but it's good you're back. Payo!
Aye, Captain.
Remind me of the course correction ye made this morning?
We're going around Hostrom Skerry.
That's right. I remember now. Fine work, Payo. That'll surely save us some time. Fisher, have ye your harpoon at the ready?
Aye, sir.
And your aim will be true?
Yes, I have my wife's lucky kerchief tied to the handle.
Ah, good. Then our hunt is sure to succeed. O'Malley?
Sir?
I believe I know that delicious scent. But remind me what it is you're making.
Why, your favorite, of course. Sea biscuits.
As I suspected. I can hardly wait for a taste.
Captain, I recommend you take it easy.
Why is that, Dr. Francois?
I don't want you to put any stress on your heart. Have you been taking your nitroglycerin tablets?
I have. I think I have. I can't believe what I'm seeing and hearing, but y'all are really here. But how can this be? I saw y'all dragged under. I can't make sense of this.
Perhaps you still can. Tell us what you remember.
I 20 years ago, the Derwent left El Presidio on the hunt for whales. We'd been out for months, with almost naught to show for it. A wretched haul, wretched pay. Benelli came to me, saying the crew was getting agitated, yearning for home. Forgive me, Benelli. I ought to have listened to you. After the third time you tried to speak sense, I tossed you in the brig for insubordination. One more, I said. We'll not turn for home before we bring in one more whale. Hyo and Fisher, at least, were keen. I saw the signs, but didn't want to believe them. Didn't want to turn back. But there was a devil of a storm brewing, and he brought us down. Poor Benelli, locked in the brig, to drown like a rat. And the rest of ye didn't stand a chance once the ship turned over. Brave, brave Fisher. You saved me life, when it ought to have been me what went down with the Derwent. Ah, lads, that night's been eating away at me for 20 years. How I wish I could go back. How I wish I could make things right.
It's all right. We've come to tell you that we forgive you.
You do? But I be the reason you're all dead.
Did you cause the storm?
Of course I didn't, but if I'd listened and turned back, we'd never have been caught in it.
Suppose we had turned back and been boarded and murdered by pirates.
What's that got to do with anything?
Bad things happen. Most of them we can't control. You made a mistake, and it cost the lives of your friends. That doesn't make you a bad person. You were given a second chance. The important thing is to use it.
But how?
You already are. Not everyone would take in 5 strangers seeking shelter without question.
It won't ever stop hurting. But you can take the pain and turn it into something good.
I suppose you're right. I swear I'll do right by all of ye. Thank ye. You've given me a moment of peace. I hope to God you've found it as well. Oh, I am weary.
Think it worked?
I hope so. Come, we should get some sleep. And let's refrain from mentioning this to the captain in the morning.
Appreciate your hospitality, Captain.
Think nothing of it. I hope you all slept well.
Very much so. And yourself?
Best sleep I've had in years.
I'm glad to hear it.
Ye said you were headed to El Presidio?
That's right.
Then I wonder if I might trouble ye for a small favour. I've a letter needs delivering. Could I entrust it to ye?
Of course.
My thanks. I'd also like to leave ye with a couple of mementos for being so quick to volunteer and help out. Mr. Luo and Miss Redbird, please, take this bottle of Barbadian rum. Perhaps ye might split it between ye. Makes dull work go faster.
Oh, thanks. That's very kind.
And for you, Miss Leger, this tea caddy. I carved the inlay myself.
It's beautiful.
Best of luck on your journey. And if ye ever pass this way again, feel free to knock on me door.
Thanks, Captain, we will.
Our stay at Captain Boylan's farmhouse was anything but dull. I can't say for sure whether we truly helped him for good and all, but he seemed himself again when he saw us off this morning. I do believe he was truly lonely in his self-imposed exile and grateful for even the brief company we offered. After traveling half the day, we've stopped for a brief rest, and Nadine has asked me to accompany her on an excursion into the desert. For what purpose, I shall soon learn.
Thank you for accompanying me, Harley.
Not a problem. What are we doing, exactly?
Since we're passing through this area, I thought this would be the perfect chance to gather some medicinal herbs for my kit. There are a number of plants with useful properties that are likely to grow around here.
Okay. What are we looking for?
To start, we should find some gumweed. I already spotted some from the wagon earlier. You'll recognize it by the bright yellow flowers and serrated leaves. I'll search further this way. Call out when you've got some.
No flowers on... No flower. No flower. Nadine! I found some gumweed.
Excellent work, Harley. Now, I still have some more herbs on my list.
So, what's next?
Desert lavender, though I don't see any here. Let's keep going. There may be some up ahead.
White flowers with purple edges. Bright red flowers. There's a hole in that cactus. I can just make out the shape of an egg. Hey, look! Over there.
Oh dear. It's a coyote. He's sick.
Is that a badger?
Badgers and coyotes often hunt together. Clearly this badger is protecting his friend.
Is there anything we can do to help the coyote?
We can certainly try. I can't get close enough while the badger is here. They can be quite fierce. Perhaps we can lure it away somehow?
Yeah, maybe. I'll have a think. There's some tea in here. It's got a nice fruity aroma, kind of sweet. It's addressed to the Widow Bonelli. Hey, any interest in this? Guess not. Tiny white flowers. A dead branch. Orange flowers that... Striking little... Orange flower. Hey! Guess. Steady now. Got it. I hope the mother bird laid more than one egg. Here you go, you little mongrel. A nice egg to snack on.
Where did you find that egg?
In a cactus, just over there. There was a bird's nest inside.
Oh dear. I hope the mother bird will forgive you, but at least now I can examine the coyote. Aw, poor thing. 2 puncture wounds in his hind leg. This coyote was bitten by a snake.
Is there anything we can do?
Yes, but we'll need to be quick. I'll try to remove the venom and treat the wound. I think I saw some snake root nearby. It has clusters of white star-shaped flowers.
Okay. tiny white flowers. They look like trumpets. White flowers with purple edges. This one's got clusters of white. This bush has clusters of white. I managed to find some snake root.
And just in time, too. Relax, friend. This will help. There. I think you'll be all right.
Incredible. You're quite the healer.
I do what I can. We should head back to the wagon. We can gather a few more herbs on the way. Well, that was certainly an eventful excursion.
Sure was.
You know, it made me think of an old story about two other animal friends. I haven't thought about it in years, but it just came back to me.
Go on then, let's hear it.
Okay, but first...
What are you doing?
You'll see. Now then. A fox mother was carrying her kits to a new den, one by one, when suddenly a hunter leapt out and gave chase. The mother dropped the kit she was holding and ran off, leading the hunter into the woods. Mewling in confusion, the kit stumbled away and tumbled down a steep hill, landing in a stream at the bottom of a ravine. He blacked out. When the young fox woke alone on the bank of the stream, he started to yip and yowl. Nearby, a turtle poked her head out of her shell and peered at him. "What's all that noise?" she asked. "I'm alone and I don't know where my home is," Fox cried. "I don't see what's so bad about being alone," Turtle said. "And if you carried your home with you like I do, you'd always know where it is." "I'm hungry too," said Fox, just realizing his stomach was rumbling. "Hungry?" Turtle said. "How can you be hungry when the water is full of delicious larvae?" And with that, she gulped up a large mouthful. Fox tried to follow Turtle's example and ate some of the tiny larvae, but they weren't very tasty and didn't fill him up. Turtle began to slowly walk away downstream. Fox followed. Now, night was falling, and it was getting colder. "Is there room in your home for me?" Fox asked. "No," said Turtle. Fox whimpered and lay down in the mud, shivering. Turtle went inside her shell to sleep, but she couldn't forget the pitiful sight of the lost kit. "Poor Fox," Turtle sighed. "You can borrow my shell, just for a while. We'll take turns." Turtle took her shell off, and Fox tried to crawl inside. He could only fit halfway, and it felt like all his bones were breaking, but he was grateful. Just then, a huge owl, seeing Turtle lying there unprotected, seized her in its claws and was about to carry her away. Yipping furiously, Fox kicked the shell off and chased the mean old owl away. "That was close, thank you," Turtle said. She went back into her shell, and Fox lay beside her, keeping watch. After that, Fox and Turtle continued to travel together. Turtle discovered she could see farther and travel much faster by riding on Fox's head. She guided Fox to all the best spots for catching larvae and other tasty things, enough to fill both of their bellies. Fox found a curved piece of bark that fit him better than Turtle's too small shell. He carried it in his mouth during the day and slept under it at night, and Turtle had no fear of any predator. because Fox would bare his fangs and scare off anyone who threatened her. In this way, Turtle and Fox wandered from place to place until they had visited every part of the land, and both grew old and happy.
So the lonely turtle and lost fox ended up helping each other. Touching story.
Yes, I always thought so.
So where did you hear the story?
Actually, I read it in a book, Myths and Legends of the Native Vespuccians. Dr. Sedgwick bought it from a traveling bookseller. I think he was of two minds about giving it to me. On the one hand, I know he considered it frivolous heathen claptrap, but on the other hand, he thought it might be meaningful to me, having something connected to my origins. He was right. I cherished that book, devoured it. It was written by a white man who was supposed to have traveled all around the country collecting native folk tales. Sometimes I wonder if he ever left the publishing office in Bright Bay. Maybe he just made them all up. I preferred to believe that there was something authentic about them, though.
They're good stories, right? They spoke to you? That's all that really matters. I like to think that storytelling is universal. Tell a compelling yarn and anyone can enjoy it.
Maybe you're right. I just wish I had something that I knew was really from my own people.
Well, that's understandable. Anyhow, I liked the way you told it. It's your story now.
That's very kind of you to say. Thank you. Here, for you.
Oh, this is really well done. Thank you.
Shall we head back now?
Sure. Let's go. Hey, Jake?
Yeah, Harley?
Do you suppose Captain Boylan will be okay?
I think so. You did a good thing helping him. Of course, without all the proper atmosphere and props, I doubt it would have been half as effective.
I appreciate the chat.
Anytime, Harley.
Phil's music has livened up the journey some. Phil?
Harley?
How are you liking the guitar?
It is a fine instrument. I have not had the opportunity to play in some time.
Favor us with a performance soon?
The music of Vespuccia is not to my taste, but I will play for you some songs from my country. They warm the heart and stir the soul.
Can't wait. Do you think Captain Boylan will be all right?
I would like to think so. It takes great bravery to confront one's inner demons. I am glad we were able to help him do so.
We'll talk more later.
I look forward to it.
Hey, Legere, I need a word.
Yes?
There's a stopped wagon up ahead. Freighters from the look of. I'll pull over. Go see if they've got anything worthwhile for sale.
Will do. Those beasts look beat. Traveling old style. Not so many of these on the roads anymore. Excuse me, ma'am?
Oh, hello there. Where did you come from?
The wagon just down the road there. I was coming to see...
Hold up there, stranger.
Pa, what are you doing?
State your business. We do not want trouble.
Then I suggest you stop waving that thing at me.
Not waving. I am aiming, and I have a steady hand.
I will stop once I know your intentions.
I've been sent to inquire if you were traders. Thought we might do business.
Ah, well, there you are then. You can put the gun down, Pa. She's clearly not a highway woman.
No? You know how sneaky they are, Ma. And this road is infested with them.
You've had some trouble with bandits, then?
Not personally, thanks be to God. But we know the terrible tales.
And we take such warnings seriously. Very seriously.
Pa, please. If she did have any wicked intent, I'm sure she's given it up now that she sees how well protected we are. Please put the gun away, and let's talk like civilized Christian folk.
Very well. I swear, if you attempt anything...
She'll regret it sorely, I'm sure. There now. Well, you asked if we were traders, and indeed we are. We're bound for Rosewater to sell our stock. We were about to make camp for the evening, but we'd be glad to show you what we have, provided you can pay or trade.
My companions might like to take a look.
Well, we could display our wares before we make our camp. Or perhaps we could all camp together, make an evening of it. A chance to trade stories as well as wares.
Now, Ma, is that a good idea? Ria has been fussy all day.
It will be fine. She loves meeting new people.
We do not have extra food, so we cannot feed you.
That's all right. We have some. We can pool what we've got.
Very good. A potluck.
Great. I'll let my companions know to prepare for company. By the way, my name's Harley Leger.
Pleasure to make your acquaintance. We are the Fortine family. I'm Sarah Little Owl, and my husband is Carl. We've also got 3 children in the wagon. Beth, Bram, and baby Ria. You'll meet them later this evening.
I look forward to it.
What a nice evening. I'm so glad we did this. Seems Gegi's taken a shine to Miss Johnson.
She's a fine dog. With a little training, she'd be a fine trail companion.
Oh, I don't think we'll bother with all that.
Fair enough. If you'll excuse me, I'm going to the other fire.
Take Gegi along if you want.
All right. Come on, girl.
That was a good meal. Hey, Mrs. Fortine?
Yes, Miss Leger.
So, what's the trapper's life like?
It can be rough. We can go where we want.
It's not too dangerous.
The children are born to it, besides. Mainly deer.
I'm curious.
We both we courted for a while.
Love it.
It took a while to get to know him.
Are you from Western Vista?
No, I'm Cheyenne. We come from your friend, Miss Redbird.
I asked. We met her at an Otham village.
I see. Well, send her my...
You folks?
Several times, yes. Ever since they extended the rail line, we can go...
Have you had your...
Only a few days. We adopted Gegi.
How did you...
Oh, but Gegi is her way of saying doggy. We all thought it was adorable.
Your children seem very...
Beth is 14, Bram is 9, and Ria is...
I much prefer our means of... I much prefer...
Harley, come, join us.
No! Bad dog! Bram! Take this mutt back to the wagon. She has caused enough trouble for one night.
She's just a pup. You can't expect her to be a perfect angel without being trained to it.
Trained?
I would like to know how we will find the time for that. Honestly, I do not know what Sarah was thinking taking her in.
Here, Mr. Fortine, have some rum. I think it will do you some good.
I probably shouldn't, but why not?
How about that song you were gonna play us, Phil?
Ah, yes. This is a tune I have always enjoyed.
Good evening, Harley.
Hi, Nadine.
This is the Fortine's eldest daughter.
Good to meet you.
How do you...
That dog of yours.
Oh, do you think so? I'm not fond of dogs, but I worry when she gets too excited.
So?
Beth was just recounting her...
Hasn't been too eventful. Of course, we didn't get to see. He kept saying there were a bunch of hucksters and thieves looking to...
Sweet baby.
Yes, Ria's not like Bram at that age.
Mrs. Fortine told me to send you her way, Nadine. I think she wants to talk to you.
Oh, all right. Thanks.
I'll just leave you both.
Excuse me, but it's getting late.
Very well. It was nice talking to you, Beth.
And you.
Hey.
What do you...
I noticed you and the dog were getting on well.
She's sweet. This family don't appreciate what they've got. Not everybody's cut out for taking care of others.
Phil's not bad, is he?
I've certainly heard worse. Think I'll be retiring.
You're always the first one down. Be nice to have you stick around a while longer.
Think so, huh?
Sure. This is our chance to wind down. Enjoy each other's company some.
All right. Maybe just this once.
Not now, Harley.
Sorry, think...
Mr. Fort...
Yeah?
Just wanted to tell you.
Oh, I am...
How do you mean?
Most folk mispronounce my surname as Fortune. They're supposed to...
How did...
Oh, well, The other trappers treated her and her kin like the dirt. They decided we should... The fools I worked with did not look too favorable. We left town and moved...
I'd like...
Those apples did not... Bram's a great shot. I just hope that does not cause trouble.
Pardon my frankness, but I get the impression you don't much care for your dog.
It's not that I don't care for her. I do not believe we can care for her. We've already got 5 mouths to feed. One more won't help. Ma didn't even consult me before taking, but they should worry about taking.
If Gegi's a burden to you, we could take her off your hands.
You would do that?
Sure.
No, I couldn't. Ma would raise Cain, and the children would hate...
Your daughter told me she's not fond of dogs.
That's right. I wish I'd tell you what. We will...
Kind of hypnotic.
Miss Leger. Ma and I...
It pains me to admit it. Now, you're certain...
I think...
Then we'll let you have her...
Oh, I didn't think you were going to charge me.
It's only fair. After all, we paid 8 crowns for her. So really...
Here you are.
Thanks very much. Brom!
Say goodbye to Geggy Bram, and you won't be sneezing anymore.
Congratulations, Miss
Who's a good girl? Okay, go play over there now.
We should probably call it a night, don't you think, Paul?
Yes, we are.
It was a love.
Likewise.
And
Bravo, Phil.
Gracias. Let us keep the evening going, shall we?
You two make a fine pair.
I'm glad you managed to convince those folks to give her up. They seem nice enough, but I don't think they were right for her. For one thing, what kind of a name is Geggy?
I take it you're calling her something else?
Yep, her name's Lisa Lou now.
Good choice. She looks like a Lisa Lou.
I'm glad you think so.
Got any more songs?
In fact, I do. I always found this one rather beautiful. Dime que me haré, sin tu amor, flor silvestre. Si los días no me pertenecen, desde que crucé tu jardín. Si tu aroma mi alma carece, pierdo el deseo de vivir. Y cuando volveré, a mis brazos tenerte. Si estando libre tú eres feliz, cuando nadie tu paso detiene, la distancia no se compadece de estos ojos que sufren por ti. Y vivo la ilusión de que un día regreses. Entre abrazos y caricias confieses que no hay vida sin mí. Y dime qué me haré sin tu amor, flor silvestre. Si los días no me pertenecen, desde que crucé tu jardín. Si tu aroma mi alma carece, pierdo el deseo de vivir.
Goodness, that was certainly...
Are you crying?
Of course not. Just got a cinder in my eye.
Hey, you don't need to be shy about it. Nothing wrong with showing your feelings.
You're right. Damn fine song, Phil. Thanks for sharing it with us.
My pleasure.
Hey, Danny.
I really enjoyed meeting the Fortines. It's nice to see a family all that time on the road. It can be easy. I think maybe I'll ride my parents next chance I get.
I'm feeling a mite queasy, so if you folks don't mind.
Atta girl. Hey Nadine, how's it going?
That was very kind of you. Miss Johnson certainly seems to have taken a shot. She almost...
Time for me to call it a night.
Good night, Harley.
Buenas noches.
Sleep well.
Night, Leger.
Phil?
Harley?
Meeting those...
Are you a...
What? No.
Aha.
I can always go in for some good...
Anyway, yes. I am glad we... Especially the father. Seeing him loosen up.
We'll talk.
I look...
Hey Nadine.
Hello, Harley.
Your lesson on herbs?
Of course.
Did you get a chance?
I did.
What did she...
Oh, she was just curious about my background. It was a nice...
Before time?
It was incredible to see such a strong family bond.
The wagon is slowing down again.
See anything out there, Danny?
Yeah, this is a small building.
Let's go take a look.
Oh, thank God you're here. I was starting to think no one would ever turn up.
What's the matter?
The post office has been overrun.
Let me guess. Rats?
Rats? Rats would be welcome friends compared to the evil in there.
Evil? What evil?
The deceiver. The father of lies.
You're saying the devil is in your post office?
Yes, just like in that story. He lives in there.
Wonderful. Another maniac. Frontier's lousy with them.
Then again, maybe not.
Wait, what are you doing? Don't go in there. He'll devour your soul.
Excuse me?
Just stay away from there, please. Wait, don't go. Just...
Hey.
Yeah?
Do you believe this?
I don't doubt he believes it.
Phil?
Harley?
What do you...
If it is, I am not going to be the one to find out.
Hey.
Yes, hon.
Any thoughts on...
Whatever it is, I don't think it's the devil, though.
Hey. What do you think?
Not the devil, that's for sure.
Nadine?
Yes?
What's your...
I'm not obviously. I believe the explanation will be...
What's this jug for?
It's my supply of drinking water.
Wanted, Gina Fuller, the demon. Wonder if Mr. Postman isn't just susceptible to the power of suggestion.
Wait, don't...
Excuse...
Just... Yes?
Aren't we pretty far from civilization? Why have a post office here?
Oh, not at all. We're just outside the delivery area for Shivering Pines. 10 homesteads within a 2-mile radius. Anyhow, it mostly serves as a transfer and rest station for carriers like me. But next time they ask me to take this route, I'll tell them to go to hell. 'Cause that's where they sent me.
I'd like you to tell me exactly what led up to your current predicament, and give me every detail.
Very well. I arrived last night with a load of mail from Bly, up north. passed the night here and spent the morning sorting and tidying, getting ready to continue on to the next station in Wolf Spring. About midday, I stepped outside to ready my horse, and I heard the most awful noises coming from inside. Sheila heard them too, and bolted off like a shot, saving her own skin. I can hardly blame her. When I looked in, I beheld a most dreadful scene. Blood everywhere, sounds of snarling and crunching bones, and his horrid shadow on the wall, huge and horned. I ran out here to pray for help, and ain't moved since.
What was that you said before about a story? That this was just like in some story?
Of course. You must know the famous short story by H.W. Montesquieu. The Devil Lives in the Post Office. A most chilling tale. Of course, I used to think it was just one of Mr. Montesquieu's celebrated flights of imagination. But now, I suspect he must have known something the rest of us didn't.
Big fan of horror fiction, are you?
Well, you know. No more than anyone else, I suppose. Just something to while away the long hours on the road.
Isn't life horrific enough all on its own without thinking up new, imaginary ways for things to be awful?
Ah, but the devil is very real, miss. He'd only like you to think otherwise.
What makes you think it's the devil and not something else?
What else could it possibly be?
I can think of a few possibilities.
Go and have a look for yourself, then. You'll not doubt once you see it with your own eyes.
Keep calm.
God be...
What in the ether? Gruesome. I hope that's not human blood. This lantern seems to be what's casting that shadow. Glad it's not my job to... This devil lives in every post office. Whoa, that's close enough. Nadine?
Yes?
Don't suppose you've got any
help with what?
Good point. That's not going. What in the... This lantern... Glad it's not my... Gruesome. I hope... Phil?
Harley?
Are you... Can't... What's...
It's my...
Hey.
Yeah?
Got any...
Aside from my... Well, I got my pocket mirror, but I don't...
I'll take that mirror.
Okay.
Hey.
What do you...
Do you...
I might.
Hey.
Yes, hon.
Would you happen to have...
Just my pistol. They could be of use.
How about that? Seems our devil is just a hungry wildcat. Got some good news for you.
Oh?
It's not the devil in there, it's a wildcat.
I knew it.
Jumped in through the window, looks like. Right now, he's having a fine time feasting on a fresh rabbit.
Oh. Are you certain? The The devil takes many forms.
I'd stake my life on it.
So what do we do about it?
I'm open to suggestions.
Easiest thing to do would be to scare it off. I could fire a warning shot. That ought to spook it.
I'm not sure. It seems dangerous. I don't think I could lasso it safely.
I do have some firecrackers the trapper's son gave me. I could scare it off with those.
The poor creature's probably frightened to death.
It sure didn't seem that way.
Animals often act vicious to mask their fear.
Not that different to humans.
True enough.
Nothing to say. Hey.
Yeah?
All right. I think you've got the right idea.
Right? It worked! Just saw the critter leap through the window.
What about that other noise? Damn it! The wildcat must have knocked over that oil lamp when it took off out of here.
Well, we'd better do something quick before this place goes up in flames.
Someone give me a hand with this? That was a close one.
You're telling me.
What? What happened?
The inside of the office got a little singed, but we managed to put out the fire.
Oh, thank the Lord.
Funny, didn't see him in there with the bucket. Guess we should head back.
God bless you folks.
Hey.
Yes, Holly.
You're right. That creature's dangerous. We need to be rid of it so it doesn't hurt anyone. You can't lasso it, so that just leaves one option.
You want me to shoot it?
Yes. It's hiding behind the desk, so it'll be tricky. But if anyone can hit him, it's you.
Okay. Give me a minute. I got it!
Nice work, Danny.
You killed it?
We had to do something.
Surely you could have found another way.
I was just trying to help.
I know, Danny. But an innocent creature has... Excuse me.
Nadine, wait.
It's okay, Danny. You did good.
No, she's right. I shouldn't have killed it. But I guess there's no...
Hey now, let's not bring the mood down.
And you've got my... God bless.
Guess we should... Nothing to say. Phil?
Hardly.
Let's see if you can spook.
It will. Anda! Success! The beast jumped out the window.
What about that other... Damn it! The wild...
Santa Maria! This is not good. We need to do something, and fast.
Someone give me... That was a close one.
Yes, A bit too close.
What?
The inside of the office?
Oh.
Funny, didn't... Guess we should...
God bless.
Nothing to say. Hey.
Yeah. Anytime.
How about a few hands of poker, boys?
Sounds good to me. What do you think?
I don't have anything.
We don't need to play for money. What?
Let's do it. Hell of a game, boys.
Huh. There's a lady running toward the road. What the heck is she doing?
Madre de Dios!
I'd better see what's going on. What is it? Bandits? Highwaymen?
Worse. Performers.
Good day to you, travelers.
What's so good about it then? And what are you thinking? Running out in front of the wagon like that?
I apologize for the theatrics. I fear it's in my nature.
She really just ran out in the road?
Like a deer. She's lucky I keep the brakes in good condition.
Are you looking to get hit or something?
No, of course not. I suppose I'm, well, desperate.
That much is clear. You running away or something?
Heavens no, I could never do that. I'm the impresario of this theater troupe. Name's Kate Hatomi. Our show opens next week, and I'd be fibbing if I said it was going well.
So I'm guessing you want us to help you in some way?
Ah, very astute. All I ask is an hour of your time. We've been rehearsing this play for so long. We're all too close to the material. We need fresh eyes and unbiased opinions. If you could but watch our rehearsal and share your honest, unvarnished impressions, you would be doing us a good turn. The performance will be gratis, of course.
Sounds like you're asking us to be consultants. Is this a paid gig?
I'm afraid our budget would not stretch to permit that, but I could offer you free tickets to see the production when it officially premieres, as well as my most sincere gratitude.
What do you think, Miss Johnson?
I think it sounds like an excellent chance to get a few winks. I'll park just over there. Y'all have fun.
Ladies and gentlemen, on behalf of myself and all the Queen's Mid-Atlantic players, welcome! This is a peek behind the curtain, if you will, at a work in progress. I thank you most humbly for your indulgence, and warmly invite you to share your impressions following the rehearsal. And now, please enjoy the show. Once upon a time, in a faraway land, there lived a beautiful and charming princess.
Oh, I love my land. The people are kind, the water fresh, and the days are sunny and bright.
The princess was loved and admired by everyone in the land, except one. An evil wizard coveted the kingdom and kidnapped the princess, intending to marry her and gain the throne. To ensure she could not escape, he summoned a terrifying dragon to guard her. However, all was not lost. For a young hero rose to the challenge.
I shall battle the dragon and save the princess. That is, if my dear mother lets me. I said, if my mother lets me, of course.
Faye, that's your cue. Faye? is Faye?
I don't know. Last I saw her, she was in her tent.
Oh, for crying out loud! I'm sorry, folks. I don't know what I was thinking. It's clear we won't be getting anywhere with this rehearsal. You can change out of your costume now, Dwayne. We're done here. Martina? Quentin? Same goes for you.
But I spent hours on my makeup.
And I spent months on this show! Look where that's gotten us! Everything I do to keep all this together, and you lot can't even turn up on stage now and then to hit a mark and say a few lines! Off with you, I need to think. I really must apologize for wasting your time. I knew the show needed some work. I didn't realize it wasn't fit to perform.
There must be some way we can help with the show.
You took the words right out of my mouth.
Are you sure? Much as it pains me, I can't honestly say we aren't in need of help.
Certainly.
Well, I'm curious to hear your suggestions. But right now, we need to find out what's wrong with Faye. Your doctor friend went to examine her, but I think she's just having one of her tantrums. You know how actors can be. Or perhaps you don't. In which case, consider yourself lucky. I'm going back to the stage. Come see me if you have any ideas.
So, any ideas?
Perhaps. Excuse me. I'm going to have another look at the stage.
Danny and I are gonna go talk to the two fellers playing the wizard and hero. I think you should help Miss Redbird see to that Faye woman. Anyhow, we'll see if we can't get this show in halfway decent shape. Come on, Danny boy.
Someone kept a copy of a local newspaper. A cylindrograph. It's for playing music on wax cylinders. Hello, Miss Martina, was it?
Yeah, Martina Holder. I am sorry we could not finish the show for you.
No worries. My companions and I are trying to help your director make it better.
Ah, good. We do need the help.
I'd like to know about...
They are fine people. Mr. Ellis always has stories, and he's also a very fine actor. Dwayne is very nice, but he's also very shy. I have always thought it is funny that an actor is so shy. And Mrs. Davies is like a mother to me. She cares for us very... although she does nag a lot.
When did...
Oh, about... Then my English was not so good, so I didn't... But I am getting more and more lines.
What were you doing?
I was living in Bright Bay. One evening, the artist I modeled for took me to the theater to one of... Afterward, he told me he was leaving to go to work for a new patron in Italy.
So he took you out to lessen the blow?
Not... It turned out he knew Miss Hatomi. He took me backstage after the show, and I was shaking. I cannot even remember what I said. I had never asked. But fortunately for me, Miss Hatomi, otherwise, I would have been out on the street.
Goodbye, Miss Holder.
Lovely to be speaking.
Oh, another visitor.
Harley Legere.
Faye Davies. I don't expect it's a name you've heard. And as I was explaining to your friend here, not a name I expect you'll hear very much in the future.
Mrs. Davies, I would advise moderation in regards to that brandy.
Dear girl, I understand you like to dabble in medical matters. Let me assure you that this is the only medicine that works for me.
Mrs. Davies seems quite fond of this stuff. A few books and a collection of wax cylinders in that box. Let's see. A few books. A poster for some show I've never heard of called The Dissembling Mechanism. Apparently it opened on New Year's Day. Hey, Nadine.
Hello.
Did you examine?
I did.
And what's your medical opinion?
I couldn't find anything wrong with her physically. At least nothing that an excess of brandy wouldn't explain. But she's in no state of mind to be performing.
I don't believe one needs to be a medical professional to draw that conclusion, my dear.
What's your opinion?
Yes, please tell it.
I didn't quite understand it, actually. Perhaps it would make more sense if we had seen the whole thing.
Dear girl, I truly doubt that would have made much of a difference.
I'll see you later. Mrs. Davies.
What?
Why weren't you on
something? Exactly what aspect of my...
What's got you...
I'm about to lose my place here. I'm simply overcome with the sheer injustice of it all.
You think you're being dismissed?
Oh, it's a long, long story. Kate has been tightening the belt lately. But even so, all of us have taken quite deep cuts to our usual allowance. It still doesn't seem to be enough. Naturally, I, being the most recent, if you ask me. I know for a fact that our run in Bois de Quivo is quite... And yet apparently our financial future, it's all more than a tad.
So you suspect Miss Hitomi is...
We've all suspected it for some time. Everyone else knows I'll be the first to go.
You've accused?
Of course not. But you can bet I would.
If you were like...
Oh, God, please don't...
It's a serious question.
I don't know. Will they really just let me go?
There now. I'm sure there's a solution. How long?
Oh, not long at all.
What did you...
I was with another outfit based on 15 years we were together. When I got too old to play the princesses and heroines, he always made sure I had. 16 months ago, he passed away. So were we all. And the others couldn't imagine going on without him. Just like that, everything was gone.
So,
Oh, the traveling theater. We all know one another. Kate heard what happened. We corresponded for a while. If quite simply, she took pity on me.
What dream?
I traveled to Folset. First, I became his...
What can you...
Oh, such... Martine, Dwayne is a good boy. And dear Quint. Although he can get quite...
I'll just... Not terrible as far as props go. Phil?
Harley?
What was your...
It was, however, with some...
All right. Miss it...
Yeah?
When did you put...
As it exists now, that's when Quentin and I...
What were you doing?
I spent some time in London, until I met...
Have you performed your...
Me? Well, since Paris. Quentin and I used to do...
No fool.
It was a very long time.
I want to...
Oh, they all have, but I don't hold with talking about people behind... Why don't you get...
What do you...
God, we're... Faye's in a black mood. Quentin thinks his character lacks depth. Martina's unintelligible. And Dwayne's swordplay doesn't even rise to the level of farce. And naturally, theater's all about imagination. But with the quality of our set and props, I fear we are asking... I'm this close.
What's wrong?
Not a thing! Everyone loves to hate the evil, but Quentin thinks the role lacks depth. That his talents as an actor, and they are considerable, are going to waste. And yes, perhaps he has a point, but for God's sake, this is not the Royal Arcadium! We perform. There are no small roles, only small-minded, puffed-up thespians who suppose that entertaining the common man is somehow beneath them. I love Quentin, really I do, but I've had it up to here with his carping and grousing. He doesn't listen to me, but you're welcome to...
What's the problem?
Weren't you listening? She doesn't so much say her lines as chew on them and cough them out. She's a sweet girl, and her physical performance... I'm loath to cut her part or take away the few, but unless she finds some way to magically rid herself of that blasted Teutonic accent...
You don't think this...
Setting aside that our prop swords are as likely to crumble to bits or give the players paper cuts, it's just not very... Dwayne either needs to get more adept at hand... Thank God this play doesn't... But it does need a big climax where the heroes...
What can...
The best thing we've got is the drag... Your friend over there said he might have an idea...
I had a chat with Mrs. Davies.
What?
Are you saying...
Of course not! What a ridiculous notion!
So long...
Take...
The desk is covered in paper. What a mess. Othello, Carondelet, Dissembling, Delphi. Wonder what that means. It's a poster for a musical show called Carondelet. Must be one of Miss Hit. A poster for the mystery. All sorts of costumes. A pair of leather. These might... All sorts of... The actor's life doesn't... What a Othello, Carondelet. Miss Holder?
Yeah?
Do you suspect that Miss
What? I never. Mr. Who has told you this? Was it...
Well...
I think that of all...
Goodbye.
Love.
A cylindrical... That thing's been through the ringer a few times. Hey!
Yes, huh?
You fellas talking?
Dwayne's showing me his stunt swordplay. He's supposed to battle the drag. I've tried giving him a few points.
What did you...
If one of Jake's shows went that way, I'd be looking for another job.
Talk to you later.
See you!
Hey there!
Oh, hello.
What are you doing?
Practicing. I didn't get to do my big fight scene with the dragon.
That sword seems...
Yeah, the balance on this thing is terrible, and I'm always afraid of breaking it. I never liked working with prop weapons. But as long as we're doing...
How do you feel?
I'd be happier doing any kind. But how am I supposed to box?
With style and panache. And I have a feeling you'd look...
You don't think the audience...
It's your job to make them believe...
I don't know.
I used to do some boxing back in the day.
Heck, sure, why not? But I'd rather not do it bare knuckle.
Right. How did you...
Oh, I snuck out of the house to see the show. So, after they packed up for the night, that was when Mr. Ellis spoke up for me. Now, Katie, my dear, you would be a...
How did you know...
I always liked listening to other people. Used to practice in front of a mirror and try... Ma didn't like that.
What were you...
Working on my... It was a rough life. No glamour, no opportunity. And my father was... very strict. All he wanted was for me to marry our neighbor's daughter. Eventually, I realized, so I left.
What do you...
Some days I hate them. Most, we're Mr. Ellis and Miss Hitomi. Dear boy, you must make more time for yourself. Oh, leave the boy alone, Quentin. And Miss Davies, are you comfortable?
So that would make Martine... Are you
With all due respect.
say you're good?
Oh, thank. Used to get me in a lot of trouble back home.
I've heard a rumor that Miss Hitomi.
Oh, sure. Miss Hitomi takes good care of us.
Thanks.
Thanks, man.
Ah, one of your companions.
This is Harley Leger.
You don't say.
I was a fighter. Not.
My dear, if an audience paid money I'm Quentin Ellis.
Likewise. Hey.
Yeah?
You seem quite.
Sure. The old Quentin and I have been you ought to stick around and...
How did you.
Well, there's definitely room for improvement.
I'll just be. Could I have a.
Of.
Just how long.
Why, since that is to say, Kate and we met in Paris.
What did you do?
I was classically trained at the York. I performed all. When I met Katie, my performance as Othello received.
What drew.
What drew you?
Money. Found out my tolerance for pain.
I see. For me, it was love of the art.
Paris.
Though we found welcome from a public risk. Nothing like the audience. Dusty farmers and
I'd like to know.
Fishing for nasty gossip, are we? Unless you have a couple of glasses and a bottle or two of very good liquor stashed somewhere. Truly, they are good people. Granted, we have our... It's true that none of them have my training and decades of stage experience.
Miss Hitomi said something about.
Oh, don't get me. The evil wizard is a stock villain, paper thin. He wants to rule the king. But why? What motivates? Drama comes from a rich depth of character. I need something I can work with.
What if Jake and I came.
Do you think?
Sure. Harley's got the gift of writing.
Very well. I must. Why does the wizard.
He doesn't want to rule.
Yeah, in his mind, he's the real hero.
Oh. All right, but why does he kill?
He's actually keeping her safe.
Unexpected. And how does the dragon fit into all this?
The wizard wants to tame the dragon.
I see. Yes, the wizard is human, like any of us. He strives to do the right thing, however that appears to... This, I
think nothing. I heard a rumor that...
Poppycock! I'll bet Faye put... I have known Katie longer than any...
Is it true you...
Why, yeah, funny, Katie and I briefly tried our hand at... But in the end, it wasn't our true métier. Too much meticulous plan. No emotional... Now Katie uses the...
Appreciate
the pleasure...
Mr. Ellis seems... Lots of notes and That is quite... Quentin Ellis is... Suppose being an actor... I found some boxing gloves.
Oh, sure.
Danny?
Sure.
First, your stance is all wrong. Stagger your feet, 1 foot in front. Good. Now, show me what you can do. Not bad. Try not to let your elbow flare out, Dwayne. I think you boys are getting the hang of it. He's busy right now. Keep at it. I'll leave her be for now. Mrs. Day.
What is...
I spoke with Miss...
Well, of course. All seems well and good. The trapdoor.
So you don't...
I don't trust.
I'll just...
Unhand.
A few books.
We used this music for Dwayne's character in our last show.
I take it he was the hero in that one too?
Yeah, that is right. He's...
I don't want to be juggling these.
This was the music we used for Miss...
What character?
A train robber. This one. This was the first song I learned in English, you know.
You don't say. How does it go?
All of the little maidens go strolling along. All of the little boys come to sing them a song. All of the little children start dancing in line. And all of them have such a wonderful time. All have a wonderful time.
Interesting. Her accent all but disappears when she sings.
Oh, I do not like this one.
It is rather grim.
Nein, Miss Atomi says...
Miss Holder?
Yeah?
I must say, you've... I couldn't help but notice how clearly you're...
Yeah, you're not... I cannot explain it.
Say, rather than speaking your...
Sings them? But would it...
Strange. Haven't you ever heard of opera?
But if only I am singing.
It's a little unorthodox, sure. Being expressive. I think it will really... It'll be like your character is too pure to just say words.
Yeah, very well.
Goodbye.
Lovely.
Phil?
Harley?
Had any...
Yes, this dragon head is amusing.
You want to make it...
Ah, indeed.
Definitely.
I can rig it up quite easily. If you can find me some high-proof...
All right. I'll leave her alone. I'd best leave... Nothing to say. That is... Mr. Ellis seems... He's busy. I've got... If my eyes don't deceive me, just need to figure out... No way I can... I'll leave her alone. He's busy. I've got... He's busy. Keep at it. That thing's been... What? Othello, Caron... It's got a nice leftover tea from the... Nothing to... I'd best leave... A few books. Mrs. Davy.
Please, I have... Please. Ah, yes, Martine loves those.
I'm not sure.
Ja.
It's got a...
Was ist das? I am afraid I...
My dear, I have no interest.
I'm not sure.
Thanks.
I've got... Lots of notes and... He's busy.
I haven't seen this many trinkets.
It's addressed to the Widow Bonelli. It's a beautiful wooden box.
I haven't...
No mistaking. He's busy. An ancient arrowhead. all sorts of all sorts of I'll leave her be. Nothing to say. Mrs. D. Apparently it opened.
Was ist da? I am a...
I make it my custom not to. I haven't got time. I haven't got time to be admiring your things.
Not terrible as. I bet Jake wishes his show's backdrop was. Keep at it. traveling. A brass button. Mr. Ellis said this was Miss Hitomi's. Maybe these buttons. A brass button. The desk. What? Othello, Carondelet, Dissembling, Delphi. Wonder what that means. A poster for The Mystery at Delphi. Opened on November 6th. It's a poster for a musical show called Carondelet. It opened on June 2nd. What a mess. Othello, Carondelet, Dissembling, Delphi. Wonder what a poster for The Mystery. A poster for some. Apparently, it opened on New Year's Day. Quentin Ellis is Othello. Hot damn! Quite a bit of cash in here. So Miss Hitomi is skimming off the profits? Perhaps that book might. Seems to be some. I'd better take a look. Huh. It seems Miss Hitomi's keeping the extra money to invest in the show. She calls it a rainy day fund, and she has a separate space for emergency salary reserve. So Mrs. Davies was wrong. I found this ledger in Miss Hitomi's.
So I was right. This is exactly the proof I was looking for.
It's not quite what you think. Look at the entries.
Rainy day fund. She isn't keeping this for herself.
She's setting it aside to help you all.
Oh dear, how embarrassing.
We all make mistakes. So now that you know your position.
Yes, thank you for clearing.
I don't think she'll be neat. Here.
Yes, excuse me.
Miss Hitomi?
Yes?
I think you can try a sec.
Really?
Positive.
Once upon a time,
How I love my land. The people are kind, the water fresh.
the princess was loved and admired. An evil wizard coveted the kingdom.
Hark! You may think me evil.
To ensure she could not escape. However, for a young hero rose to the challenge.
I shall battle the dragon and save the princess. That is, if my dear mother lets me.
My dearest boy, proud as I...
Fear not, mother.
And so the brave lad...
Foul!
With the dragon defeated...
Curses!
Oh, my...
Ah! Your heart...
Yes, yes, gladly will I marry you.
And they lived. Well, at least we made it through to the end that time. Your fixes made a big difference. Quentin has offered to do some rewrites.
Glad to be.
I'm curious to know how it all turns out.
Gladly. We should be on our way.
True enough.
Thank you.
We did what we could for Miss Hitomi and her folk. In the end, they formed a strange kind of family. We've kept on going too. The oppressive, arid heat is beginning to give way to fresh breezes and forested slopes as we leave the desert scrub behind and cross into the mountains. Onward and upward. Phil?
Hardly.
How do you think?
I believe it has a chance to succeed. If nothing else, the new pyrotechnic.
We'll talk more later.
I look forward.
Hey,
Yeah?
in your professional opinion,
Oh, sure. If it ain't a hit, I'll eat my hat. Anytime.
We're slowing down again.
Do my eyes deceive me?
What is it?
That establishment by the roadside. It is flying the flag of New Spain. Come, Harley. Let us have a look inside. Ándale. Now we are talking. Come, let us have a drink, Harley.
Sure. Be right there. Must have been a spill at this table. Looks like he's already had too much. Yuck. Looks like it hasn't been cleaned in months.
Tell me, Harley, have you ever had real tequila?
You mean the stuff you put in Danny's chili?
No. That was mezcal. I am talking about the stuff made from blue agave. Bartender, 2 shots of your finest tequila, if you please. To what shall we toast?
Let's raise a glass to our newfound friendship.
Now you're talking. Salud. What do you think?
I thought tequila was supposed to burn like hell.
Only the inferior kind. Good tequila is smooth as water. I like this place. Reminds me of home.
You must really miss it, huh?
It is a wound in my heart. But I cannot go home until I know I am not leading my men into a massacre at the border. Until I have more recruits and sufficient supplies and equipment, my only option is to stay here and plan. Yet, every moment I remain in exile, the corpse of the revolution rots.
Instead of lamenting your exile, why not do something about it from here?
Like what?
Send word to the people back in New Spain? Publish a manifesto? Something is better than nothing.
I am a fighter, not a writer.
That's what I once thought, too.
All well and good, but I am not like you. For me, the sword is mightier than the pen. Shall we have another?
Absolutely.
Bartender, 2 more, please. This time, I have something. To the success of the new Spanish Revolution. ¡Viva la Revolución de Nueva España! Salud!
La Revolución. General Márquez.
Hernández.
Friend of yours?
Friend? That man is a traitor. Traidor! Toma!
Hey!
After him. Do not let that snake escape.
Hey, that kind of looks like Phil. Gives the patrons something to look at, besides each other's ugly mugs. Surprisingly well stocked for such a remote place. Phil?
Over here. He cannot have gone far. There is no way out of here, but it is too dark to see back there.
Who is that? And what's happening right now?
No time to explain. We need to find Hernandez quickly. That traitorous bastard is hiding in the dark like the rat he is. We must flush him out so he cannot take us by surprise.
I'll see what I can do. A wooden pole. Oof! It's heavier than it looks. That would be far more effective. It's just an old rag. Smells of alcohol. I can't light the lantern with it. There. That should help. Did you check among these crates?
Yes, he's not back there.
Lots of barrels behind an iron gate. If only this lamp were brighter. That's better.
The blood trail ends here. He's either in that back room or behind those crates. You take one, I will take the other.
There's a 50% chance he's
No, wait!
Wait for what? This man is a traitor, pure and simple. And there is only one way to deal with traitors.
Por favor, no me mates. Te lo ruego. Tengo familia.
What's he saying?
He's begging for his life. Says he has a family. Clearly a lie, or he would be with them instead of face down in his drink. No me mientas, bastardo.
I'm not lying, I swear.
Oh, so you finally learned some English, did you? What other tricks have you learned since you deserted, I wonder?
Come on, Phil. Is the gun necessary? He's unarmed.
Oh, you do not know this man. He's likely to have something up his sleeve.
You're right. I don't know him. So why not fill me in?
Fine. Hernandez was one of the revolution's best defenders. I thought he was loyal.
I was. I am.
But he was among the first to flee when the Spanish army came to Jicotea.
No, I can explain.
So can I. You chose to run like a coward instead of staying and fighting like a man. It takes a low sword to abandon someone who is counting on you. You said so yourself, Harley.
That's true, but everyone deserves a chance to tell their side of the story.
I do not understand. When Stokes left us to the Autumn, you weren't interested in hearing his explanation. You even agreed with me that he was a no-good deserter. Yet now, you're willing to listen to this traitor?
That was different. It was plain to see that Stokes was a bastard.
So the difference is that you were there to see it for yourself.
Well,
What you are saying is you do not believe me.
I never said that.
Stokes was practically a stranger, with no allegiance of loyalty. Hernandez was a brother in arms. So yes, it is different. His betrayal is far, far worse. Why is my word not enough for you to accept that?
Fine. So you're just going to kill him?
No, I am not just going to kill him. I am bringing a traitor to justice.
General, please. We were outnumbered 10 to 1. It was hopeless. I have a family who needs me. What was I meant to do?
You were meant to fight for your freedom. For your family's freedom. To die for it if necessary. Do you know how many of your brothers gave their lives so you could run off and make merry in some Alpine cantina?
As many as gave their lives so you could do the same.
What? How dare you?
I heard about the massacre at Jicotea. And yet, I see you standing here before me. Did you stand and fight? Did you die gloriously for freedom? No, you ran, just as I did. Because there was no victory possible. The only difference is that you justified your cowardice by calling it a retreat.
You know, he's not completely wrong.
I did not run away. I assessed the situation and made strategic decisions. That is what a general does. If our front line had not broken and scattered before the enemy, more lives might have been saved in an orderly retreat. But I preserved what forces I could to fight another day. I wept for every man, woman, and child who died at Jicotea. I should have died alongside them.
And so did I. I ran to Vespuccia, just like you. Because New Spain is no place now for revolutionaries. Was I a coward? Yes. And I cannot escape that shame. If you feel you must execute me for that, then so be it. But a traitor? Never. I love my country, and my heart still beats for her freedom. I will gladly return to fight for it, if you will have me back.
Ay, Hernandez. Why do you do this to me? I never doubted your loyalty until you broke. But now, what would you do if you were in my position, Harley?
Have some mercy. He may not have been a great soldier, but that doesn't mean his life is without value. Seems to me your government would like nothing better than to have one less rebel in the world. Why give them the satisfaction? Let him go be with his family. After all, isn't that what you're really fighting for?
I am sorry, Harley, but I cannot. His treason cannot go unpunished. Let him be an example to others whose faith would falter.
No! No!
It had to be done.
We should leave, quickly.
You will get no objections from me. Vamos.
Why don't you go on ahead? I'd like a minute to collect my thoughts.
Very well. Aha!
Phil! What?
Clear. No, Oh, what other?
I feel like I'm
The story is this man. No. Cállate, cabrón.
Look, I helped you find the man at...
Hernandez. No. You.
That's true.
I do not. When Stoke, you even agreed. Yet now.
You can damn well bet I'd demand an explanation from Stokes if I ever saw him again, but I'm pretty sure I'll never get that chance. You've got it now. Don't squander it.
There is some truth to what you say. Rare is the opportunity to confront those who have wronged us. But I don't care to listen to his excuses. His actions told me enough.
So you're just going to kill him?
No.
General, please, well,
You were... Do you...
as me, I heard. Did you stand there? No, you ran. Just the only...
You know.
But I...
And so that I was... If you... But I love... I
never... What would you...
One moment of weakness shouldn't define your whole life. We're all better than who we are on our worst day. Seems to me your government would like nothing better than to have one less rebel in the world. Why give them the satisfaction? Give him a chance to redeem himself. Let him rejoin the fight.
I am sorry, Harley, but his treason can...
No!
It had...
We should leave. Why don't you...
Very...
Oh, good, you're back. We're low on food. If we want to eat tonight, we'll need to hunt for more. I'll let y'all decide what we're after. Round here, the fishing's pretty good, and there's plenty of rabbits and pheasants. Personally, I'd suggest rabbits. Easiest to catch and prepare.
I wouldn't be opposed to some pheasant. Danny makes a mean stew.
Yeah, that sounds good.
What kind of fish are common around here?
Mostly salmon.
Ah, then fishing gets my vote.
Yes, I vote fishing as well.
And you, Leger?
I think pheasant sounds great.
Then it's decided. The three of you who wanted pheasant, take the rifles in the wagon and get hunting. Rest of us will start making camp.
I'm thinking this'll be a good place to hunt. You all right handling that thing, Harley?
I'll be okay, but what about Danny? You haven't got a rifle.
Don't need one. My pistols will do the job just fine.
Let's get to it. Okay, everybody ready? Time to shoot us some supper.
Got it!
We'll be eating good tonight. Hot damn! We'll We'll be eating good. Yeah!
What a haul! We'll be eating like kings tonight.
What was that?
Oh, shit.
Holy...
Whoa. What do we do?
Keep your heads. No sudden moves.
I think it wants our birds.
Let's back away slowly. I think that's what you're supposed to do with bears.
Sure. But I've got a clean shot.
I'm backing away some more.
Okay. Nice and slow.
Damn it! Run! Well, I admit that could have gone better.
But at least we're still alive.
True enough. Given the choice between skipping supper and becoming supper, I'll take the former. Come on, let's go tell the others.
Hope there was enough for everybody. I tried to make as much stew as I could.
Don't fret, Danny boy. A small taste's better than none at all. Sure hope that bear appreciates what we gave it.
We also have some spare jerky the Fortines left us, if anyone wants more.
Don't know if I'm quite that hungry, Miss Redbird. So, I've been meaning to ask, what's everybody planning on doing with their share of Clark's stash?
Jake, is that something we should really be talking about?
Look, I ain't deaf. I've known about your little treasure hunt for a while. Far as I'm concerned, that's your business, and I want no part of it. You paid me to get you to El Presidio, and that's what I'm doing.
Does that mean you're not planning to stay with us once we arrive in El Presidio?
That depends on whether you want to keep paying me to ferry you around.
We'll cross that bridge when we come to it. Anyhow, the question stands.
I think I'd like to buy a new pair of six-shooters. Maybe a horse. It'd be nice to travel the countryside, too.
Have we not been doing that?
Well, sure, but I meant for pleasure. What about you, Phil?
My share will go to the revolution, of course. I do not know how much it will help at this point, but I must do something for my people.
That's good of you, Phil. I think I'd like to open my own clinic.
Dr. Redbird, eh?
Well, no, I can't practice as a doctor without a medical license. But I could continue as an herbalist, or maybe a midwife.
So get your medical license. You're already worth 10 of those frontier quacks out there. They're all practicing with some scrap of parchment they paid some fancy school for. You could just write in for one. You'd never have to attend a class or show your face.
Perhaps that's something to consider. You sure you aren't interested in joining us, Miss Johnson? The extra money could let you stay in one place for a while.
An interesting thought. But I don't mind moving around, at least until I find something worth staying put for.
What about you, Harley?
I see no reason to quit what I've started doing. I'll rent a room someplace and keep writing.
Back in Rosewater?
Maybe. Maybe someplace else. We'll have to see what El Presidio's like. And you, Jake?
Oh, you know, I haven't really thought about it.
But you asked the question.
Sure, but 'cause I was curious about you folks. Truth be told, I ain't in much of a hurry for this trip to end.
Well, that's awful sweet.
I'll lay off, will ya? All right, folks, I'm turning in. See y'all in the morning.
are you feeling, Phil?
Oh, well, I have had much to think about of late. The incident with Hernandez has left me uneasy. Perhaps I was too rash in dealing with him. The penalty for treason has always been death, but perhaps I should have spared him. And what of the revolution? Or the mystery of the fort's Aurum shipments? I have yet to hear from Lieutenant General de la Vega regarding either. So many questions and so few answers.
Sounds like you really do have a lot on your mind.
Indeed. Would you like to join me in a toast to the fallen?
Gladly.
A los caídos. Salud.
Salud.
I believe I will retire for the evening. Good night to you all.
Doing all right, Danny?
I think so, yeah. That bear was something, huh?
I'll say. Shame we couldn't bring back those birds. But in a way, it was all worth it to see Big Bad Jake running like the rest of us.
I guess it was. I'm feeling pretty tired. Think I'll hit the hay.
Glad to see you and Lisa Lou getting along so well.
She's a great pup. Suddenly the road feels a little less lonely. Ain't that right, girl?
You okay, Nadine? You seem lost in thought.
Oh, I was just contemplating what Miss Johnson said about me getting a license. I never really thought about it before. On one hand, it's exciting to think about all the possibilities, but it's also just as terrifying to consider the unknown.
Well, I think Miss Johnson has a point. You should try for your license. Anyway, isn't considering the unknown all part of being a doctor?
That's an interesting way of looking at it. I'll give it some more thought. It seems I'm sleepier than I thought.
Fair enough.
Good night, Har.
Looks like you and I are the last ones standing for a change.
Imagine that. You going to bed?
Guess so. You?
Not just yet. Time to get in my nightly walk.
All right. Enjoy yourself. See you in the morning.
Good night, Leger. Come on, girl.
Morning. We ready to head out?
We should be once Lola returns. She said she was going to go scout down the road a ways.
That was a while ago. Maybe we should go check on her.
I'll go look for her.
You sure?
Yeah. Be back in no time. The breakfast fire's still going. Everything all right?
Oh, yeah. Just some damn vandals making trouble.
Vandals? I don't follow.
Just have a look. Somebody's desecrated this traveler's shrine.
What's a traveler's shrine?
A custom of the road. Folks set 'em up for lots of reasons. Some think they bring luck. Others use them to pray to St. Christopher. Sometimes they have gifts or supplies you can use, provided you leave something for the next traveler.
What kind of person would mess with something meant to help people?
Plenty of folk in my experience. Sorry way of the world. We gotta fix this. Whoever did this probably just scattered everything around. We can search the area for what's missing.
What exactly are we looking for?
Well, the icon of St. Christopher for one. See all that writing on the boulder next to the shrine? There was probably something people used to make those marks, but that's also gone. And the offering box is empty, so we should put something in before we go.
All right, let's get to work. Someone left some oranges, but they've gone moldy. Looks like this is where the writing tool is supposed to go. That must be where the supplies go. A makeshift alcove. Fine place for an icon. It's covered in writing. Mostly place names, but a few messages here and there. What's all this writing mean?
Folk usually write the name of their destination on a nearby surface.
This bottle's still intact. Interesting looking mushrooms.
Very interesting, especially if you want to poison somebody.
There's a big hole in that tree. What's this? Looks like I found St. Christopher.
Good.
There's a big hole. What do you suppose filled this log?
Probably a storm. No claw or teeth marks.
Nothing inside but dead leaves and insects. Hey, a piece of chalk. Hey. What is St. Christopher the saint of?
Travelers, I guess. Also looks out for athletes and people with toothaches.
Next time I'm on my way to get a tooth pulled after a rough boxing match, I'll keep him in mind. What sort of things do people usually leave as offerings?
Some useful supplies to help the next traveler in need. Ideally, something that won't attract animals, so not food. I'd suggest drinking water or candles or something along those lines.
We haven't had much chance to speak one-on-one.
This ain't the time. Let's focus on...
We should...
Hope you ain't thinking of drinking that.
Something wrong?
That water's stagnant. Unless you want to be running out both ends, you better boil it first.
I'm heading back to camp for a spill.
All right, then.
This shouldn't take long. There, nice and clean. There you are, St. Christopher. Back where you belong. There. Now the next thirsty traveler can have some clean drinking water. Right? I think that's everything.
Not quite.
You're going to write something?
Yep.
right, El Presidio? How come?
That's where I'm taking you, but it's not where I'm going. I'm asking for safe passage to wherever I end up.
And where's that?
Damned if I know. Right now, the only way I'm going is forward. We all got our paths in this life. I'm just trying to forge mine.
I get what you're saying. Not having anything to tie you down is nice, in a way.
Speaking from experience?
You could say that. I've never put down deep roots. I'd only been in Rosewater a day before we started this trip. Before that, I lived in Pierre a few years after moving from Rampton. But I grew up in New Britannia.
Lamplight City? So you're one of them tough gals, huh?
Well, there was a time I boxed under the name Spitfire Harley.
No kidding. Guess that explains a few things. We should head back to camp and get a move on. Sun's already higher than I'd like.
After you, Miss Johnson. Phil?
Harley?
What were the odds we'd run into one of your former soldiers?
Not very good for him. Please, let us not discuss it further.
We'll talk more later.
I look...
Hey, Nadine.
Hello, Harley.
Think Miss Ato... How have you been liking our journey so far?
I feel as though I've seen and done more.
We're slowing down.
Oh, good. I was thinking we were about due for a stop.
I could use a walk.
Me too. Let's go have a look around.
Engine's running hot. I'm giving it a rest. We set off again in half an hour.
I'm going to see what's happening over at that shack. You want to come, Jake?
Oh, you go on, Danny. I wanted to have a word with Miss Johnson.
Oh, okay.
I will accompany you.
As will I.
Harley?
Go on. I'll be along in a minute. They're having a private...
Sorry, mon cher. It seems fortune was not on your side.
Oh, shoot.
Lady Tichet, mind reader. Take the challenge. Right. It's a small wooden box with an ornately carved design on the side. What are you up to, Nadine?
I've just been observing that woman. She doesn't seem trustworthy.
What have you observed, exactly?
The way she moves. It's very practical. I would pay close attention to her motions if I were you.
What's going on?
Poor Danny seems... But it serves him right for listening to a swindler.
Hey, why so glum?
She cleaned me out. And after I was doing so well. There must be some trick. I just wish I could figure out what it is.
How did she...
I don't know. I was picking the right cards. Next thing I knew, she was guessing everything right, and I was out of the few crowns I had.
Hi there.
Bonjour. Welcome. I am Lady Tichet. Are you interested in taking my little challenge?
So what's the challenge exactly?
But it is quite simple. I bet you 1 crown I can read your mind.
Okay. How does it work?
I shall lay 9 cards out on the table, then avert my gaze. You pick one of the cards, then place the rest into the box over there. Once that is done, I will tell you which card you are holding. If I am wrong, which I sometimes am,
Let's be honest here. You aren't really a mind reader. What's the trick?
No trick, madame. I have been blessed with a gift.
Oh, yeah? Then what number am I thinking of right now?
Those without the sight are so quick to mock and doubt. If you wish to see my gift in action...
Right. I want to see this.
One cra- All done?
Yep.
All right. Give me one moment. I sense that you have drawn the ship.
Ha! You're wrong.
Impossible. I see. How about we try again, but 2 crowns to start, 4 for you.
The odds seem good. Ready.
Let me see. I sense that you have drawn the ship.
Wrong again.
Merde! You have an unusually powerful mind. Will you indulge me in trying?
Prepare to lose.
You have your card?
Yep.
I sense that you have drawn the stone.
Damn!
Oh, I am so...
It's a small wooden... There doesn't seem to be anything out of the ordinary about it. Wait a minute. From this angle, I can see the tabletop reflected in the glass. So that's how she does it. Hello again.
Hello.
You can drop the act, sister. I know you're cheating.
That is a very serious accusation. You may think you have discovered some chicanery. The truth is...
How about...
Très bien.
Damn!
Once again, I...
I'm
May...
Hey, I can see my... He's still upset. What's going...
Poor butt.
What's going on?
But...
I would keep my eye...
Hi there.
Are you in...
So what? Okay.
I shall... You pick one if I enter.
Let's... Oh.
If you...
I'm leaving.
May...
Hey. Hello again. Right.
All done?
Yep.
All right. I...
Ha!
Impossible. How about we two cards?
Nah.
Suit yourself. Here are your winnings. Let me know if you wish.
How about...
Très bien. I see the candle.
Damn!
Oh dear.
I'm leaving. What's going?
But,
What's going?
but,
Hey. Hi there.
Hi.
So,
You.
let's. Right.
Hold on. The ship. Empress. How about you?
The odd. Ready.
Let ice the key.
Wrong.
Merde. Will you indulge?
Nah.
Suit yourself. You're your. Let me know if you wish. May
Lady Tichet always seems to look towards this lamp, but I can't really see anything in it from this angle.
Wait a minute. From this angle, I can see the tabletop reflected in the glass. So that's how she does it.
Hello again.
Hello.
You can drop the act.
That you may think you have discovered the truth is. May
I would keep my eye on.
Hey. I know how that fraud is guessing everything correctly.
Really? How?
She can see the cards reflected in that lamp when she turns away.
Of course!
So what do we do now?
Let's beat her at her own game. Shoot out the lamp.
Ah, I get it. Okay, sure.
Just what in the ether do you think you're doing?
The jig is up, Lady Tichet. You're not gonna scam anyone ever again.
Oh, I beg to differ.
Híjole.
Now here's what's gonna happen. You're all gonna turn around and leave, nice and quiet like. I ever see any of you around here again, you get shot on sight. Do I make myself clear?
All due respect, we've got you outnumbered and outgunned. You're in no position to negotiate. We'll go, but first you're giving us our money back.
Fine. Take it.
Pleasure doing business. Come on, let's get back to the wagon. Hey, Jake?
Yeah,
Hell of a...
sure has. Anytime.
Hey, Danny.
Sure.
Think miss it.
Sure.
Then...
I'll say. Jake and I travel around.
Leger, get up here, would you?
What's the matter?
Bridge is out. We'll need to take the detour north through the mountains.
It looks as though the collapse happened recently.
Hey, you there. What happened to the bridge?
Just fell down the other day, damnedest thing. Heard a big boom, and next thing I know, no bridge. You know, if I was you, I'd just turn right back around.
Oh, yeah? What's wrong with the detour?
That road's haunted or cursed or something. Nobody who goes that way ever comes back.
You can't be serious.
That's what the last person who came through here said. And wouldn't you know it, I ain't seen him since.
The bridge mysteriously collapses and you just happen to come along and warn people about a haunted road? Seems to me you know more than you're letting on.
Oh, I'm just trying to be helpful.
Look, if folks take that road and never come back, It means they made it where they were going. Now, if everyone who went that way did come back, then you'd know there was something wrong.
Huh. Never thought of it that way.
If you'll excuse us, we've wasted enough time.
We appreciate your warning nonetheless.
What was that all about?
The bridge over the canyon's collapsed, so we're taking a detour through the mountains.
Who was the old guy?
Just some nut. Tried to convince us the road was cursed.
You really do meet all kinds out here, huh?
We seem to be blessed in that regard.
Santa Maria!
What the hell was that?
Are you okay, Harley?
Yeah, I'm fine. We'd better go see what happened.
How bad is it?
Bad. One of the front wheels caught a big hole in the road. Front axle's completely split. It's gonna take some time to fix. I suggest y'all find a good camping spot. We might be here a couple days.
Well, this is just fantastic.
A broken axle is fixable. We can deal with this.
Yes, and if we lose a day, we lose a day.
Hey, folks!
Hold it there. Who the hell are you?
Easy now. I mean you no harm. My name is Jerome Hawkins. I come from the settlement just up the mountain. I saw your predicament. Came down to see if we could lend a hand.
Awfully convenient, isn't it? We get warned about this road, and sure enough, we break down on it. And then a friendly stranger just happens by to help.
The Lord works in mysterious ways, ma'am. I can assure you there is no conspiracy here, only charitable concern.
Glad to hear it. It's always been my policy not to look a gift horse in the mouth.
I can repair the axle. I just need time.
Oh, nonsense. We'll send somebody down to see to your wagon. In the meantime, I invite you to come up and be our guest for supper. We can offer you a safe and comfortable place to rest tonight.
Much appreciated, Mr. Hawkins.
Wonderful. Follow me then.
Greetings, friends. I hope you're well.
I might shaken up, but tolerable well otherwise.
I can only imagine. Brother Jerome said it looked like your wagon was in bad shape.
Nothing that can't be fixed.
Of course. But in the meantime, I invite you to stay with us here in New Bethel. I'm Joanna Taggart. On behalf of the brothers and sisters of the Second Dawn, I bid you welcome.
Thank you, Mrs. Taggart.
Please, call me Sister Joanna.
Are you a religious sister then, Sister Joanna?
We are all brothers and sisters in God here, none placed above any other, although I do provide spiritual counsel to the community here. We can get further acquainted tonight. We're preparing a welcoming feast in your honor. You may wander freely as you please, but as this is a place of peace, we ask only that you relinquish any weapons you carry. Brother Jerome will store them safely for you. Sister Bridget, could you please show our guests around and get them settled?
Yes, Sister Joanna.
I look forward to seeing you all at the feast. Brothers and sisters of the Second Dawn, may I introduce our honored guests. At this table, we have Miss Harley Legere and Mr. Jake Ackerman. With the Rangers, Mr. Danny Lowe and Mr. Phil Marquez. And with Sister Bridget, Miss Lola Johnson and Miss Nadine Redbird. Please join me now in prayer. O Lord, we give thanks for sending these fine people here for safety in their time of need, and for this food prepared by loving hands. We give thanks to you for blessing New Bethel by raising it up on this mountain, above the troubles of the world below. For as we know from Psalms, the mountains will bring peace to the people, and the little. As we partake of this food, we pray for health. This we ask in the name. Amen.
Amen.
And now let us feast.
The sun rising from behind a mountain.
I truly hope you're enjoying.
I am.
Allow me to present my husband, Captain Perry Cloud Smith.
Good to meet you.
Likewise.
I am so delighted. Already you and your
I was.
You must have. But tonight, questions and their.
Hello.
Oh, of course. I'm Eliza
Taggart?
Yes. I wonder, could you tell me I find him rather...
Oh, Phil's great.
I appreciate your honesty. Now if you'll
Hey there.
Hello, Sister Harley.
I am.
So where they got you staying?
Oh, she's with me and my son Patrick.
What about you?
I got the cabin up on the hill.
It's so good to have you.
Enjoy yourself, Miss.
Enjoying?
This place is incredible.
It's...
Oh, brother Jerome was just telling me.
And what do you?
I'd be happy to we can go on patrol.
Sounds great.
Sure. Quite the welcome.
These are good people.
We're very happy.
May I have everyone's attention, please? What a feast we have had. Alas, the hour grows late. God bless you all.
A tin cup. This must be Patrick's. It's not very comfortable. Bridget and Patrick keeps the room warm. Bridget standing with a man. A handsome-looking man.
Morning, Sister Harley!
Now hold on a minute, kid. What's with the sister business? I thought that was just something
Sister Eliza said as long as you all were here.
I see.
Excuse me, I gotta get to my post.
Post?
Yep, I'm on guard duty today.
What are you guarding?
The mountain path. Gotta make sure nobody goes down there.
What about whoever's fixing our wagon?
I don't know anything about that. Anyway, see ya.
Something odd's going on around here. A kettle hanging over the communal fire. Good morning, Joanna.
Oh, good morning, Sister Harley. I hope you slept well.
Well enough. I was wondering...
Of course.
Why is Patrick guarding the mountain path?
A ranger, or ranger in training. This is to prevent anyone from going. It's quite dangerous down there.
Just how long?
This is our 12th year, but the brothers and sisters of the Second Dawn. I founded this community.
Tell me about your husband.
I love him.
What can you
My dear daughter, I can only hope that New Bethel has...
Why hasn't her...
Our life in Bright Bay. You'll forgive me if
I'm curious.
Yes, Sister Bridget. Losing Brother James was... But Brother Patrick will be a great ranger.
I want to know about the...
Brother Jerome is one of our best rangers. I thank God
I'd like to know...
Me? I see to it that every single person...
So how did you...
It was God. When Eliza was a small child, she saw a distant shore. It was clearly a sign to journey west. I chartered an airship for Las Virgenes, but our ship suffered mechanical problems en route. It was by the grace of God. The ship had done its duty delivering us, so we salvaged it and built.
So you just decided to...
But you see, we did reach the end. Eliza later told me she'd had another vision. This time she saw the ground cracking. Her first vision had been a clue to go west. Our promised home was east of the sea.
When did Eliza have this second vision?
Midway through the voyage. She was on her way to tell. It couldn't be clear.
Any up?
I'm afraid I wouldn't know. But don't worry. However long.
Thanks for the check.
God bless.
An old ship's bell. Hello there. Is everything...
Miss Leger, please don't talk to him.
Hello, brother.
Oh, you don't have to feel strange. Be nice for someone.
Am I right to assume you were the captain of...
Very astute. Of course, it's been ages. After all, I went...
Do you miss captaining an air...
Please understand, I'm quite happy here. Let's just say I wouldn't mind getting a...
How exactly did...
Oh, I'd rather not dredge that up.
That man shopping...
Yes, he's fine. Maybe we should attend.
Can you tell me about...
Fine folks.
But I want to know...
I'm not much for gossip.
See you later,
Goodbye.
Hello, Jake.
Howdy.
Thoughts on New Bethel?
Charming place, really.
I'm surprised. Wouldn't have...
I'm certainly not what you'd call a
What are you doing?
Keeping the park, chatting with Captain Perry.
Talk to you.
Take it easy.
Looks like they've got a garden. It's full of rainwater. Hey, kid.
Yeah?
And just what are you?
I already told I'm guard.
And why?
Sister Joanna's orders. You go down there by yourself.
Come on.
There's heaps of wolves. They're big and fierce with pointy ears and huge fangs. They'll gobble you right up.
I saw your toy chest in the cabin.
Those aren't even the best ones. The real good ones are in my hideout.
You've got a hideout?
Yup. I go there when I want to be alone.
Does anyone else know about it?
Just Eliza, but she's real good at keeping secrets. Don't tell.
How do you like it here?
It's great. You know how many secret places there are to play in?
No.
A lot. And I'm not telling you where.
I'd like to know.
I don't like seeing her so sad all the time. She doesn't want to let me see, but I know she really misses Dad. I mean, I do too. With all my big brothers and sisters, it's like having a
Do you like Joanna and her family?
I sure do. Sister Joanna and Brother Perry are always real nice. Sometimes we play hide and seek. One time it took me hours to find her.
What do you think of Jerome?
Brother Jerome's the greatest. And Sister Sue Ellen's nice. Sometimes I catch her staring at me with...
Keep up the...
I will.
Amelia Grimes. Isabella Wood. Abraham Levinsky. Stephen Wood. Oliver Thackeray. Lucy O'Hanrahan. James Doran. Aaron O'Hanrahan. Tiny crosses. One for baby Hawkins, another for Katrina, and the last for Zachariah. How sad. Good morning.
Oh, good morning.
Paying a visit?
I'm tending my husband's grave.
My condolences.
Losing James was hard, but the community... I thank God for them. Not just...
I hope this isn't too forward.
His leg was wounded in a hunting accident. Sister Sue Ellen did her best to heal him. We don't have much in the way of medicine here.
Again, I'm so sorry.
Thank you. He's with God now.
Patrick told me he has a secret hideout.
No. Sister Eliza assured me it was safe. It's good for Patrick to have a place.
Tell me about yourself and
I'm raising my boy the best I can. I'm blessed to have the support of the whole community. Patrick will follow in his father's footsteps.
I'd like to know about the Taggarts and Cap...
Sister Joanna isn't it? You've met her, so you've seen her And Brother Perry, well, he was just an outsider in the beginning.
What can you tell me about
Brother Jerome and Sister Sue Ellen? Brother Jerome has been kind enough to take Patrick up. And dear Sister Sue Ellen,
I'll leave you to...
God go...
You've done a great job tending these plants.
Thank you.
Hello, Sue Ellen.
Hello, Harley.
Are you in charge of...
Thank you. It's I find 10. Plus, I have my special plot.
You should speak with my friend, Nate.
I'll be sure to.
Could you tell me about the Taggart?
What can I say? Sister Joanna is our fearless leader, even if she can be severe sometimes. Eliza is a lot like her mama that way. Brother Perry is the friendliest of the bunch. Sometimes I wonder how somebody... Of course, that's really...
I'd like to know about...
I'm the healer here, and Jerome is a ranger. We do our part to make sure everyone...
Can you tell me about the Doran?
Oh, well, they ain't had it. A few years back, James got a nasty... The wound got infected. I did all... Poor Sister Bridget has been... Brother Patrick's adjusted... about as well as can be expected. I'm just thankful Jerome's been so...
I'll let you get...
Come and...
Cucumbers, huh?
Yes.
Those apples look...
They are. Hopefully...
Must be their flag. SS Rowena. I remember hearing about...
Hello, Harley.
Ladies. It's full of curios. The big man himself. A few Bibles and some other... There's a box on the wall with a small hexagonal hole in it. Hey, Nadine.
Hello, Harley.
What do you think?
This place, everyone is from someplace under different circumstance.
Miss Johnson seems to have got... Weren't you set to bunk with the Hawkinses?
Well, Lola and I were visiting for a bit after...
No doubt. Don't worry. I won't pry. I'm happy for you. Really.
Thank you, Harley. From both of us.
We'll talk later.
I look forward to it.
Miss Johnson.
What is...
This place...
It's something. They're very hospitable, but
Isn't that what a community is supposed to...
Maybe, but a body's got... It's like they say.
Just as long as you don't forget to include a gate.
Where's Lisa Lou?
Around here somewhere.
Nothing to say. Hey, Nadine.
Hello.
What do you...
under different...
Miss Johnson seems to have gotten the best quarters in the whole settlement. Weren't you set to bunk with the Hawkinses? I can see why you took the chance to trade up.
Well, Lola and I were visiting for a bit after supper, and it seemed convenient to stay.
No doubt. Nice and private, too. Don't worry. I won't pry. I'm happy for you. Really.
Thank you, Harley. From both of us.
We'll talk later.
I look forward to it.
A cup of water.
If you're showing Brother Denny the ropes today, I'll take morning patrol.
You be careful out there.
I always am, brother. Good morning, Sister Harley. So nice to see you up. We missed you at this morning's sermon.
All due respect, but just Harley will do.
Nonsense. While you're our guests, you're also part of this community.
You're very kind, but our aim isn't to stay here much longer.
I'm sure you're eager to get back on the road, but I urge you to take some time and appreciate the little respites God gives us. May I share a story with you?
Go on.
When I was a girl, I lived my life, though happy enough, seemed to me quite dull. Unfortunately, my wish... One day, while my parents were away on business, the police raided the home of the... She ran and I was taken... The police failed to locate my parents and sent me to an orphanage. Those long days of toil, the beatings, the meager food, the nightly chorus of children... I longed for the quiet, ordinary life.
I'm so sorry.
Eventually, after more... Once I was back home, I did nothing but thank God. So you see, it's important to take advantage of the calmer moments. You never know quite how much you value them. And if you'll excuse me, but please make yourself at home. And don't worry about your wagon. Today is the Sabbath, but I'll speak to you soon.
It's full of what a... Smells kind of bitter. It's got a nice... A strainer and teapot. Just need to add some tea leaves and hot water to brew a cup. Hi, Brother.
Sister.
What are your duties?
Well, we hunt and provide for my most important task. That means patrolling the woods.
So you're New Bethel's lawman?
Not quite. We don't enforce. We're more like new. In our case, that includes...
I want to know about you and...
We're just trying to get by. Sue Ellen's a great healer. We came to New Bethel later. We're just as much a part of this place as our...
If you weren't part of the original voyage...
Oh, around 10 years ago, 6 other groups came after us. You folk...
Tell me about the Taggarts.
Yeah, they survived a terrible disaster. Brother Perry is a good friend. Sisters Johanna and Eliza are,
I'd like to hear...
now there's a... Brother James taught me all I know about. After his passing, it seemed only right that I... Sister Bridget don't much show it. Brother Patrick's a good kid. He'll make a...
Has Patrick...
Oh, he's... Don't know where it is, but...
What does Pat...
He loves his little wooden figures, especially animals.
Appreciate your...
Beware.
Now to wait. One cup of hot water. I need to put some tea in. Hey.
Yeah?
I want to go.
Sorry.
You just said I could if I was accompanied by a ranger.
The rangers are all big.
What about
me?
Keep up the good...
I will.
This must be Patrick. Hello again.
Hello.
Eliza told me a story.
Please, let's not speak of that. She clearly trusts you if she shared. It was a dark.
Know anything?
Youth is so fleeting. He will have to set aside childish things and his.
Thanks for the chat.
God bless.
Nothing else to say to him. Oh, I hope I'm not interrupting anything.
Not at all. I was just writing a song for Eliza.
You two hit it off then?
Indeed. She is a remarkable woman.
What do you think of this place?
Eliza has kept me occupied.
Right. I should have realized. I'd like to hear more about Eliza.
Please, I do not kiss and tell.
I didn't mean it like that. I just wanted to...
Ah, certainly. We had a very stimulating conversation after the party. This community was founded upon the...
How about a preview of...
Well, all right. I only have the chorus so far. Eliza, Eliza, brown hair and green eyes, your smile can light up the room. Eliza, Eliza, you make my heart rise. Your radiance chases the gloom. What do you think?
Good start, but honest...
I thought as... Thank you.
Has Patrick passed...
No.
That boy Patrick is guarding the...
And?
To check on the wagon.
Jerome said he would take care of the repairs.
I'll let you get back.
Try...
Certainly makes a statement. Eliza's nightstand.
Hey, have you no...
Okay. These are mostly nursery books. Guess Eliza hasn't had much opportunity for... Phil's shirt, jacket, and hat. Seems they came off rather quickly. This was clearly taken at least a decade ago. It's Joanna, Eliza, and some man I don't recognize. Can't think of... Nothing else? He's not... Hello, G...
Howdy.
The mountain path's being...
Why would you want to?
I want to make sure the wagon's being repaired.
Shoot, just ask Joanna. She said she'd take care of it.
Already did. She told me to ask Eliza.
Well, then go ask her.
Already did that too. She said nobody was working today because it's the Sabbath.
So we wait an extra day.
Yeah, and neither are we. Talk to you later, Jake.
Take it easy, Harley.
Firewood and some branches for kindling. Just a regular piece of firewood. Wonder if Nadine could do something with it. I've got this piece of wood.
What did you have in...
How about a human figure?
Very well. Here you are.
Thanks. Nadine carved this. It's a little man.
Sorry, can't.
Here. I thought you...
Hey, thanks!
Aren't you gonna keep it with your extra...
Oh, well, it's nice, don't get me wrong. Maybe if it was more exciting?
Spoiled little brat. Nadine carved a little man. Hello, Sue.
Hello.
I spoke with Jerome and he told...
Yes, that's right. Sister Joanna likes to say that everybody, some of our brothers and sisters are... We got here about 2 years after this. Other families came after, but...
What exactly were...
Jerome and I were coming down from Shivering Pine, but our wagon broke down on...
You didn't take the...
Is there a bridge now? Wasn't one when we came through.
Normally, yes, but it recently collapsed.
Huh. Well, Brother James came and found us. At first we had every intention of keeping on, but we didn't have any. We never really made the decision to...
What about the other...
Same story, more or less.
I'll let you get...
Come and... Appreciate it.
I shouldn't Hello again.
Hello.
I saw a portrait in Eliza's quarters.
Oh, that's Eliza. I allow her to keep the portrait because she...
Why not?
I'd rather not.
Thanks for the...
God bless.
Hi, brother.
Sister.
Patrick's not letting...
Good. He's not...
Why not?
You need a ranger to go...
Couldn't you be my...
He's there.
No,
Don't worry about the wag. There's nothing else worth going down. Anyhow, today...
Appreciate your...
Be well.
Hey, Dan.
Hi, Hop.
How are you finding...
It's impressive how the community... They all take... Everybody's been so calm.
We haven't even been...
I know.
Sorry about your gun.
Oh, not so much. I know where they are, and Jerome told me I could get them. Not that I...
Would you give us a moment, Brother Jerome?
Of course.
I don't want to alarm you, but something about this place isn't quite right.
What do you mean?
Sue Ellen told me about how she...
Oh, sure. Jerome told me too.
It didn't strike you as... familiar?
Sure, it sounded like what happened to us. Are you saying it's not a coincidence?
Yes, that's exactly what I'm saying.
Come on, Harley. Really? Mountain roads are full of rocks and things.
That's all for right now.
Okay.
You can come back. I have to find a way
Why do you want to go?
to check on...
Oh, right. Jerome was talking about that.
See you.
Bye for now.
I've got no... Phil?
Harley?
Listen to me, Phil. There's something off about this place.
How do you mean?
Sue Ellen told me we aren't the first people whose wagon broke down on the mountain road. In fact, she and Jerome wound up here much the same way we did, along with several other families.
It seems a stretch. You saw the condition of the road. I was not able to see any evidence of sabotage.
That's as much as I've learned.
Well,
I'll let you get...
try not...
Hello, Jim.
Howdy.
I think that...
What do you...
I spoke to Jerome. What's more...
So you think there...
It's happened too many times.
Okay. If it was intentional, and these folks were sabotaged...
Maybe.
But nothing. We'll be on our way.
That's all I know right...
I have...
Talk to...
Take it
Nothing else? Miss Johnson?
What?
I've tried to get down and check on the wagon, but they won't let me.
What? Oh, hell no.
I need to find a way to get rid of that kid.
If one of the others can get him out of the way, I'll come down with you.
These people have lived here a long time.
Yeah, but we ought to tread...
Hey, Nate.
Hello,
I have the...
Why would you...
Sue Ellen told same thing happened.
Yes, I hate jumping to... If there really is something amiss.
I haven't got...
All right.
We'll talk.
I look forward.
A constant... I've already... I've gotten... Here. Alright.
Oh, maybe...
Is that one of Patrick's?
Here.
Hey, or... Oh, maybe...
Could you carve...
What did you have?
How about...
Very well. Here you are.
Thanks. Nadine carved this for... It's a little fish. That's not the right shape. That's not the right... That's not the... She's tending... You've done a great...
Thank you.
It's got a nice... There. Now to let it... There. Tea.
Thanks.
Hey, Captain. How about a nice cup of tea?
Is it more of that nettle stuff?
No, this is from my own private store. It's from Ceylon.
No kidding.
We recently met a former whaler. He gave me a caddy as a memento. I thought you might appreciate a taste from another part of the world.
Ah, this is delicious.
My pleasure.
Please join me.
I'm more of a coffee drinker.
I apologize. If you still have questions...
Do you think we could talk a little? I'd really like to understand.
Yes, that's understandable. Of course you're... All right. 12 years ago, Johanna chartered my cargo ship to take her. But late one night, still half a day from our destination, we were already crossing the mountains and all around. I was forced to make an emergency landing. More a barely controlled crash, really. And here we are still.
Wow.
The Rowena was wrecked beyond... But somehow, nobody... A miracle, as Johanna...
Do you know what...
Yes, I'm certain I do.
What makes you say it?
It was a long time ago. To tell the truth, that final voyage, because of it, I met and married Joanna. She's the captain of this ship now.
I imagine it wasn't...
It took some getting used. Many of the original passengers found they thought they were headed for a sunny coastal paradise. Joanna tried to keep morale up, but that didn't stop. They began challenging her. In the end, she had no choice but to discipline them.
How exactly?
She had them stay in the cabin over yonder. She wanted to give them time to cool down and They had made up their minds to leave. Keeping them prisoner was only making things worse.
So what happened?
They escaped one night, under my watch.
You expect me to believe the dissenters escaped?
Joanna believed it, still does. That's all that matters.
Were you punished in any way?
I was under the silence for a week. For failing to protect the dissenters, small price to pay for both the good of the community.
The silence?
A custom Joanna and Eliza came up with. You can't speak, and nobody is allowed to talk to you. Bit of a funny punishment, but I can appreciate. After all, a captain needs to keep distance.
Is there anything you'd... Who's who, their relation?
Suppose it...
What did you do?
I piloted this ship, drifted from port to port. Never imagined I'd stay still for more than a month.
I know a little bit about what that's like.
Well, this community put an end to my...
Tell me about
I got to know Joanna on the voyage. Over dinner in my quarters, she told me all about her thought. It was fascinating to me. After the crash, I got to know and respect her more. We married a few years. As for Eliza, she's always been We get along, but...
What can you
The boy seems happy here. I'm glad. Bridget has more than readjusted to life here. But she and her husband James returned that winter. Seems Bridget wasn't aware when having a baby out there in the wilderness.
Know anything about...
No, but sometimes I see him running past here. Guess that's where he goes off to play.
What's to know about...
Good people. I believe they met with trouble, and lucky thing for us, they stayed.
See you later.
Goodbye.
Excuse me?
Yes?
Is it true that Patrick was born in the wilderness?
Who told you that?
The same person who told me about letting you and the other dissenters go.
I see. Yes, it's true. I was unaware of my... Anyway. We came back, along with another family who left with... Sister Johanna forgave us, thank...
What compelled you to...
We were following someone we thought... But as it turned out, he didn't. That's his grave over there.
Who was it?
Just a strong-willed fool he convinced us to continue to Las Virgenes on...
What became of Abraham Lev...
Those poor, poor souls. They died out there. Every last one. Sister Johanna sent my husband back to Abraham's camp to try to convince them to return, but all he found was carnage. Wolves, it was. When I think of how horrible it must have been... Enough.
I've heard about something...
When one of us falls into sin, they must find their... Sister Johanna, while someone is under the silence, there are other requirements.
I'll leave you to...
God, go. Please excuse me, sis...
Okay. Time tiny crosses. How sad. James, Oliver, Abraham. Wait, haven't I seen Abraham? Wait, Stephen, Lucy, Aaron, Isabella Wood, Amelia Grant, Abraham Levinsky. Wait. Hello, Sue.
Hello.
Do you know anything about...
I've only heard a few stories. So many didn't survive that first winter. If the dissenters hadn't taken so much away...
Can you tell me...
Oh, that's Sister Joanna's... You ain't allowed to speak to nobody or be spoken to. And fasting. That means you get cut to 1 meal a day.
Sounds harsh.
Plenty of times. Sister Joanna and I don't always see eye to eye, and she don't appreciate back talk. Jerome tells me I ought to keep my thoughts.
I'll let you get...
Come and
Sorry.
She's busy. Hello again.
Hello.
Exactly.
Oh, poor. He and several others began to question. Some saw the light and returned. God punished them for their lack of faith. Brother James brought his mangled body. We laid him to rest among our dead.
I've heard about...
It is a method when one undergoes the silent. That way, they're once they have done so, they're...
Thanks for the...
God bless.
Hello.
Howdy.
I said...
What?
Joanna isn't quite so benevolent. Captain Perry told me about a group of dissenters who were kept under lock and key. And Sue Ellen told me about a harsh punishment called...
That all? She's the leader here. It's hardly called...
That's all I know right...
I have...
Talk to...
Take it...
She's not much of... Hey, Nadine.
Hello.
I've learned...
Tell me.
Joanna, Captain Perry, and Sue Ellen...
That sounds like how it was at my... Every religious community...
I haven't got any...
All right.
We'll talk.
I look forward...
There's a box on the wall. A few Bible. Nothing to say. Phil?
Harley?
Listen. I've learned she jailed...
What is that?
A punishment where the person can't speak or be spoken.
Perhaps... This does seem suspicious. I do not think this proves anything.
That's as much as I've learned.
Well,
I'll let...
try. Hey, have you no...
Okay.
Think I had one of those.
I've got... It's full of... Hi, brother. Do you know anything about...
Afraid not.
Can you tell...
Nothing you gotta concern. Just keep on the...
Appreciate...
Beware.
Hey.
Hi.
See you.
Bye for now.
She's busy. She's 10. Not going in.
Sorry, can't. You sure got a lot.
Captain...
Yes?
Could you tell me about...
Oh, dreadful business. He led the dissenters who split from the community. Some changed their minds and came back. Joanna sent James to Abraham's camp to try, but all he found was Abraham's body, and we had a funeral for Abraham. Joanna didn't let anyone see the body. It was too...
Sounds...
Thankfully, we have the Rangers to protect.
See you later.
Goodbye.
Can't think... I've got... She's... This must be... Abraham Levin... Wait.
February 12th. With war P.M.
This article mentions an Abraham Levinsky living in Las Virgenes, which is where he intended to go, according to Bridget. And Captain Perry said Joanna wouldn't let anyone see the body because it was too mangled, but what if... Suppose there's only one way to find out. Nothing else?
I sometimes forget.
I've got no... Good to see you.
Like...
She's been... She's... I need to find out if... I don't see anyone around, but I'd better be quick about this. The grave is empty. Something strange is going on around here. I shouldn't tell anyone outside the posse about this. Don't want the brothers and sisters throwing me to the wolves, after all. Phil?
Harley?
Listen to me.
Have you found...
Joanna and the others told me a story about Abraham Levinsky, the leader of a group of deserters. He was supposedly killed by wolves and buried in the graveyard, but the grave is empty.
Slow down a moment. You dug up one of the graves?
Not so much dug as moved the rocks. Enough to see there was nothing underneath.
I see. I suppose you had your reasons. And you say there was no body?
That's right. I also have proof that Levinsky is still alive. Look.
Very well. I have heard enough. Clearly these people are hiding something from us. I will see if I can coax any information from Eliza when I see her again.
So will you let me search this place now?
Yes, go ahead.
A Bible. I'll leave that right where it is. And what's this? Some kind of lens. Better take it. This looks like the type of lens that would fit in a spyglass. These are, guess, a light. Certainly make. Hey, Dan.
Hi,
Would you give us some?
Of course.
I learned some more.
What is it?
Joanna, Captain Pear, and...
Huh. But is there any...
There's a fake grave in the graveyard. It supposedly belongs to the leader of a group of deserters, but it's empty.
You searched his grave?
I had to find out if the story was true.
That's just wrong, Harley. We made a memorial for Petey, and there was no body there. Maybe this is the same thing.
It's not. Trust me.
Please. I don't want to hear any more about it.
That's all for right now.
Okay.
You can come... See you, Dan.
Bye for now. You keep that up.
Hello, Jay.
Howdy. What's got you?
There's a fake grave in the graveyard. It supposedly belongs to the leader of a group of deserters, but it's empty.
What you mean, fake? A memorial?
No, a fake. A man's supposed to be buried there, but he's not.
Why would someone go to the trouble of making a fake grave?
Exactly what I want to know.
I admit it's suspicious, but that's not enough to start stirring up the pot.
That's all I know right now.
I have...
Talk to you.
Take it easy.
She's not much of... Hey, Nate.
Hello.
I've learned...
Tell me.
There's a fake grave in the graveyard. It supposedly belongs...
You dug up...
I looked under...
Why would you do...
But I told you...
Still...
I haven't got it.
All right.
We'll talk.
I look forward...
That's not the... An old ship's bell. She's busy. A handsome. This must be Bridget. Keeps the. I've got. Phil.
I appreciate the...
Nothing else. That thing's huge. She's.
You sure?
Think I had one.
No, thank you.
You keep that.
No point. She's not much.
I got no.
I'm not sure.
I've already. A piece of petrified. An ancient.
Thanks, but...
Can't think of it. No need to heat that. No need to heat. No need to... Here.
Hey,
Aren't you good?
oh, well, it's nice. Don't get me. Maybe if it...
Could you...
What did you have?
I think I'd...
Very well. Here you are.
Beautiful. Nadine carved. It's a little... Here.
Oh, wow, a wolf! And look at those fangs! This is great!
But, will you hang on to it for me? I can't put it away where it belongs right now. Too many prying eyes.
She's 10. An old ship. Nadine, it's a little... Nothing else? Hello, Jake.
Howdy.
Have you seen Patrick come by here today?
Sure. He ran by this morning, headed over towards the cabin. Came back not long after.
Talk to you later, Jake.
Take it easy.
Hey, Nadine.
Hello, Har.
Have you seen Patrick?
I think Lola was shouting at him. Yes.
We'll talk later.
I look forward.
Miss Johnson?
What is
Have you seen...
the boy? Why, I caught him peeping at the window this morning, but I gave him what for?
Would you and Nadine mind leaving the cabin for a while?
What for?
I think Patrick's hideout is in here somewhere, but he doesn't want to go to it while there's someone in the cabin.
All right. Shall we, Nadine?
Sorry, can't...
Want this carving now?
I'll be back in just a minute. Don't get any ideas about going down the path. I'll know if you do.
Better not try calling his bluff, but let's just see where he goes. He's going towards the cabin. Interesting. Looks like I found your secret hideout. Let's see what Patrick's got hidden back here. Interesting. A small crank handle. A constant... There's a box. Open sesame.
I'll be damned.
Rather cozy up here, and you can't beat the view. Patrick's collection of extra special figurines. An old spyglass, part of the original airship. Can't see a thing. A perfect fit. What a surprise. Let's have a look. That's the base of the mountain near where we broke down. Hello, and who might you be? Well, that's not suspicious at all. I don't see any... She's not much of a... Hey, Nadine.
Hello.
I've learned...
Tell me.
I caught a glimpse of a cloaked figure sneaking into a secret... I have a feeling there's...
That does... All right, let's say there is something.
We need to get down the mountain. Nadine can distract the boy. That should clear the path for the two of us.
All right, then. We just need you to get the kid out of the way long enough for us to get down the mountain without being spotted.
All right. Hello, young man. Could I borrow you for a moment?
Sure. What do you need?
Joanna asked me to make sure everyone was healthy. Come to the big tent and I'll give you a quick checkup.
Oh, okay, if it's quick. Sister Joanna won't like it if I leave my post long.
Now's our chance. Let's go. No! What have these people done to my wagon?
It's clear they don't want us leaving New Bethel.
You said there was a cave down here?
Looked like.
Then see if you can find it. We need to figure out what we're up against.
It's in bad shape.
No time for chatter now.
A small opening in the rock. This is way too small for anyone to fit through.
No time for...
This is way... An unassuming looking bush. Here we are. This bush was put here deliberately. Hey, look! I found the cave.
Good. Now see what's inside, and be quick.
A shovel and pickaxe. Perfect for digging potholes and dirt roads. It's full of dynamite and wires. Someone has been making explosives. These look like they were placed here recently.
Wait a minute. These are our wheels.
It's stuffed with guns and ammunition. That's not a good sign. It's a hand-drawn map of the area. That's the road, and it's been marked with several X's.
This is exactly where we broke down.
This workbench is a mess of books and papers. What's this? Looks like some kind of handbook. A printer's proof copy. The Saboteur's Handbook by JT and JR. My God, I need to show this to Lola. Now. This workbench. You won't believe what I found in the cave.
Try me.
A printer's proof of something called the Saboteur's Handbook. Have a look.
Written by J.T. Joanna Taggart.
Must be, but who is J.R.?
Jonathan Red?
Who's Jonathan Red?
Seriously? You never heard of the Redites? They're a bunch of anti-steam tech thugs who went around sabotaging machines and factories a few years back. They were mostly active in New Britannia, but they got their start in Bright Bay.
So you think Joanna knew Jonathan Red?
Not just knew him. I think they worked together. Maybe more than that. You get a good look at that Eliza girl? She's got a certain resemblance to that Mr. Red.
Hang on. Joanna told me Eliza's father was named Jonathan.
And there you have it.
All that aside, look at the contents.
These are all instructions. Sabotaging vehicles and laying road traps. Low-grade bombs for controlled explosions. Creating concealed hiding spots in the wilderness. Remind you of anything?
Well, one thing's for certain. Someone went to a lot of trouble to make sure we're stuck in New Bethel.
Yes, but who?
That's what we need to find out.
Lots of pages have notes scribbled in the margins. Some are from J.T., others from J.R. Looks like they had some ideological differences.
Oh?
Joanna thought things were going too far. She objected to giving instructions for explicitly violent stuff. Here's a note on the bombs page where she says, "Too dangerous to print." Same time, Red's written things like, "This information is a tool for a righteous cause," or "No revisions, too late for cold feet." But there's another set of notes, in somebody else's handwriting. Here, on this recipe for an acid compound, Joanna crossed out some ingredients. This other person tried to fill in the missing information.
So this third person is probably our saboteur.
I'd put money on it.
I think our top priority is figuring out who this person is.
I agree, but we gotta be discreet. We can't just go around interrogating everyone hoping for a confession. We need solid proof identifying the person you saw going into that cave.
My brother was the detective in the family.
Well, now's your chance to do him proud.
So what should our next move be?
Round up the others and come to my cabin. We need to talk. Come on, let's get back up the mountain before anybody notices us missing.
And so this saboteur is the reason we're here.
We need to uncover who it is and tell these people. They deserve the truth.
Now wait just a minute. This is all very serious for sure. But these folks have a whole way of life they're accustomed to. We expose it all as a lie. Why, we're ripping the bottom out of their world.
Jake's got a point. It could tear this community apart.
I think Lola's right. Not knowing your true history is no way to live.
At the very least, Joanna should know about this. As the community's leader, it falls to her to decide what to do with this information.
We gotta be able to prove who the saboteur is first. Could be the rot goes all the way to the top.
I have a strong suspicion, but I'll see if I can confirm it.
Once you do, you can tell Joanna the truth, assuming she's not the one behind it all.
Or you could try talking to the saboteur. Maybe get him to lay off without having to upset the whole community.
I'll see what I can find out. Nothing else to... Wait a minute, this is the same cloak I saw through the spyglass. Got you now, Eliza.
Leger, find the saboteur yet?
Yes, it's Eliza.
What?
I'll be damned.
All right, what's the next step?
I'm not sure. Suppose I should tell Joanna.
Or you could talk to Eliza about it. Let her explain herself.
Whatever you do it quick.
Hello again, Joanna.
Hello to you, Sister Harley.
Joanna, I'm afraid I have some disturbing news.
What is it?
Can you call together the community? This is something everyone needs to hear.
What is this about? I would be glad to make an announcement once I know what it concerns.
I'm afraid I have to insist on addressing everyone at once.
As you wish. I'll call an assembly. Brothers and sisters of the Second Dawn, Sister Harley has asked me to bring you all together to hear her words. Tell us, Sister Harley, what news have you for us all?
I'm sorry to tell you that your arrival here wasn't God's doing. It was intentionally caused by human hands.
What are you saying?
Eliza has been pulling the strings all along. She's been manipulating us all. She's been setting traps in the road to capture wagons and bring their passengers into New Bethel.
What? How dare you?
I saw her enter a secret cave at the base of the mountain. It was full of saboteurs' tools, along with spare wagon wheels, and this.
What? Eliza, what are you doing with that?
Claiming my birthright. Just because you disavowed father doesn't mean I did.
So it was sabotage. I always ask myself if our breakdown was really an accident. You've been lying to us all these years.
No, I swear I didn't know anything about this.
Then why did you prop up the lie about Abraham Levinsky?
What lie? Brother Abraham was killed when he left the safety of New Bethel, torn apart by wolves.
Then why is his grave empty?
But what are you saying? Brother James buried him. He told us the body was terribly mangled.
So you never actually saw Levinsky's body?
No, I put my faith in Brother James's word.
There was no body because Levinsky never died. There were no wolves. In fact, he made it safely to Les Virgenes. Just weeks ago, he was in the papers announcing his niece's marriage. It was just a story concocted to keep you all here. To keep you afraid.
He was trying to protect you. He was trying to protect all of us. Brother James was the one who had the idea to bring in new members. He understood that a community can't thrive without them.
James was a saint. He loved this community. And you, Sister Johanna. There's nothing he wouldn't have done for you all.
I think that is becoming very clear.
Eliza, I don't understand. Why would you do this?
The outside world is a horrible place, Mother. You should know this better than anyone. Look at what we've built here. How we've grown and flourished. We had to keep that safe. That's why you had to make sure no one ever left the mountain. I never wanted to hurt anyone. I only wanted people to share in our joy.
But you did it without asking us if we wanted a part of it. A community without trust ain't no community worth living in.
Joanna, my love, there's something else you probably ought to know about. I never said anything because after a while it didn't seem to matter. But after the crash, I examined the boiler and, well, it had clearly been sabotaged.
What?
We were headed for disaster. I saw it in my vision.
You mean you saw that we were going to crash, that someone was going to sabotage the ship?
No, Mother, you don't understand. I saw the sun setting in the west and the sea became red with blood. We were going to make it to the coast, but the land was already tainted, cursed. It was the mountain that was our true home, a citadel of holy peace. I just had to make sure we ended up here.
So, you brought the airship down? Eliza, you could have killed us all.
But I didn't. I gave us a new life, a better life.
And you can keep it. Come on, Jerome. We're leaving this rock. Anybody who wants to come with us is welcome.
What? You can't just leave. Where will you go?
Anywhere but here.
You won't last 2 minutes out there.
Silence, Eliza. Until further notice.
But
I said silence. Return to your quarters immediately. Wait for me to come find you. Please, Sister Sue Ellen, don't be so hasty. It breaks my heart to hear what my baby has done, but now that I know the truth, there's no reason we can't start over. We can continue to live here without the fear of the unknown below.
That ain't gonna work, sis. Joanna, not now. We're way past that.
She's got a point, Joanna. You can't just start over and pretend none of this ever happened. You need to give everyone time to decide what they want to do.
Yes, maybe you're right.
Nothing personal against you, Joanna. You've been a decent leader, even if we didn't always agree. But we gotta have a chance to make our own life on our own terms.
Well, you're always welcome in New Bethel, should you change your mind.
Thank you, Joanna. But I don't think we will.
I don't know what to say. I suppose I should thank you for opening my eyes.
I'm sorry it had to be this way, but I couldn't keep silent.
I think perhaps I've relied too much on silence. When no one is speaking, it is easier to imagine that everyone is of one mind. My own daughter. When I thought she was bent in humble prayer, she was hatching secret plots in her heart. Will you be leaving us then?
Afraid so, ma'am. The open road beckons.
Very well. I'll arrange for your wagon to be repaired, now that we know where the parts are. It'll be ready by morning.
Thanks, Joanna.
I'm glad you decided to speak out against Eliza, Miss Legere. It was the push we all needed.
Of course. I couldn't let things go on like that. What will you two do?
Not entirely sure. Reckon we'll continue on to the coast, like we were before.
Need a ride? Might be cramped, but we can make room.
Thank you, but no. There's a whole group leaving with us.
We'll make our own way. Together.
All right. Goodbye, then. And good luck.
To you as well.
Our sojourn in New Bethel has left us all somewhat shaken. Thankfully, we have only to cross Hellfire Pass today, and from there, it's a straight shot down into El Presidio. With our goal so near in sight, we can all focus our attention back to the task of locating Dr. Clark's fortune. She's busy. I believe this belongs to you.
Where did you get that?
Exactly where you left it.
It seems Patrick has earned himself a period of silence. He won't like that much, but it's about time he grew up some.
So you've been causing all the wagon breakdowns and trapping people here. What was your plan? Continued excuses for why our wagon wasn't ready until we gave up and asked to stay permanently?
That's how it's worked in the past, yes.
Just what do you get out of trapping people here?
I'm not trapping anyone. I'm offering a better life, and what we all get out of it is a larger, stronger community, just as God intended. He sent me a vision when I was a girl, of my mother leading a thriving community on a mountaintop. All I've done is ensure this vision comes to pass. Members have lost faith and abandoned us before, to the detriment of all. We've suffered harsh winters and disease. Keeping our numbers up hasn't been easy, but I wasn't about to stand by and let the community wither. So I took measures to cultivate it.
You've built your community on lies. If I'm not mistaken, lying's not on God's approval list.
God forbids harmful deceit. I'm shepherding people to a better life in His name.
How convenient.
It's clear to me you've no intention of joining us. God must have other plans for you. I can have your wagon repaired and let you and your companions go on your way. All I ask in return is that you spare a thought for the people of this community. Do not speak of what you've learned. It would destroy them.
And just how will you explain our departure?
Simple. I'll say you all insisted on breaking curfew to go down to your wagon. Tragically, you were all eaten by wolves as a result. I can set up a memorial in the graveyard if you'd like. It will make a powerful deterrent.
All right, fine. It's no business of ours what you tell these people. Just get our wagon fixed so we can be on our way.
I'm glad you've chosen to see reason, Miss Legere. Your wagon will be ready by sunrise. On that you have my word. Now go on. Enjoy the rest of today in our company. A taste of what you're giving up. You won't find anything like this in the corrupt world out there. And if you'd be so kind as to return my book, I would appreciate it. Your wagon's been repaired, as promised.
You're sure nobody saw us leave?
Positive. Everyone's focused on morning sermon. Now be on your way. May God guide you.
Thanks.
I had my suspicions about her.
Didn't let them hold you back. Come on, we've lost enough time here.
Or so with our I believe what you're doing is wrong. You can't force people to stay.
I'm not forcing anyone. I'm giving them the choice. Besides, their will is nothing beside God's. He sent me a vision when I was a girl. All I've done, members have lost keeping, so I took.
This is all crazy. You're crazy.
Insults, really? I had hoped you were better than that. It's clear to me you've no intention of. I can have your wagon. All I do not.
I can't go along with this. These people need to know the truth.
Stop! You're making a terrible mistake.
Joanna?
What is it?
Can you call together?
Brothers and sisters, tell us.
Since you all came here, you feared wolves in the forest below. But I'm sorry to tell you that the real wolf has been living among you all this time.
What are you saying?
Eliza has been pulling the strings. She's been setting
What?
I saw her and it was full.
Eliza!
Claiming my birthright just because you...
You... No!
Then what?
What law?
And you insisted no one be allowed to see the body.
On the advice of Brother James. He said that no one else should have to look upon that. So I gave...
So you never
No,
There was no body. In fact, he made it... It was just a...
He was trying to protect you. Brother James was the one who had the idea to bring in...
James was a saint. There's nothing he...
I think that...
Eliza...
The outside world is a horrible... Look at what we've built. We had to keep that safe. I never wanted to hurt anyone.
But you did it with a
Joanne, I know, but...
We were...
You mean...
No. I saw the... It...
So... You...
But I...
And you... Anyway...
You won't...
Silence, Eliza.
But...
Returned. Please, it breaks my heart to... There's... We can't...
That ain't gonna work.
I think you're being harsh, Sue.
Well, she ain't getting it from me.
I'm so...
When no one is... Will you be... I am thankful for your gracious understanding, Miss Leger.
Appreciate... Well,
These revelations have shaken us to the core. Sue Ellen and Jerome are intent on leaving. Those who choose to stay will put our trust in God.
Joanna has agreed to send scouts to nearby settlements. We can establish trade and perhaps find...
It's always preferable that way.
We should get... God bless you all.
With Phil?
Harley?
I'm sorry things with Eliza didn't work out for you.
I thought I glimpsed in her a kindred spirit. A zeal for community. A sense of care for her fellow man. But it seems that the fire in her eyes was something else.
We'll talk more later.
I look forward to it.
Hey, Jake?
Yeah?
How do you suppose the people of New Bethel will fare?
Honestly, I've tried putting the whole affair out of my mind. I rather pity them. Kinda wish you hadn't shattered their illusion. And again, it ain't so easy living a lie.
I appreciate the chat.
Anytime, Harley. What the?
Something wrong?
Some fellers on horseback are blocking the pass up ahead.
I'll have a look. Is there some trouble?
No trouble at all. Let us keep it that way, huh? I'm Agent Carson of the Blackburn Investigation Bureau. I'd like to ask you a few questions.
What's this about?
I will explain everything. First, I must ask that you and everyone inside the wagon kindly step outside. Come out quickly, please. No fuss. I appreciate your cooperation. I will be brief.
How can we be of service?
As I told your driver, this won't take long. I have a few questions. First off, where are you folks headed?
Is that important?
Don't make this difficult, ma'am. Just answer the question.
We're bound for El Presidio.
I see. For what purpose?
I can't see how that would concern you.
I would not be asking if it weren't important.
We're going on business. I run a little show, and we're looking for a new venue.
Where did you set out from?
East of here.
I can see as much by your direction of travel. Where, specifically?
From Rosewater.
I see. You've had a long journey. You must have encountered quite a number of people on your trip, yes?
A few? Why do you ask?
We're looking for some folks, and I wonder if you might have seen them. Easy now, pup. No need for all that. Control your animal, would you?
The dog doesn't seem to care for you.
No? Well, let's get to the heart of it.
Shh, Lisa Lou. There's a good girl.
We are tracking a couple of men.
They must be dangerous fellers if you Blackburns were called in.
Quite. These men are ruthless bandits who raided an army supply wagon. The attack happened near Rosewater, and as it happens, you folks are coming from there. So naturally, I must ask if you know anything about the incident.
First I hear of it.
Same. Can't help you there.
Then I wonder if you might have seen these men on the road. See, a trapper family reported they camped a few days ago with some folks fitting our description. They said they were traveling in a wagon, much like this one, bound for El Presidio.
And what is the description of these men?
One's a tall white man with brown hair and a well-trimmed mustache. The other's a short, swarthy New Spanish fellow with a beard.
Look, I don't know what to tell you, gents.
Oh, I believe you do, Mr. Ackerman. In fact, I would be very interested in hearing your account. That goes for Mr. Marquez, and the rest of your party as well.
You can leave Miss Johnson out of this. She doesn't know anything.
We will determine that for ourselves. Will you quiet that mongrel?
Lisa, shh, girl.
Now, if you'll all kindly step away from the wagon, hands where I can see them. We will start our questioning with Mr. Ackerman.
And then what? Jail?
No, Mr. Marquez. Do you take us for the provincial sheriff? Besides, the jails are much too crowded with lowlifes these days, don't you think? Countries full of vagrants and foreigners. You really stepped in it when you decided to pick off that wagon. Truly you did. Did you know who you were messing with, I wonder? You'll tell us all about it, and then we will see that you don't tell anyone else. Quicker we do this, the better for all of us. Believe me. I said shut that beast up! Williams, take care of it, would you?
Take cover!
Everyone's still alive?
For the moment.
Anybody seen Jake and Nadine?
I can go look for them.
Not until we do something about these Blackburns.
Doesn't add up. We robbed an army wagon, sure. But why call in the Blackburns? If the army wants us, why not send soldiers?
Good question. Maybe we can ponder that later if we're not dead.
Phil?
This is not the best time.
So, General, battlefield assessment? What do we do here?
If we could take them all out at once, we might stand a chance. But my dynamite is back with the wagon.
I could go get it.
You think you can make it there?
Got any better ideas?
I do not.
Where do you keep the dynamite?
In a storage trunk, on the back right, behind the rear wheel.
I'll need some cover to get to the wagon. Can you help?
I am not well...
Miss Johnson?
What?
Have you got any?
Yes, and I'm shooting with it.
I'm gonna try and make it back to the wagon. Can you cover me?
This gun's got limited range.
What happened to Lisa Lou?
Last I saw, she ran under the wagon.
Danny? Are you okay?
This is just like it happened last time.
You mean with Petey and your old gang?
Yeah, I hid then too. Left them all to die.
Look, we can survive this, but we need you. Nobody can shoot like you can.
I don't know that I can.
What do you mean? You're a great shot.
Yes, but only with bottles and juggling balls. I've never shot a person before. Not for real.
I need you to cover me while I run to the wagon. You don't have to try to hit anyone. Just lay down some fire to keep them from shooting back. Can you do that?
Yeah, all right. I don't think I'll be able to cover you the whole way, though.
Better than nothing. Thanks. These woods are lousy with Blackburn agents. Thanks for the cover, Danny. Damn! Carson's over there. I need to distract him somehow. A patch of dry dirt on the forest floor. A patch... Miss John...
What?
You okay?
I'm being shot at. What do you think?
How many are we up against?
5 left. You could help us out here.
Phil?
This is no...
Any luck taking those guys down?
Not yet. The cowards are quite good at hiding.
Hanging in there, Phil?
For now.
Agent Carson is hiding behind that bush. A patch of dry dirt on the... No point putting... No point putting... Too dangerous to... Too dangerous. If only it were... He's not in the mood. I'll need to get closer first. No point putting that in the dirt. No point... Damn! Carson... I need to distract him somehow. If I'm gonna throw something at Carson, it needs to be something that'll keep him occupied long enough for me to get past. If I'm gonna throw... If I'm gonna... If I'm gonna throw some... If I'm gonna throw... If I'm gonna throw... If I'm gonna throw... If I'm gonna throw... If I'm gonna... If I'm gonna... If I'm gonna throw... Another good spot to hide. Damn! I need to distract him somehow. These woods... A patch of dry dirt... No point. Agent Carson. Agent Carson. Agent. Miss John. He's not. Phil.
This.
Got anything on?
As a matter of fact, I do.
Your flask?
Liquid courage.
Damn, I needed that. Sorry, Phil, but desperate times and all that. I've made a nice little puddle of mud. Yuck. All right, Harley. If ever there was a time to make your aim count, this is it. Hey, Carson! Got him. He ran farther into the woods. I should be clear to get closer to the wagon now. Not far to the wagon now. Nadine, are you okay?
Yes, I'm unhurt. What about you and the others?
All accounted for except Jake.
I think he's up near the front of the wagon. We need to do something about these men.
Working on it. Hey, Nadine?
Yes?
Phil's had an idea to get rid of the Blackburns. He needs some dynamite from that trunk behind the rear wheel.
How will you get over there?
Still trying to figure that out. You said you saw Jake at the front of the wagon?
He ran that way when the shooting started. He dropped his hat in the commotion. I picked it up for him. Seems silly. I just did.
Think I could hold on to Jake's hat for a spell?
Of course.
You haven't been...
Still okay.
Well, Danny's having something of a crisis.
Poor Danny. None of...
I hope this works as a decoy. Okay, Nadine. I've got an idea. I'm going to get Carson's attention with this. While he's distracted, you make a break for the trunk.
Okay.
Ready? Here we go. Nice going. Now toss me a stick of dynamite, would you? Thanks. Sit tight and keep your head low. I'll get this back to Phil.
All right. Good luck, Harley.
Mission accomplished. Got the dynamite.
Excelente. Give it here.
Catch!
Everyone down! Uncover your ears! Dynamite! Run! Anda! That has taken care of them.
Nice work, Mr. Marquez.
Gracias.
That's all of them?
All the ones I saw. Carson, you're the last one standing. Give yourself up while you got the chance.
All right, damn you. I know when I'm beat.
Come on. Let's find Nadine and Jake.
No sudden moves. You're outgunned.
I am well aware of the situation, ma'am. I hope you all realize just how much trouble you're in. You've killed 4 good men. My client will be very displeased to learn of this.
And just who is this client?
Please, when you engage the Blackburns, you can be assured of confidentiality above all else. You may kill me, but you'll get nothing out of me.
Enough, Leger. We need to end this.
Yes, make an example of him. Send a message to his client.
We don't have to kill him. The Blackburns aren't well liked in El Presidio. We could turn them into the police there. Whoever sent them, it wasn't lawful. They tried to murder us.
Do what you like. It won't make a lick of difference.
Before doing anything, we need to disarm him.
One last thing before you do.
Nadine! Are you all right? Say something.
Give her some space. I will try to stop the bleeding.
I'm going to check the wagon, see if I can find Jake. Stay with us, Nadine. Please. Jake!
Oh, Harley. Glad to see you in one piece. Things got real rough back there, but we made it out all right. Everyone is all right, right?
No, everyone's not all right. Nadine's been shot.
Oh. Damn.
Yeah.
Well, she's a strong one, and Bremen with all that medical know-how, she'll pull through for sure.
Things might have gone better if you'd been around to help. Where were you when the shots started flying?
Me? Oh, well, I was holding a position at the front of the wagon, you see. I was aiming to push forward, looking for my opening. Then you folks took care of everybody. Mighty impressive how you handled yourselves, I must say.
What have you got in that bag?
Oh, this? Nothing, just some supplies.
Supplies? For what?
Well, you can never be too prepared, you know?
Are you running away?
What? Preposterous. Gentleman Jake does not run away.
Then what are you doing?
Why, I'm acting in accordance with my true nature. I'm a coward, Harley.
What?
Don't make me say it again.
So you are running away?
That is about the long and the short of it.
Why?
I already told you. Now just let me tuck my tail under and go, would you? Do we need to drag this out?
Hang on. What about Clark's stash?
If you can find it, you're welcome to it. This was meant to be a simple job. Find out where Clark went, get paid. Nobody said nothing about crossing the army or getting shot at by goddamn Blackburns.
So the great gentleman Jake turns tail as soon as things get rough?
As a great man once said, he who fights and runs away lives to fight another day. Hope there's no hard feelings.
No hard feelings? I swear to Christ, if you're not out of my sight by the count of 10, I'm putting you in the ground.
Come on, you don't mean that.
You want to try me?
Can't say I blame you for feeling that way. Well, I'd best be off. Good luck getting to El Presidio.
How is she?
Hanging on, but barely.
Nadine? Nadine!
We have to get her to El Presidio. She needs a hospital.
But first we have to hide these bodies, so more Blackburns do not come after us. Where is Jake, by the way?
He left. Turns out he was no hero after all.
He what?
Oh, carajo. This day just keeps getting worse. Well, sooner we get this done, the better.
Nadine. We almost lost Nadine. She's still fighting for her life, but we're going to get her help. She has to pull through. It can't end like this. Jake's gone too. Damn him. Anyway, we finally made it. El Presidio. We were supposed to pick up Dr. Clark's trail here at the Jolly Good Club, but I'm not sure what good that will do us now. Those of us who are left. Everything's changed.
There she is, El Presidio.
It's grown since I was last here.
Cities have a habit of doing that.
Shouldn't be too tough to find our way around. We just need to find a safe place to park the wagon.
Oh, no. This is the end of the line for me.
What?
I'm getting Nadine to the hospital. That's as far as I go. Our business is concluded.
But I thought...
No hard feelings, Legere. The journey's been interesting for sure. Good luck finding that fortune of yours.
What next?
Suppose we should find a place to stay. We'll need to plan...
Good evening. I'm terribly sorry to interrupt, but are you Miss Harley Legere?
Say, you look familiar. I've seen you before.
That is entirely possible, Miss Legere. I do believe we were in Rosewater at the same time. My name is Timothy King. I've been sent to welcome you to our fair city.
Thanks?
My employer is quite keen to meet you and your associates. There's a carriage waiting to take us to the offices of Vespuccia Petrol. Please, follow me if you would.
Sorry, but I don't get into carriages with strange men.
He seems harmless. Besides, if he tries anything funny, I will put a bullet in him.
Charming. I can assure you, it won't come to that.
Better not.
I think it'll be okay. Besides, we've got him outnumbered.
Fine. Let's go then.
They're here, ma'am.
Thank you, Timothy. Miss Legere, please come in. Welcome to El Presidio. I hope your journey here wasn't too unpleasant.
How in the ether do you know who I am?
I appreciate you must have many questions, Miss Legere. I shall gladly answer them, but first permit me to ask one of my own. Where is Mr. Ackerman?
No idea, and frankly, I couldn't care less.
Was there some kind of falling out?
You could say that. We were attacked by the Blackburns, and he turned tail and ran.
I see. Pity for him. This is a blatant breach of contract.
Beg pardon?
My name is D.W. Shaw. I am the owner and operator of Vespuccia Petrol. Last week, I met with Mr. Ackerman in Rosewater to discuss a business proposition. I engaged his services to track down Dr. Bennett Clark and bring him to me. A few days ago, I received a letter informing me he was on his way here along with the team he had assembled. He seemed confident you had found a significant lead as to Clark's whereabouts. But now, you tell me he has abandoned your group and the assignment. This puts me in a rather awkward position. But perhaps all is not lost. You've come this far. I see no reason why you can't finish what Mr. Ackerman started.
I'm confused. You asked Jake to look for Dr. Clark?
Correct.
Then why did he tell us we were searching for Clark's missing fortune?
Missing fortune? What missing fortune?
Jake said Dr. Clark left behind a bunch of money when he disappeared.
I see. I haven't a clue why he chose to mislead you. Perhaps he felt a treasure hunt would be more enticing.
He certainly did have a flair for the dramatic.
A risk of hiring a stage entertainer. But the truth would have had to come out eventually. My agreement with him was quite clear. 25,000 crowns in exchange for bringing me Dr. Clark. The same agreement applies to the three of you.
So you're telling me Clark's still alive?
Alive, and ironically, somewhere in El Presidio. What exactly was this lead you found?
Right before he disappeared, Dr. Clark was invited to stay at the Jolly Good Club.
Ah, yes, I know it. Quite exclusive. I myself have never set foot inside. You intend to search for him there?
Seems the best option.
Very good. You'll find the club on Cedar Avenue between Gull and Hare Street. In the meantime, I will ensure your stay here is comfortable. I've reserved rooms at the Presidio Hotel on the other side of town. You must be exhausted. I'll have Timothy summon a coach. Enjoy your rest. Should you need to speak with me again, you may return here. Good night to you.
I can't remember the last time I slept in such a comfortable bed.
Neither can I.
So, what is our plan for tonight?
To see what we can find out at the Jolly Good Club. Better not over... Sorry. Yuck. All right, Harley. Hey! Got him. The phone... Not far to the... Nadine!
Yes.
Oh,
I think we need to...
Working. Hey.
Yes?
You said...
He dropped seems...
Think I could...
Of course.
Bill's... He... You have...
Still...
Well...
Poor...
Think you...
Not well, that man... I might be...
Fit's all right, but... I hope this worked. Okay, Nadine, while he... Ready? Nice go. Thanks. Sit tight. All right. Mission
Everyone down. Dynamite! And
Nice work.
That's all.
Oh. Carson, do you...
Come on.
No.
You're not in any position to be making a report.
I'm not an idiot. I've already informed my client of your identities. If I'm not heard from, they'll know exactly who to blame.
Enough, Leger. We need to end this.
yes, make an example.
We don't... whoever's...
We have no choice. Shoot him, Miss Johnson.
One last thing before you do.
Nadine! Are you all right?
Give her...
I'm going to check the... Please. Jake!
Oh, thanks.
Is everything all right with you?
With me? Sure. Only fired up a little is all. You know, I always did appreciate your concern for my well-being. Mighty good of you.
Why so squirrely?
Now, Harley, we've just been ambushed. Blood's still pumping a mite hot.
Forgive me if I do not exhibit all of my accustomed
Are you...
What? What? I'm a coward, Harley.
Hey, Phil? Any theories on why Shaw's so interested in Dr. Clark?
There was a fire in her eyes. A passion. Many people lost loved ones in that disaster. If she suffered a loss, she might wish to use her wealth to purchase a measure of revenge. It is a theory.
Can you believe that, Jake? How could he just leave us like that?
I feel like such a fool, believing he was any different than Stokes. Why are all the men in this country so lacking in decency and valor?
Hey, I'm not.
Certainly not, my friend. Vespuccia could use more men like you.
Do you think Nadine will recover from her wound?
It looked very bad, but I have seen men rise again after receiving worse. At least she made it through the wilderness and is receiving treatment in a real city. This is cause for hope.
I hope Miss Johnson will be all right.
I would not worry about her. Some creatures are pack animals, like wolves, and some are solitary hunters, like pumas. Lola Johnson is a puma if ever I met one. She knows how to look after herself.
Hey, Danny?
Yes, Holly?
What do you suppose Shaw's interest in Dr. Clark is?
Could be anything, really. But I'm guessing it has to do with making her money.
Sorry about Jake. You must be real busted up about it.
I was, at first. The more I thought about it, the more I realized how obvious it should have been he was full of hot air. Having me do all the shooting, never a shred of proof to back up his stories. I thought working for him was the first stepping stone on some longer path. I thought I had so much to learn from him. Guess he taught me a lesson in the end, all right.
What do you suppose Nadine's chances of recovery are?
She wasn't looking too good when we parted ways, but Miss Johnson seemed determined to get her the care she needed. And Miss Johnson's a tracker, right? If she's looking for something, she finds it. At least, I hope so. Nadine deserves a second chance.
Miss Johnson really went through it with us. Hope she'll be okay.
I think she will be. At the very least, she's got a new dog friend to keep her company.
A full day's sleep did me good. Bizarre, enormous creature. Don't know what I'd do if I met that out in the woods. A portrait of a young soldier in uniform. It's a sketch of big family. A bowl of fresh tropical fruit. This banana looks nice and ripe. Don't mind if I do. A painting of an ore mine. Maybe it's meant to be motivational? A snowy winter scene must count as an exotic landscape around here. A painting of a city street at night. It's not that cold out. We should get a move on. It's full of tools. Can't think of any. All right there, Danny?
Yep.
Good evening.
Hello.
What are you working on?
Just fixing the hotel sign. New management's looking to spruce the place up. Promised me a new tool set, too. Can't complain.
Something wrong with your current tools?
They're old and rusty. Need a replacing years ago. But hey, better late than never. I'm most looking forward to a new drill. Old one could hardly make a hole in a bar of soap.
Got any tips for what to do and see around here?
First time visiting, huh? Annabro Square Park is a nice spot to relax. Closed after dusk, of course. I'd say the wharf's the beating heart of the city. But it gets pretty rough at night. It's just northeast of here. For a taste of the Far East, there's Chinatown. That's on Annabro Square Road between Finch and Gull. Communicating with the folks there can be a challenge. Although, I suppose your friend could help.
Thanks. That's very helpful. Are you familiar with the Jolly Good Club?
Sure, I've heard of it. Real fancy place in the north part of town. Never been inside. That sort of place ain't for people like me. No disrespect, but I doubt...
Have you heard of...
Can't say I...
Thanks for the chat.
Evening to you.
Nothing remarkable here. Nothing remarkable. Nothing remarkable. Good evening.
Hello.
Remind...
The wharf in Chinatown on Annabro Square Road between Finch and Gull.
Thanks for the...
Evening.
Nothing remarkable here. Nothing Nothing remarkable. Nothing remarkable. Nothing 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 remarkable. Nothing 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 remarkable. Nothing remarkable. Nothing rem- Nothing rem- The park's closed at night. The park's Excuse me?
Yeah.
Why are you standing around?
I'm waiting for someone.
Can you tell me?
You don't say. The city has plenty to offer. It depends on what you're seeking.
Do you know what?
Only that I could work 1,000 years.
Would you
The mad inventor who blew up the Lamplight City Expo with his illegal doomsday weapon a few years back? Never heard of him.
Hey, what's your...
It is crowded, it is noisy, and it smells of manure. In other words, we are back in civilization.
Hey.
Yes, Holly.
How's it feel to be back here?
Hard to say. I'm glad to be back, but I'm also reminded why I left. Kind of an odd feeling.
Madre mia. So many people.
Watch yourselves, friends. Big cities aren't always kind. She's just doing her job. These two are engaged in some highly emotional quarrel. They're giving those documents some... He's sleeping one off. She's shaking out some linens or sending secret signals across the way. You're tying one on and watching the world go by. She's minding her own business, but that one fellow seems very interested. Hard to tell which is more the ass.
Look at all this trash.
Cheap art. The kind you'd expect to see. Cheap art. Seems there wasn't enough wall. Lots of different... These look expensive. These look... Everything you'd need. Everything. A collection of... A bunch... An authentic... Do you seek work? Find your way. Approach a laborer and say, curious. It's way too faded. A variety of pistols. Do you seek work? Find your way. Curious. Ask about our special behind the... A ship's bell, like...
Yes, can I help you?
You've got an impressive selection, but I was wondering what you had behind the counter.
Got some jewelry, some repair kits, and a set of lockpicks.
I could use the lockpicks. What's the price?
10 crowns.
Okay, I'll take the lockpicks.
And there you go. Just don't even think of using them here.
Know anything about the Jolly Good Club?
Never heard of it, sorry.
I have something to sell.
Okay, what?
What will you give me for this ancient arrowhead?
Depends. Where did it come from?
It was buried in the desert near Rosewater.
Well, I don't know how ancient it is. 20 crowns. And that's generous.
I'll take it. I have some...
Oh.
How much is this old Spanish doubloon worth?
Where did you find this?
Buried in the desert, if you can believe it.
Not bad. I can give you 45 crowns for it.
Sounds good to me. I have some... Will you take this piece of petrified wood?
Sure. Could make a decent paperweight, I guess. Best I can do is 5 crowns.
That'll do. I have some... I have this tea caddy.
That is a rather nice piece. I can pay you 16 crowns for it.
You've got a deal. Anything you...
If you're not feeling it in your legs yet, you will soon. Honestly, who thought it would be a good idea to build a city?
Quite a
Glad.
How did the
The city extended the shoreline when about that time some big trading company went bankrupt, and so the harbor authorities seized them.
Appreciate...
Sure.
Can't think of any... All right there, Danny?
Yep.
If we don't find Clark, maybe we could start a band. This place has everything. Oranges, coconut. Good evening, sir.
Evening. Get your fruit here. Pears and oranges, only 2 crowns. Lemon coconut. Tell me what you...
Do you know what...
Sure. I can't tell you much more beyond their fruit-buying habits, though.
Would you have...
The scientist? I've heard his name, but I don't know much about the man.
What can you...
Watch your step round here. Many's the time I've seen visit...
You get many...
Oh, sure. You came. Plenty of folks sucking on lemons and oranges before bed eases. That's what they say, anyway.
I'll be off.
If you need fruit.
I've never seen a banana with a red peel before.
Sorry, I don't buy things.
Good evening.
Evening to you.
That boat yours?
Sure is. Easier to fish during the day, but sometimes I take folks for a sail. Price is right, of course.
And what is the right...
Depends. A cruise around the bay will run you 20 crowns a head. If you had something specific in mind, we can negotiate.
I'd like to know...
Oh, I love it here. We get all kinds coming through here from other... El Presidio's been growing like crazy.
Know anything...
Never heard of it.
Ever heard...
Wasn't he the guy who blew up those people a few years back?
Yes, I suppose he was.
That's all I know about him. Sorry.
Thanks for the chat.
See you around.
Good evening.
Hello.
Remind...
The wharf in Chinatown on Annabro Square Road between Finch and Gull.
Thanks for the... Nothing remarkable. Looks like I found Chinatown. All right there, Danny?
Yep.
He seems to have... Excuse me?
Wait your turn.
Jeez. Very ornately carved.
Yeah, what is it?
Jimmy?
Danny? What are you doing back here?
You two know each other?
It's been a long time.
You're telling me?
Can we come in? We need to speak to whoever's in charge.
You can, sure. Your friends are a different story.
I take full responsibility for them. They're trustworthy.
All right. I'll take your word. Come on in. We've got a lot of catching up to do.
Can't think of it. What's that banner say, Danny?
Secrets are kept within these four walls.
Here, we value the ability to mind one's own business.
These look valuable. Looks like an intense game. Very colorful. A painting of a... All right there, Danny?
Yep.
Pardon me, could we have a word?
Sure. Give us a minute, Danny.
What exactly is this place?
It's the Society of Open Arms, a social club, a place for our community to gather. We take care of our own here.
And what's your job here? Jimmy, was it?
Yeah, that's right. I do lots of things. Mostly I make sure everybody feels safe. Anything my boss asks me to do, I take care of.
Your boss, huh? Who might that be?
Nobody you need to be concerned about. You got any questions or business affairs, you talk to me.
I'm new in town. What's to know about El Presidio?
Ask Danny.
So how are you?
We grew up together.
Is that right?
Yeah, we were like brothers. Used to play on this very street. Then he ran off with Petey and some other guys. Thought I'd never see him again. It's good to know Danny got away from that crowd. I never much liked them.
All right. Danny told me about Petey.
Doesn't surprise me. He idolized that kid. Did he say if anything happened to him?
Yeah, he was killed in a botched robbery.
Figures. That explains why Danny's not latched onto him anymore. Anyway, this is all ancient history.
Okay, thanks for answering my questions.
My pleasure.
I've got nothing.
Welcome back, Miss Leger.
A bunch of oil rigs in the desert. Quite a view you've got.
I make a habit of seeing far.
Mrs. Shaw?
Yes, Miss Leger.
Why exactly do you want Dr. Clark?
It's quite complicated. I haven't the time to go into detail. Suffice it to say, I wish to make an offer of employment.
Why would an etheric researcher want a job at an oil company?
All that need concern you is the fact I'm paying you to procure him.
What made you decide to hire Jake, of all people, for this job?
His reputation as a capable agent. His intervention in the Boakes affair, for instance. I needed a man found and brought in discreetly, and Mr. Ackerman was already in Rosewater, where the trail began. It seemed auspicious at the time. Alas, we all make mistakes.
Anything you can tell of...
For such a young city, it's best. I wouldn't be surprised if El Presidio out...
Can you tell us any...
It's a club for the well-to-do men of the city to gossip, and I can't imagine how you plan to get inside.
We'll find a way.
That's...
If we're going to be working for you...
you are...
How did you come to be the...
My late husband. He was a very clever man. Fortunately for him, he recognized I ran the company for many years in his name.
Have you lived in...
about 30 years now. For some peculiar reason, Vespuccians seem to accord an English...
What are your initials?
Dorothy Wilhelmina, but simply D.W.
I think that's...
Very good.
The Vespuccia Petrol Building. He's busy. All right there, Dan?
Yep.
Can't think. Nothing remarkable here. This fancy building must be the Jolly Good Club. Solid oak.
May I help you?
Good evening. I was hoping you could tell me if Dr. Bennett Clark was here.
I'm afraid, madam, that I'm unable to provide information of that sort.
Don't suppose I could come inside and look?
Absolutely not. This is a members-only club.
And how does one become a member?
One must meet certain requirements. Quite frankly, you do not. Good evening.
So much for the direct approach.
Elitist scum. There must be a way for us to get inside.
Hey, seeing as the front door is not an option, how can we get into the Jolly Good Club?
The gears of elitist establishments such as this are lubricated by the sweat of their laborers. Perhaps we might find and befriend such a person. When the front figure at...
Hey.
Yes, hon.
Any...
I had a feeling they weren't going to let us walk right. Maybe check around the back? See if somebody...
Lots going on back here.
Establishments like this run on the sweat of the oppressed. Workers see much and are themselves overlooked.
Judging from its position under the window, I'd say this is a waste barrel. Mostly oh, this greasy rag. Excuse me, sir, are you all—
Oh god, that smell!
Sorry, I mean—
Whatever the devil it is, I've got it bad. Save yourself and steer clear.
Can we help you in any way? It's a cart full of what appears— Excuse me.
What you want?
I was hoping to—
No English.
Danny?
你好，女士.
Oh, hello, young man. I didn't realize you were friends with this woman. Did you want something?
Do you work at this club?
I wash all the bedding and linen.
We're trying to get inside.
Good luck. This club is for rich white men only.
We don't want to join.
Ah, I suppose I could help you with that. But first, I will ask you a small favor.
What do you have in mind?
I have a contract with some people.
What sort of people?
You don't.
I used to when I was younger.
Then you know exactly what kind of people I mean.
Right. I'm not sure what we can do, but we could try.
The Society of Open Arms.
And what's your name?
Mei Hui.
Okay. I'll see what we can do.
Thank you, young man.
Well?
She can help us, but we need to do her a favor first. We need to get to Chinatown. I'll explain everything on the way.
Hello, sir.
I'm sorry, I can't talk.
Amigo, surely you can spare a moment.
Hey, compadre, I didn't see you there. Wait, I've seen your face before. General Marquez?
In the flesh.
General, it's an honor. What brings you to El Presidio?
My companions and I are searching for someone.
I see. I would love to help you, but I don't know any of the members by name.
How long have you worked here?
Nearly 10 years.
10 years? After such long, loyal service?
Why would they do that? Well, my pay is the same as the day I first set foot here.
Ah, my friend. Please tell me a major Vespuccian city such as this.
Oh, I'm sure there must be one.
Outrageous. This must change. We will find this union, and we will get you a membership.
We will?
Damn right we will.
General, what can I say? Your kindness knows no limits.
We must stand together, compadre.
Pardon.
Sure, give us a minute.
Are you aware of—
That's not a question you want to be understand.
Sure. I want to talk about your contract with Mei Hui.
The laundress who works at that fancy club?
The very same. She wants out.
So she sent Danny and his friends to negotiate? That's strange. You make a deal with her or something?
We're trying to get inside the Jolly Good Club. She told us she could sneak us in if we got her out of her contract.
I see. Well, miracles do happen. If you intend to negotiate the terms of her contract on her behalf, I need you to understand exactly what you're agreeing to.
Go on.
Under Mei Hui's current deal, she donates 10% of her earnings to the club. In exchange, she gets certain benefits. She's already requested to be released from her contract. Okay, we said. We're reasonable people. All we asked was that she make a simple delivery for us first. She refused. Now you're making the same request. Okay, but precious time has been wasted here. The price has gone up. Now it's 2 jobs.
What kinds of jobs exactly?
Both still simple. The delivery is one. But first, I need you to run another errand. I have this valuable timepiece, unfortunately damaged and in need of repair. Take care of that, then we can discuss the delivery.
What happened to this watch?
A little disagreement. Someone got upset and threw it against the door over there. It smashed open.
Where am I
There's a pawn shop at the wharf.
Okay.
My pleasure.
What do you need?
Do you know anything about...
I think there is one. I'm my own boss, and I don't have...
I was wondering if you could have a look at this watch.
Where did you get this?
Does it matter?
Yes. I've seen this watch before. Someone from the Tong gave it to you, didn't they?
The what?
That place in Chinatown, the Open Arms Society, or whatever they call themselves. I already told them I wasn't interested in their business. They can send as many proxies as they like. It's not gonna change my mind.
So you won't fix this watch?
Nope.
So what am I supposed to do?
My advice would be to stop dealing with those people. But if you're hell-bent, I could sell you a repair kit and you can do it yourself.
All right.
You're gonna do it. 4 crowns. Your funeral.
Sold.
Here you are. And I'm in no way responsible for whatever happens next.
Appreciate.
Sure.
A medium gold gear. Think this is the main gear. A metal plate covering the watch's insides. Okay, this doesn't look too tough. Just have to place the right gears in the right spots. This gear won't fit there. This gear. This gear. This gear won't. This gear won't fit. This gear won't. This gear won't fit. Think this is the main. This gear. This gear. This gear won't fit. This gear. This gear won't. This gear won't. This gear won't fit. This gear won't. This gear won't. All right there?
Yep.
Can't think. I've got nothing. I have no. Good evening.
Hello.
Would you happen to know any?
Nope.
Thanks for the chat.
Evening to you.
Welcome.
Mrs. Shaw,
Yes.
are you familiar with a
Miss Leger, labor unions are for troublemakers. Vespuccia Petrol's employees answer to none of those. Now, please,
Have you heard
the Chinatown Syndicate?
I wouldn't say.
Stay on your guard would be my advice.
I think that's all.
Very good.
Excuse me?
Yeah.
I thought you should know. I am a stranger.
I see. If you could give me a sign of your intention. You feeling all right?
I thought.
If you could. I'm not sure what to make of this.
I thought.
If you could. Is there.
Suppose not. This rag is soaked in grease. Not the best quality lockpick. All the tools needed to. This thing is in.
I don't need your charity.
Can't think of any.
Our friend must continue his...
You got that contract?
We're still...
Are you sure you...
You... Oh...
I don't think that's... I don't think that... That's not going to help me fix the watch. That's not... Can't think of it. Hello again.
Good.
I'm trying to locate a labor...
Depends who's asking.
I am a stranger.
A stranger should be assisted. Take this pamphlet. It'll help.
Thanks. I'll be off.
If you need fruit, you know where to find me.
Excuse me?
Yeah.
I thought you should know.
If you could... Aha! Take this. It's a guide to the meeting place of the Masters of the Plow.
Why can't you just tell me where it is?
If you're serious about joining, you'll observe the customs.
It's some kind of poem. Ugh, I hate poetry. Nothing remarkable. Nothing. Nothing. Nothing remark. Nothing remark. Nothing. Nothing remarkable. Nothing remark. Nothing remark. Nothing. Nothing remark. Nothing remark. Nothing remark. Well now, what have we here? A slew of advertisements.
Yes?
Good evening.
I'm afraid I don't know. Unless, of course, you'd like to.
Good evening.
I see. Do your associates also wish to work?
They do.
You may enter. Not the boy. He can wait outside.
Why?
Their kind look after their own. Do you want in or not?
I'll just wait for you out here, I guess.
You're sure?
I'll be fine. Go on.
Okay, we're ready.
The masters of the plow welcome you. I'm glad you've come to us. I am the master workman. Who are you?
I'm Harley Legere, and this is Phil Marquez.
Henceforth known as initiates, you must undergo a simple ceremony before being inducted into our union.
What kind of ceremony?
We will ask you a few questions, and you must answer. Everything you need to prepare is found in this vestibule. Simply pass through this door when you are ready.
I suppose we should have a look around then.
I don't look nervous, do I?
Not really. Are you?
Maybe a little. Hey, Phil?
We need to prepare for this initiation. Let us converse later. Are you sure we are prepared for the initiation?
Yes, I think so. Just follow my lead.
Initiates, present yourselves to the assembly. The initiates have entered the chamber. In doing so, they seek to cleanse themselves of the impurities of the outside world and enter our fold. Show us now the sign of cleansing. This is not a sign we recognize. Try once more. Show us now the sign of cleansing. This is not a sign we recognize. Try once more. Show us now the sign of cleansing. This is not a sign we recognize. Initiates, please retire to the vestibule. Return to the stage when you are more adequately prepared.
That did not go so well.
Guess we need to be better prepared. Yes, I think.
Initiate. The initiates and show. Very good. You have cleansed yourselves of impurities and are ready to begin anew. Now answer. Do you swear loyalty to the masters of the plow?
I swear fealty with no question.
I swear fealty with no question.
Excellent. Show us now the sign of intelligence. This is not a sign we recognize. Try once more. Show us now the sign of intelligence. The initiates are nearly done. One question remains. What is your greatest desire?
I aim to labor.
I aim to labor.
Then you have come to the right place. On behalf of the toiling millions of Earth, I welcome you to this order, pledged to the service of humanity. Approach the podium. Here are your pens.
Thank you, Master Workman.
Our next meeting is tomorrow evening. For now, leave us and enjoy the night. Tomorrow, a new day dawns for you both.
Well, how did it go?
We made it in.
Let us get back to the club and give our cook friend the good news. Our friend must continue his work, Harley.
Hey, Phil? I can't understand why the labor union operates under such secrecy.
They are doing noble work, fighting for the rights and dignity of workers. For this, there are many powerful people who would like to infiltrate and destroy them violently. Such complex precautions are a lamentable necessity.
An official membership pin for the local labor union. Here you are, sir. Welcome to the Masters of the Plow.
Fantastico! I'm in your debt.
Think you could let us into the club?
I could open the back door, but for just one of you. More than that, and they would notice.
I'll go in then.
Once inside, follow the hall to the end. The door will lead you to the club's library. There's a presentation tonight, so most everyone will be in the grand hall. You should be able to move around unnoticed. But please, make sure you are not caught. If you are, do not tell them I let you in.
You have my word.
Good. Let me get the door for you.
Now to find Clark. The letter said he'd be staying in this L person's suite. So who and where is that? A stuffed bird. The plaque says it's called a dodo. How odd. I imagine most of the folks in here are great admirers of Mr. Atwood. After all, he always did make a point of standing up for the great big rich guy. A ferrotype showing a bunch of So many butterflies. This puts Sheriff Gamble's collection to shame. There's various exhibits in these cases. Various pharotypes of rich people enjoying themselves. This club's membership has felled many an antlered beast. Volumes and volumes of books. Display cases with different exhibits. I wonder how long it would take to read every one of these books. Edgar Whitmire, founder of the Jolly Good Club. There's a plaque above all those portraits that says, It's a list of club members.
February 12th, upon hearing when they have, after enduring such a one day when rational, with warm regards, P.S.
February Clark, I have a business proposal. Relinquished, you may stay in my suite at the Jolly Good Club. You will be...
It's signed L.
P.S. You needn't have any concern.
Stern-looking fellow. He's got a medal on his chest with 4 stars on it. General Lancaster Bevins, 1770. Hey, that's Miss Lee.
As you see, gentlemen, my analysis was correct. The region is absolutely ideal for the formation and preservation of fossils. Though I have so far recovered only a small part of what I believe still lies out there, I was able to partially reconstruct the dinosaur skeleton you see before you. Quite a fearsome beast, isn't he? This ancient lizard, which I have christened the Eremosaurus, probably roamed the lands near the San Bernardo Valley over 72 million years ago.
This is fascinating, but I'd better get a move on. Bat. Ham. Archie. Kit. This man's got a vacant expression. I've never understood men who grow beards without mustaches. He looks bored, but I would be too if I had to stand perfectly still for that long. Why is that man pointing at a skull? Does he think it makes him look mysterious? He's wearing a medal shaped like a leaf. Jovial-looking fellow. What a sourpuss. Mrs. Edgar Whitmire. Chan. Warm air is coming from the grate. They must have that indoor steam heating I've read about. Lige. Willie. Barnabas Jordan. Ned. Willie. Finney. Sigh. We've only been in El Presidio one day, and I... Lige. Locked, of course, but these are the simplest door locks I've ever seen. Nothing to it. That wasn't the right room. There's lots of doors. There must be a way to figure out the right room. There's lots of... I think this is the room I'm looking for. Yes, there's the safe. Willie. Willie. Nothing to it. I've already... I think this is the room I'm looking for. Yes, there's the safe. Still life of some fruit and flowers. Hotel art. Nothing. This desk. It's got several drawers, and the top is surprisingly clean. Strange device. Something to do with the planets. It's still early in the evening. I hope we can locate Clark before morning. Completely empty. A fine place to store clothes. I found a crumpled note. Better take it. General Laporte, as per your request, we have provided your suite with a safe. The combination is 12 right, 9 left, 5 right. Please share this information only with those you trust. If only it were that simple. If only it were that... only it were. General Laporte, as per your request, we. If only it were that simple. If only. If only it were that simple. General Laporte, as per your request, we have provided your suite with a safe. The combination is 12 right, 9 left, 5 right. The big gold handle, the combination dial. If only it were. If only it were that simple. The big goal. If only it were. General Laporte, as per your request. If only it were that simple. I need the combination. If only it were that simple. Not too different. Nothing hidden in the. Can't believe I've been wearing the same clothes nearly 2 weeks now. If only. If only it were that simple. down. All right, let's see what we've got here. Some kind of wooden card? Better hang on to it. And another journal, but not Clark's. Uh-oh, sounds like the presentation's wrapping up. I'd better make myself scarce.
And who might you be?
Oh, don't mind me, I was just leaving.
I'm afraid I must mind. This is a members-only club, and you clearly aren't a member. Therefore, I can only assume that you must have broken in. Your intent was to steal something, I suppose?
I'm no thief. My hands are empty.
And your pockets?
Nothing I didn't bring in with me.
You're quite clever. Very well, you can go. Let it not be said that General Laporte can't be merciful. But if I ever see you in here again, I won't be so lenient. Understood?
Yes, sir.
Well, did you find him?
I think so, but let's get out of here. Now, let's see what's in this diary I found. Clark's not at the club anymore, but I found out who invited him to El Presidio, an army general named Laporte. He's got Clark on Gannett Island working on some secret operation called Project Rosewater.
Project Rosewater?
No idea what it is, but it's the whole reason Laporte brought Clark here.
Wait a minute. Remember those crates on the army supply wagon? The ones marked Rosewater? They weren't going to the town of Rosewater. I bet they were coming here for Project Rosewater.
Of course. Fort Beaumont was just a waypoint. It sure seemed like a lot of stuff for one little outpost in the middle of nowhere.
So, the night deliveries, the Aurum bars.
Something big is going on here. We need to have a talk with Shaw.
Miss Legere, have you any news?
Clark's been moved to Gannett Island.
Gannett Island? There's nothing there, just a crumbling fort and lighthouse.
Have you heard of an army general named Laporte? Or something called Project Rosewater?
Neither. Go on.
There's clearly something much bigger at play here. This quest has run us afoul of some very dangerous people. If you expect us to get Clark for you, I want to know why you want him so badly.
Very well. Imagine airships, engines, furnaces, powered not by petroleum and coal, but by ethericity, an infinitely renewable energy source that comes from the sky itself, clean, efficient, and economical.
But you run an oil company.
I run an energy company, Miss Legere. Energy takes many forms. With Dr. Clark in my employ, we can lay the groundwork now for a pivot from oil to ethericity. Once the benefits become apparent, the market will clamour for clean, safe, etheric energy. And only one company will be equipped to meet that demand on day one. Mine.
What about the ban?
Bans are imposed by governments, and governments change, Miss Legere. Not everyone supports Leroy's technophobic policies. The Labourites are barely hanging on. It's not just Atwood's trade party that would like to see etheric advancement back on the table. Royalists, justice, pioneers, even the Christian Union would all get on board. In these fractious times, ethericity has the potential to be a great uniter. Change is just over the horizon. But enough politics. You know where Clark is. Go get him. Best of luck.
A strange wooden card lined with metal. It's got some holes on one side. Hello again.
Good evening.
How can I get to that island over there?
You could try asking Rebecca. She's the one standing over there, by the boat.
Thanks for the tip. I'll be off.
If you need fruit.
Good evening.
Evening to you.
How much to go to Gannett Island?
Oh, hell. There's no amount of money could get me to set foot on that island.
Why not?
It's cursed. Haunted by demonic spirits.
Come on, really?
I've seen them with my own eyes. Horrid specters floating around the place, ready to kill anyone who gets too close. When they're out dancing in the sky at night, you can feel their evil influence in the air, too. Hot shivers going down the back of your neck. If you know what's good for you, you'll get any idea going out there out of your head.
Look, we really need to get to that island.
Good luck to you, then. Nobody in their right mind will take you there.
You said no amount of money could get you to set foot on the island. What if you just dropped us off?
You're dead set on going, aren't you?
I thought I'd made that clear.
All right. If you have such a disregard for your life, there's nothing I can do about it. But I won't take you there for any less than 60 crowns.
You drive a hard bargain, but we're not giving up. Here's the money.
All right. The minute I drop you off, I'm gone.
How are we supposed to get back?
I'll come back for you. At dawn. If the ghosts haven't killed you before then, that is.
We'll take our chances. Let's go. Owing to the island's reputation as the accursed haunt of assorted malignant spooks and spirits, it has cost us a comely copper to induce one of the credulous locals to transport us here. I do have to admit that this place presents a rather eerie aspect. It's easy enough to imagine ghosts drifting along the ramparts of the ruined fort, or floating among the after images of the lighthouse beam. But there's only one ghost I'm interested in finding here.
Remember, I'll be back at sunrise. Then I'm heading home whether you're on my boat or not.
Uy, que mareo. I am glad to be back on solid ground.
Look, there's smoke coming from the chimney of that cabin.
I guess this island isn't all that abandoned. Stay alert. Someone must keep this lighthouse running. Bet this fort was impressive in its day. It's a crumbling ruin now. Hello? Anyone home? No one here. We can do some prowling. If this is lit, it means someone's been here recently.
But where are they now?
It's got a dragon on it, but no indication of what tea is inside. A box of chamomile tea. By Ji Guan. Some kind of Chinese tea, I guess. Oolong. I think I've had this stuff before. Hey, there's something rattling around in here. A small silver key. I'll just hang on to it. This one's not running pretty. Nearly empty. Feels It's getting late. I hope we can make that dawn rendezvous. Feel like I could lie down and sleep for weeks. All things considered, I could be looking a lot worse. It's keeping this. A spare lantern. A plain-looking cupboard. Locked. Because Locked. Because of course it is. Here we are. It's empty, except for a couple of bullets. I'll take those. What a peculiar decoration. Hey, Danny?
Yes, Holly.
Pretty spooky place, this island.
I'll say. I can see why people think it's haunted.
You don't believe in ghosts, do you?
I don't know, but we should be careful. Make sure you don't whistle or anything, okay?
What? Why not?
Just trust me.
Hey, Phil? This is one spooky island.
Do not be afraid. We have dealt with far worse than some fog. Unlike that boat woman, I do not believe in ghosts. Nor do you, I suspect.
Shh. Not another step. There's a guard. Stay quiet.
Odd device. Looks like it's meant to be spoken into. The guard keeps drinking from this cup. Just some standard revolver bullets. Not putting that in his drink. Not putting that... Not now. Not now. Massive doors. Do they lead underground? Looks like we found the island's inhabitant. What exactly is he guarding? I've never seen a banana with a red peel before. How rustic. Feels nearly full. Best not to burn that. Best not to burn that. Hey, got any ideas for getting rid of that guard?
Yes, it is perhaps a gamble, but I think I might have a plan. This island is rumored to be haunted, no? The atmosphere is certainly eerie enough. I believe that with a little pageantry, we might convince the guard the rumors are true. I will need a couple of props.
Such as?
Some kind of light source and, something I can cover myself with.
Hey, Danny?
Yes, Holly. Actually, yes. He doesn't look too tough. I could probably scare him off with a little gunplay. Only trouble is, I'm out of bullets.
Actually, I've already got some.
Great. Shall we go ahead with the plan?
I don't know.
Okay.
Hey, Phil, Could you use this for your plan?
No, that blanket is too thick. Something lighter would be better.
Hey, remind...
A light source. Something to...
If this is lit, it means...
But where...
I have a feeling pulling that lever will make something important happen. A lantern. Hey, Phil.
No, that blanket is too...
It's keeping this place. Hey, Dave.
Yes, Hot.
Hey. Not putting that in his drink. Not now. Hey.
Yes, hon.
Any
Only try.
Great. Yeah, sounds great. Let's run him off.
Huh? I don't get paid enough for this.
Nice job, Danny. Now to get those doors open. Somehow. Stay here. I'm going to see what's through that door over there. This place is falling apart. A nice mountainside landscape. Cheery. There's a lot of broken glass in here. What's this? One container hasn't been broken. I might be able to use it. An empty glass beaker. Just a dirty old sheet, and I see no reason to get any closer. Hey, got any?
This
I'm not sticking this lantern in a hot stove. There's got to be a safer way to light it. There. Now I've got my own lit lantern. Just a dirty old sheet. This could be what Phil's looking for. Ugh. Hope I don't have to carry this for long. Not putting that in his drink. Not now. Hey. Here, can you use this?
I would have preferred it to be less soiled, but I will make do.
Here, will this do?
This will be perfect. Perfecto. This is everything I need. Are you ready?
All right, let's go for it.
Very good. I will need some help from you, too. Come, I will explain. All right, help me put this together.
Huh? What's that?
What mortal foot treads upon this cursed ground? Your bones will mix with the dust of our bones. Flee, or join us in the dance of eternal torment.
Jumpin' Jehoshaphat! I don't get paid enough for this.
Chilling stuff, Phil. Wow.
What can I say? I felt inspired. Perhaps some of Jake's showmanship has rubbed off.
Now to get those doors open. Somehow. Quite an elaborate contraption. Nothing happened. Massive doors. Do they lead underground? Can't think of anything. All right there, Dan?
Yep.
I have a feeling pulling that lever will make something important happen. It's a small slot. Looks like something flat and rectangular would fit. It fits!
Santa Maria!
Wow. That's something.
You're telling me. Don't know where this thing came from, but it seems important. Better take this card back. Don't want to be stuck down there. All right, folks. I think this is it. Wherever this takes us, I have a feeling Dr. Clark will be there.
The real question is, will we be able to return here once we've found him?
I sure hope so.
Maybe one of us should stay up here, just in case.
There's no telling what we'll find down there. We should all stick together.
Okay, let's go then.
What in the ether is this place?
Caramba! Oh, we had better not be trapped down here.
Damn! I knew one of us should have stayed up there.
So now we're looking for two things. Clark and the exit.
What? We weren't expecting... Who are you?
Dr. Clark. Are you him?
Me? Don't I wish? I'm just one of his assistants.
I see. Could you take us to him?
Hang on. You still haven't said why you're here.
We've come on General Laporte's orders.
Oh, well, why didn't you say so? Right, come with me.
Goodness, this place is really something.
I'm glad you think so.
What's that big glowing thing down there?
That's our etheric generator. Powers most everything down here. You get used to the noise. Follow me, please. I'll just be a moment.
Do you think he suspects anything?
I think we're okay so far. Just follow my lead.
I suppose General Laporte's curiosity was too much for him to bear. I told him he could come for a demonstration next week. Instead, he sends 3 proxies. I will never understand that man's rationale. But you're here now, so you may as well see what we've got. I'm Dr. Bennett Clark, by the way. And you are?
I'm Miss Legere. This is Mr. Marquez and Mr. Luo. We are General Laporte's press corps, here to learn about your research.
The General wants to inform the press now? Already? After everything we've gone through to keep it quiet. I swear the man changes his mind more often than most change their breeches. All right, let's go have a look at Project Rosewater. I'm afraid the testing chamber only accommodates 4. One of you will have to stay out here with Joshua, but you may observe the test through the window. As I said, we weren't expecting anyone until next week. The prototype still needs refinement. Nevertheless, we have made a breakthrough.
Prototype of what, exactly?
You mean the General didn't tell you? Why am I not surprised? There on the tripod, the etheric pistol. The whole purpose and object of Project Rosewater. Juliet, is the prototype ready for demonstration?
I believe so, Doctor, but who are we demonstrating it for?
Miss Legere and her companions, the team sent by General Laporte. Now, please, do us the honors.
Yes, Doctor.
Santo cielo.
Whoa.
We have managed to confine the chaotic etheric discharge to a very narrow, focused beam over a distance of up to 6 meters, without significant dissipation or redirection of energy, reaching nearly 68.2% efficiency. This results in complete vaporization of most organic targets, with only minimal atmospheric disturbances in the immediate vicinity. You might be feeling warmth, or a slight tingling sensation on your skin, and a change of pressure in your ears, perfectly harmless. Oh, and if you are experiencing any alteration to your color vision, I assure you that is also completely temporary.
Híjole, can you smell that music?
There are sometimes minor synesthetic side effects. That too will pass. Of course, there is plenty of room for improvement in range, energy efficiency, fine-tuning of the beam's intensity and area of effect, user-friendliness and safety. But, as proof of concept, this irrefutably demonstrates that the principle is sound, and that it can be scaled up. The rest is iteration.
Well, thank you for that thorough explanation.
Now I'm afraid you must excuse me. I have some time-sensitive tasks I must attend to. If only I'd been forewarned of your arrival, I might have made arrangements. In any event, if you have questions, I or my assistants can answer them. Just be mindful not to touch anything.
It fits.
Son, what?
You're chilling. Better take... There's... What is...
Caramba!
What? Who?
I could easily ask you the same thing.
I'm one of Dr. Clark's lab assistants.
I see.
Hang on.
We're just some strangers who decided to drop by and say hello.
That's pretty good. I suppose I was being rather silly. After all, there's no way you could have gotten down here without General Laporte's authorization.
That's correct. He sent us.
Right.
I suppose I took it, but I'm not.
I'm Miss Legere. This is Mr. Mark. We've been engaged to assist on this.
New hires. But I suppose this is good. No since I'm afraid one of you will have to stay out here, but...
It appears to be a charging device. There's a small round socket at the top. Who knows what they keep in there? Not while Clark's around. It's displaying all sorts of numbers and readings I can't begin to comprehend. Flashing lights and other displays. Looks like some demented puzzle box. The lab assistant's desk. She's written some notes, but I have no idea what they mean. Hey, Phil? Would you look at this place? It's incredible.
When we entered Clark's lab in the desert, I considered it an abomination. But now, I cannot find the words to describe this accursed place. The sooner we find a way back to the surface, the better.
That was really something.
So Laporte's got Clark developing etheric weapons for the military. This throws a wrench in Shaw's plans.
Despicable. Typical military, working in secret to secure for itself awesome powers of death and destruction, without the knowledge or consent of the people. Perhaps Dr. Clark will be willing to abandon this project and turn his ambitions to something less wicked.
Perhaps. But I can't just ask him with his assistant right there. Maybe I can get her to leave the testing chamber so I can have a moment alone with Clark. Hey.
Yes, Holly.
How do you suppose they managed to build a place like this under an island?
Don't know, but whoever did it must be real serious about Dr. Clark's research.
Some kind of little oven for heating food, I think. This thing is in dire need of repairs. A couple of wires from that food heating device. An etheric generator. Controls, gauges, and dials. Looks like a more complex version of the console back in Clark's desert lab. These tomatoes are thriving. Must be all the exposure to ethericity. Hey, can we talk?
Sure. What's on your mind?
Have you been down here long?
About 7 months, I think. Without any sunlight, you really lose all sense of time. Sometimes it feels like decades.
No sunlight? You mean you never go outside?
No, of course not. Is this some kind of test? The terms were made very clear when we signed onto this project. We don't break protocol. I do really miss the sun, though. Sometimes I feel like a mushroom down here.
How did you become interested in etheric research?
I was already a researcher when I met Dr. Clark, but my field was chemistry. I had dabbled some with etheric experiments after hearing about Clark's research. When I saw him at the Lamplight City Expo, I knew I wanted to work with him, despite what happened. After the dust settled, I approached him about taking me on as an assistant. I got the feeling he was just surprised to still have any support.
Don't you ever get bored here?
Sure, all the time. We've got books, but I've read them all. This is my 3rd time through this one. At least this phase of the project's near completion. Maybe we'll get some time up top before the next one.
Never would have dreamed there was a whole secret facility hidden under this rock in the middle of the bay. Who built it anyway?
The military, I guess. Had to be someone with very deep pockets. Everything was already in place before they moved us in.
What are your thoughts on Project Rosewater?
Honestly, I try not to think about it too much. We're doing important scientific research. I can't deny that. Just because our focus is on weapons doesn't mean our results can't be used for other applications.
How do you like working with Dr. Clark?
It has its moments, but I'd be lying if I said it wasn't stressful. He gets wound up sometimes, which I understand. But other times he picks strange things to get cross about.
Like what?
Well, his biggest bugbear is food in the testing chamber. I made the mistake of taking my lunch in there once, and he just about had a conniption. Cleanliness is one thing, but this is a whole other level.
Know anything about General Laporte?
I saw him once, right at the start of the project. Didn't talk to him. He seemed kind of intense. He's the one running this show, as far as I can tell. Beyond that, the man's a total mystery.
So Clark dislikes food in the testing chamber, does he?
Dislikes? More like detests.
Okay.
Bye.
This must be the door to Dr. Clark's quarters. There's a card slot next to the door. Seems to be locked. The box is full of odds and ends. Some sewing and personal grooming supplies. A set of encyclopedias. The only indication of time down here. You could almost think you were in some nice hotel and forget you were in a secret, illegal underground laboratory beneath a ruined fort on a cursed, haunted island. Just some clothes and a couple of storage boxes. Just some. The lab assistants share a room? Not sure if that's progressive or scandalous. The lab. Clark will see me. Not while Clark's around. Dr. Clark?
Yes, what is it?
Just how long have you been down in this facility?
8 months. We've made extraordinary progress, as you can see. I admit, I had some misgivings when I first learned what would be required of us, but it turns out the isolation has done wonders for our productivity.
So who built this whole underground complex anyway? I'm guessing it wasn't always a secret ethericity lab.
I'm not entirely sure. Apart from the additional equipment I specified, everything was already prepared for us when I arrived in El Presidio. General Laporte isn't exactly forthcoming with information he considers irrelevant.
Do you know much about General Laporte?
Not a great deal, no. I only met him when he summoned me to El Presidio. We speak occasionally, but only about professional matters. Just as well, I suppose. His interests don't align particularly well with mine.
So your relationship is purely professional?
It's an acquaintanceship at best.
Why did you agree to work on this project?
Why? I just experienced the worst disaster of my life. My work was first ridiculed and then outlawed, and I was exiled to a barren wasteland. The only prospect I could see was to leave the country and start everything over. But then I received General Laporte's offer. I could continue my work in safety and solitude. Everything I needed would be provided. No investors, no reporters, no loonies, no distractions. I'm certain anyone in my position would have jumped at the opportunity.
Who came up with Project Rosewater?
My understanding is that this work is for the benefit of the Vespuccian army. General Laporte is in charge of the project. Everything goes through him. Other than the facility guards, I've had contact with no one else.
How much longer until Project Rosewater is finished?
We're nearing the end of this phase. If all goes well, we should have a stable, fully functioning prototype by the end of the year.
What exactly is the goal of this project?
Well, once the etheric pistol is complete, we'll begin experimenting with larger caliber weapons.
Etheric rifles?
Yes, and whatever else the General sees fit to pursue.
Where does it stop?
You'd have to ask him that question.
How did this project get the name Rosewater?
My idea. Sentimental, really. I suppose I had gotten attached to my dry and dusty little desert lab. After all, Rosewater was my refuge when I lost everything else. I just made an offhand comment to that effect one day while discussing arrangements with the General. And he said, well, in that case, why don't you bring Rosewater with you? When I found out he made that the official title of the project, it made me smile, I'll admit.
Just how did you come to discover the existence of ethericity?
No, that's a story. When I was a boy, I read about the ancient Greeks and their studies of the heavens. Certain texts made obscure references to observations of energy subsisting in the atmosphere, something entirely different from electricity. The idea seized my imagination and sparked my passion for the pursuit of ethericity. I developed an instrument that I called the aetherometer in order to probe the atmospheric potential. Imagine my delight when I discovered that ethericity was in fact real. Unfortunately, the aetherometer has been appropriated by so-called spiritualists who believe they can use it to talk with the dead.
I'd like to know your perspective on the Lamplight City Expo incident.
That was a dark day. Everything I worked for came crashing down in a matter of seconds. Being maligned and ostracized was bad enough, but I can still hear the screams of those 15 poor souls. If anything good can be said to have come from that horrible event, it taught me that nothing in this life is guaranteed.
What inspired you to become a scientist?
Trite as it may sound, I wanted to make the world better. I had a fortunate birth. My parents were able to pay for my studies in Paris, which is where I earned my doctorate in physics. But even as a boy, I still saw plenty of terrible things going on around me. Others seem not to see, but I did. Upon my return to Vespuccia, I began teaching and conducting independent research. My only explicit goal was to make some sort of discovery or development that would serve the advancement of mankind. I would like to believe I've achieved that.
I'll let you get back to it.
Thank you.
Pardon me.
Sorry, can't talk right now. If you've got any questions, ask Dr. Clark.
She's busy. I can see the testing area. Bars of Aurum. Lots of them. This contraption has a keypad instead of a slot. It must need a code. Odd device. Looks like it's meant to be spoken into.
It would probably be wise to avoid doing that right now.
I have no idea what the code is. Hey, can we talk?
Sure.
Okay.
Bye.
A strange wooden...
February 12th, 1850. Upon here, when they, after it won with war, P.S.
There's no handle. I haven't got... Hey, think you might occupy Dr. Clark's attention for a few minutes?
Of course. I can be very engaging after all. Dr. Clark, may I have a moment?
Yes, what is it?
I should wait until she's occupied with the pistol. I should wait... There. Now to watch the fireworks.
What? Miss Montgomery, what is the meaning of this? How many times have I said, no food in the testing chamber?
But
I don't want excuses. Clear it out. Put away the power cell. Done with testing today.
Yes, Dr. Clark.
I apologize for that, Miss Leger, but I'm very particular about rules.
Hey, nothing wrong with that. Not well, Clark. Can we talk?
I suppose so.
Just how long have you been working?
Good question. We're in September.
November.
Oh, then it's been longer than I thought.
What sparked your interest?
I followed Dr. Clark's. He was one of the first to begin advancing. Not only that, after I graduated from university, I guess that made me one of the few practical researchers out there too.
How do you keep from getting bored?
The work is pretty all-consuming, and we don't have much of a social scene down here. Dr. Clark is kind enough to lend us his books to pass the quiet hours.
Do you know who?
I suppose this is an old army base, but Clark's had it fitted with some really state-of-the-art equipment. We're lucky to be so well-resourced.
I was blown away by that demonstration. Figuratively speaking, of course.
We've been working on it non-stop, but there are a lot of kinks to work out before it'll be field-ready. For instance, we still can't get more than one shot out of each power cell. I suppose in an actual battlefield situation, you'd need to carry around a lot of cells and reload for every shot, like cannonballs. But the power cells are still very difficult to construct, so we only have a few prototypes. We have to recharge them constantly.
How long does it normally take to charge one of the power cells?
Around 6 hours.
Wow.
Wow is right. Joshua hooked one up to the etheric generator and discovered that it charged instantly. But Dr. Clark wasn't happy about it.
Why not?
He said it made the power cell unstable. But we didn't have to wait all day for the next trial, and Joshua was even able to get 2 shots out of that one. The overcharge effect is certainly something we should investigate later.
What was that about?
Joshua, but
Between you and me, doesn't it concern you that ethericity is being weaponized?
Not at all. It's a powerful energy source, and this is one of many practical applications.
Sure, but isn't it better to use it for less destructive purposes?
We live in a dangerous world, and these are uncertain times. Other nations probably have their own etheric weaponry development programs underway. If we didn't pursue this research, we'd be falling behind. A new weapon is most useful as a deterrent. Having it in your back pocket means everyone else thinks twice before firing on you. I know Dr. Clark's had some moral reservations.
What was
But
So, what?
He's a brilliant. I learned something new.
He seems short-tempered.
Well, yes, but that's just the genius mind, isn't it? No room left over for navigating social niceties.
Can you tell me?
Not really. I know he's the one who... It's nice to have...
I've got nothing to... Can't think of it. Dr. Clark?
Yes.
Dr. Clark, there's something I need to tell you. We're not really from General Laporte's press corps.
What? Who are you then?
Some folks who are hired by D.W. Shaw to come find you.
The head of Vespuccia Petrol.
The very same.
What does she want with me?
She wants you to help her company pivot from oil to ethericity.
How does she intend to circumvent the ban?
She seems to think it'll be lifted soon. Or that she can influence things in that direction.
So she would have me work for VP to generate etheric energy for widespread use?
As an alternative power source, yes. It might even replace coal and oil someday.
Well, that's certainly more appealing than weaponry. But extreme arrangements have been made to develop this project in secret, and at considerable expense, I'm sure. It's not the sort of thing one can just walk away from.
You'd prefer your research be used to find new ways to kill people?
No, but...
Look, I understand. You suffered a terrible setback after the expo. I'm sure it must have been hard. You probably felt like nobody would ever take you seriously again.
You have no idea.
I do know that if I were in your shoes, I'd have probably grabbed onto any lifeline. But I can tell your heart's not really in it, especially knowing what it is you're building.
Yes, well...
So you're gonna squander this opportunity to do some real good in the world because you're afraid of a stuffy old general?
You're right, Miss Leger. This isn't about me. This is about humanity. I'll come with you. But... oh goodness. How shall we... We need to do this discreetly. My assistants can't know what's going on. I'm going to my quarters to settle some things. Excuse me.
Damn. The Revolution could use someone with your persuasive skills.
Too bad my Spanish is lousy. Locked, naturally. It's displayed. So this is Project Rosewater. Let's hope nobody notices this is missing. An etheric pistol, also known as Project Rosewater. It's missing a charged power cell.
It is an awesome weapon, but please do not point it at me.
Got it. I'm sure they won't miss just one power cell. Or maybe they will. Either way, I've got one now. There's nowhere to plug the power cell in. I'll have to find a way to connect it to the generator. This seems like a good place to attach the wires. Here we go. Hope this works. Wow, it charged up almost instantly. Locked and loaded.
That may be the future, but I prefer a trusty revolver.
It is an awesome...
He's asleep. I'd better not.
Ah, hello. I'm just leaving a note for my assistants.
Explaining why you're giving them the slip?
I feel I owe it to them.
A toolbox. Naturally, Clark would be a tinkerer. Might I borrow your screwdriver, Dr. Clark?
By all means.
That is one messy desk. Who are those busts of?
Galileo, Copernicus, Da Vinci. 3 great men who changed the world as we know it.
Hoping to add your likeness to the collection someday?
Well, I wouldn't be opposed, if I'd earned it, of course.
At least there's plenty of books down here. A ferrotype of a desert landscape. It's a ferrotype of Clark's old lab near Rosewater. Dr. Clark.
Yes.
Something I've been wondering about.
Hmm?
When we first started looking for you, the idea was floated, let's say, that you had a stash somewhere of
cash left over from investments in your research that had to be concealed once the work became illegal. Is there any truth to that notion?
You're asking me to tell you if I have a secret hidden fortune.
Well, I don't expect you to tell me where or hand it over or anything. I'm just burning to know if there was really anything to the rumor at all, or if it was all just dust and fairy tales.
What do you think?
It's gotta be a load of bull. Pretty far-fetched. Still, I've gotta go there and ask the questions, right? That's the only way to get the full story. Did you know that a group of ethericity worshippers flocked to your old lab and set up a commune there?
My lab in Rosewater?
Yup. We met them when we went there looking for clues as to your whereabouts. They picked everything clean. Built a kind of museum to you and your work.
I had no idea, but my work always attracted strange sorts. Curious gawkers would show up now and again, hoping to catch a glimpse of something spectacular. Or the angry bereaved, threatening vengeance for the victims of the disaster. It's been quite a relief not having to worry about all that down here.
That commune by your lab? They're from a religious movement calling themselves the Luminarians. Apparently, they believe that the ether is populated by these otherworldly presences called the Luminous Ones, and that you disappeared because you opened up a gateway to the other side of the veil where everything is bliss and peace, and you transcended and became a Luminous One yourself. They call you Evocator Bennett, and they think that you were just leading the way for them all to follow somehow and cross over into new lives on the other side. They think that anyone who gets vaporized in an etheric blast also transcends into the ether, and their soul, which looks like a butterfly trapped inside their body, gets freed to fly into this other place while leaving behind the shadow of their mortal shell as a marker. They make what they call soul paintings of people that look like the shadows of the disaster victims, and paint butterfly motifs all over everything to indicate the purity and beauty of a person's true etheric form.
Wow.
So how do we make our escape without alerting your assistants?
First things first. We need to call the elevator so we have a way out. But we also need to find a way to disable the communications relay. Otherwise, the alarm will be raised and they'll catch us in no time.
So how can we call the elevator?
Good question. It requires a 4-digit code. To my knowledge, the only people who know it are General Laporte and the guard upstairs.
Too bad I didn't think to ask what it was before getting rid of him.
Without that code, we are stuck.
I'll figure something out. Could you explain this communications relay thing?
Of course. Next to the elevator, there's a device we can use to contact the person standing guard upstairs. It's mainly for emergency use. If the guard doesn't respond after a time, the wires relay the signal to Laporte's office.
So we need to disable it to keep Laporte from suspecting anything.
Precisely.
I'll let you get back to it.
Thank you.
I don't see any screws, and stabbing it won't help. Hey.
Yes, hon.
Any idea how we can disable the communications relay?
Don't suppose there's an off switch?
None that I can see.
Maybe it's time to look for a sledgehammer.
Hey, any idea?
Well, I never encountered a piece of machinery I could not blow up.
This is going to be loud. I should make sure the elevator's ready to take us back up first. Can we talk?
I suppose so.
Exactly how do you go about calling the elevator?
We don't. None of us have the code.
So you're trapped down here? What if there's an emergency?
That's what the communication relay is for. We contact the guard upstairs, and he can take care of whatever we need.
I appreciate the chat.
It's nice to have...
The only indication... The box is full of... Some kind of little oven for heating this. It's just the lab assistant looks like it appears to be a charging device. There's a small Hey, any idea?
Well,
Looks like a controls gauge. This contract. I have no idea what the code is. Seems to be the. There's no way to open it manually. Never seen a lamp glow green before.
it is rather eerie.
These crates are all marked Rosewater.
Like the ones we saw on the wagon.
As we suspected. This confirms they were headed for Project Rosewater. I can see the testing area. Caution, testing in progress. Just some clothes. A set of There's a metal panel covering part of this contraption. There we go. Interesting. This metal plate has several contact points. Guess I pressed too many. Well, how about that?
Guess I press. Guess I pressed too many. There! That was it. I figured out the code. The elevator's ready to be called.
Excelente. Let us make our escape.
Not just yet. I need to take care of the communications relay.
The what?
That contraption on the wall there. Clark said we need to disable it before we leave. Stand back. I'm taking this thing out.
Whoa! Híjole!
I thought the plan was to do this discreetly.
Desperate times and all that. Now come on, let's get out of here.
You're taking the prototype, I see. Wait, where did you get a charged power cell? We only charged one up, and we used it in the demonstration.
I hooked this one up to the etheric generator.
You what? That's incredibly dangerous. That kind of unfiltered surge would leave the power cell completely unstable. Unless it's discharged within the next, 20 minutes. It will explode.
Oh, we'll have to worry about that later. Let's get back topside before your assistants figure out what's going on.
If that power cell starts glowing white, you had better let me know quick.
After you, Doctor.
Hold it right there.
Shouldn't you be cowering under your bed?
Shut up. Hand over your weapons and come with us. There's someone wants to see you.
Taking some air, Dr. Clark? Kindly stand over there if you would. You three, up against the wall.
She had this funny pistol on her.
Ah, there it is. Can't let this fall into the wrong hands, can we? Now, have you got anything to say for yourself?
Only this. Fuck you.
I should have expected no better from the likes of you. You thieves are all the same.
We are not thieves.
No? You raided my supply wagon, broke into my private room, took my key card from my safe, and stole my etheric pistol. If you're not thieves, you should consider taking it up. You're naturals.
Don't turn this around on us. You're clearly the villain here.
Oh, is that what you think? It's clear to me you've no idea what you've stepped into. So, who put you up to this?
You think I'm gonna tell you?
Perhaps there is honor among thieves. We've chatted long enough.
General, what are you doing?
Conducting my own test, Doctor. It's time to see if your prototype really works.
Not so fast, Laporte. I would strongly advise you not to fire that pistol.
And just who in blazes are you?
Timothy King, representing D.W. Shaw and Vespuccia Petrol.
Why have you come to this little summit?
Miss Legere and her companions were charged with delivering Dr. Clark to my employer. They are the company's responsibility. I'll have to insist you stop interfering with our agents and let them go.
You can't be serious.
I am.
Boys, take care of this louse.
Stand down, pendejo!
Lieutenant General!
Well, we've got all kinds coming out of the woodwork tonight. And who might you be?
Lieutenant General Marisol de la Vega. You must be General Laporte.
Seems you new Spanish revolutionaries are much cleverer than I was led to believe.
Cabron.
General Marquez assigned me to trace the suspicious shipments of Aurum passing through Fort Beaumont. The trail led here.
Well, bully for you. Perhaps if you attended more to affairs in your own country, you rebels could accomplish more than mounting the occasional irritating riot for Spain to put down. But instead, here you are irritating me.
I gotta put a bullet in your head, Laporte.
Do so, and you'll receive one in kind. That goes for Mr. King as well.
It would seem we have reached an impasse.
I'm afraid the word impasse is not in my vocabulary.
Aren't I entitled to some last words?
Yes, I suppose so. Go on, then.
Relay a message to my editor at the Rosewater Post. My article will be late.
That's not the only thing that'll be late around here.
Huh, guess I should have said something else. Let's take that again. Aren't I in...
Yes, go on.
I only regret that I have but one life to give for my country.
I respect your patriotism. Your unoriginality, not so much.
Huh, guess I should have said something else. Let's take that again. You're playing with fire, General. Literally.
How do you mean?
The power cell in that pistol is unstable. It's about to blow unless it's discharged.
I see. Thank you for the warning. Suppose I should discharge it then.
Let's take that again. You shoot and you'll just end up with 2 bullets in you.
I have faith in my men. They'll do what needs doing.
Surely we can reach some kind of agreement.
What did you have in mind?
Turn that gun on yourself and shoot.
Defiant to the end. In a way, I respect that, but I've had quite enough of you.
Guess he's not in the mood to bargain. Let's take that again. Aren't I entitled to some last words?
Yes, I suppose so. Go on, then.
I must say, of all the people I've met, you're the most unstable. Wouldn't you agree, Dr. Clark?
Oh, yes.
What?
General Laporte, there is something you need to know.
Now, Clark? Really?
I'm afraid it's quite important.
What then?
Well, you see, in my research, we uncovered some fascinating facts about the nature of ethericity. As it turns out, etheric particles, when agitated, enter a state of flux. They begin to dance, in a manner of speaking.
Yes, and...
Well, normally this isn't a problem, but if one were to, say, contain an excessive etheric charge in a small container, the particles would dance with an ever-growing intensity. They would continue this frantic movement until, after a certain amount of time, the harmonic resonances caused by the vibration of the particles would rapidly intensify, at which point, with no outlet, they would quite literally explode.
Are you saying you've discovered how to make an etheric bomb?
Yes. That would be more or less the long and short of it.
That is excellent news. Although this is a strange time to deliver it. We'll have to work it into the next phase of the project.
Well, as it turns out, I'm a bit ahead of schedule.
Oh?
Yes. An etheric bomb has already been developed.
Clark, you mad genius. I knew it was a wise decision to hire you. I can't wait to see this new weapon.
Oh dear.
Santa Maria!
Whoa! Hands up, cobarde!
Nice going, Doctor.
That was... Oh my. I wasn't sure how much longer I could keep stalling.
That was one of the most satisfying explosions I have ever seen.
Let's get off this rock, shall we?
Well done, Lieutenant General. I knew you would come through.
Of course, Comandante. Now that we have discovered the destination of Laporte's clandestine Orem shipments, how shall we proceed?
It is clear the General will no longer be needing his Orem. How remarkable that in his final moments, he chose to donate it all to the glorious cause of the revolution. You will find it all stashed away down in the base underground. I leave the arrangements in your hands.
Will you be returning with me?
Not just yet. I need to return with the others to collect our payment.
Very well. We can rendezvous on the island later.
We're back, ma'am.
I assume everything has been taken care of?
All loose ends have been tied.
Splendid. Send them in. You've no idea how pleased I am at your success. It's good to finally make your acquaintance, Doctor. I am D.W. Shaw.
The pleasure is all mine, madame.
We have much to discuss. First, I must conclude my business with Miss Legere and her companions.
Of course.
You've been through a great deal. I cannot thank you enough.
Oh, I think you can. A few thousand ways, in fact.
Straight to business. I admire that. I won't keep you any longer. Here is your payment. Mr. Ackerman was promised 25,000, but considering all your trouble, I've increased it to 27. I'm sure you'll find it easier to divide.
Thank you, Mrs. Shaw.
Pleasure doing business with you. Before you go, I made some inquiries and learned a few rather compelling things about General Laporte. I could share the information if you like.
Go on, then.
It seems General Laporte was a staunch supporter of Mr. Atwood's trade party, quite vocal about his desire for the advancement of steam tech and etheric research. There were also rumours that he held some more controversial opinions regarding this country's sovereignty.
He was a separatist?
Apparently so.
You think Project Rosewater was meant to arm some kind of etheric revolution?
I am merely relaying the information I've learned. Anything beyond that is pure speculation. The only person with knowledge of Laporte's motives is the man himself.
And that information died with him. Well, with him gone and the prototype pistol destroyed, whatever plans he had can't come to fruition.
For now, yes. But I can tell you one thing about this world. It is rare that one accomplishes anything of note alone.
We should get back to our hotel. It's been a long night.
Indeed. Goodbye, Miss Leger. I hope you and your friends enjoy the rest of your time in El Presidio.
And thank you, Miss Leger. I appreciate your facilitating this new opportunity.
Best of luck to you, Dr. Clark. This was all very enlightening. So, what are you two planning on doing next?
Lieutenant, General de la Vega means to return and fight. She should be well equipped after securing Laporte's Aurum, but I feel it is my duty to assist those who were displaced here.
What about you, Danny?
I'm not really sure. Suppose it wouldn't be such a bad idea to visit my folks. It's been too long. After that, guess I've got to find a new line of work. And what about you, Harley?
Suppose I'll head back to Rosewater. I've got an article to write after all.
So, this is where we bid each other farewell.
This is where we part ways, for now. But you know where to find me. And you can be damn sure I'll write back. I'll see you both around. It was a real pleasure traveling with you.
Hasta luego.
So long.
I'm back.
Well, look what the cat dragged in.
Did I miss anything while I was gone?
Let's see. There was a dust devil by the saloon that nearly knocked Sheriff Gamble's hat off.
Front page news, then.
Seriously, though, I spoke with the leader of the Autumn. She gave me some good stuff. The article runs next week. What of your great adventure?
Concluded now. But I've got plenty of material for an article. Maybe even 5.
Then you'd best get to it. Better to jot everything down while it's still fresh.
Right you are, boss. They say the end of every journey marks the beginning of another. If there's any truth to that, this writer hopes the next one is decidedly duller. My companions and I set out from Rosewater and traveled across the Vespuccian frontier, encountering bandits, rebels, visionaries, eccentrics, and many more friends and foes. We were led to believe that our quest was for Dr. Bennett Clark's missing fortune, but as it turned out, we were on the trail of the very man himself. The following is an account of that journey, with no detail spared, no fact left unrelated. And so at the journey's end, you may ask yourself, dear reader, what of the main players in this saga? Danny went home to a happy reunion with his parents. He says he's hung up his pistols and retired from gunslinging, with the intent of pursuing a culinary career. I said I'd be a regular if he ever opened a restaurant. I shall have to honor that promise should it come to pass. General Marquez, known to us as Phil, has reunited with a group of new Spanish refugees in the town of Shivering Pines. He is helping them to acclimate to this new land, and has helped them secure jobs and living quarters. I have no news of the new Spanish Revolution, but Phil seems happy to be leading his people to a new life here in Vespuccia. I wish them all the best. Nadine Redbird has written to tell me she has fully recovered from her wounds and begun the process of obtaining her medical license.
She tells me she plans to convert Lola Johnson's wagon into a kind of mobile clinic, traveling the frontier, helping those in need. It will be a welcome change from the usual traveling merchants hawking miracle cures. I can think of no one more qualified to dispense medical care. As for Miss Johnson, this new business venture will hopefully be more to her liking. At the very least, she now sets her own course, rather than bending to the whims of her clients. Miss Johnson and I never much saw eye to eye. She probably wouldn't even have liked me writing that, come to think of it. Still, it's reassuring to know that she has found some happiness with Nadine. Of course, I must acknowledge the catalyst for this grand adventure, Gentleman Jake Ackerman, albeit with some trepidation. For while it's true that he set this whole adventure in motion, it is my unpleasant duty to inform you, dear readers, that Mr. Ackerman is nothing more than a fraud. Far from the brave and noble hero he purports to be, Jake showed his true colors in a moment of danger. We found ourselves ambushed by Blackburn agents. Jake disgracefully turned and fled, leaving us to face the ruthless barbarians on our own. I have not heard from him since, nor would I wish to. As far as I'm concerned, he could be dead in a ditch or drowned in cheap whiskey in some dark saloon corner. The sooner this fallen star fades from our collective memories, the better we can all sleep. As for Dr. Clark, he seems happy in his new employment at Vespuccia Petrol. I can only hope his contributions to Mrs. Shaw's enterprise offer greater balm to the restless, inventive mind than the manufacture of apocalyptic weaponry. That, dear readers, is the long and the short of it. This was an adventure unlike any other I've been on. I doubt any other will ever compare. Whew, my hand hurts. We'll see what Joni has to say about this in the morning. Well, what do you think?
You want my honest opinion?
Ouch. That bad, is it?
No, not at all. It's great, actually. There's just no way on God's green earth we can print this.
Why not?
Secret underground laboratories, government conspiracies, special projects to develop etheric weapons. No one will believe a word of it. Not to mention you name some very powerful and important people who'd have me locked up for libel with a snap of a finger.
It's all true, Joni. I'm not in the habit of writing fiction.
Perhaps you should be.
Come again?
This story's got everything. Adventure, mad scientists, conspiracies, betrayals. Folk would pay through the nose to read this. If it were a novel.
Novel?
Sure. All you have to do is change the names, do a little narrative restructuring. You can even say it's based on actual events. That way we're off the hook if anyone's feathers get ruffled. What do you think?
A whole book, huh?
Trust me, I have a nose for these things. This one smells like a hit. You're sitting on a pile of aurum.
All right. I'll do it.
Excellent. Now all we need's a title.
That's your job, isn't it?
Suppose it is. It needs to be something catchy. Something simple yet evocative. Something like...
Dime que me haré sin tu amor, flor silvestre. Si los días no me pertenecen desde que crucé tu jardín, si tu aroma mi alma carece, pierdo el deseo de vivir. Y cuando volveré, a mis brazos tenerte, Si estando libre tú eres feliz, cuando nadie tu paso detiene, la distancia no se compadece de estos ojos que sufren por ti. Y vivo la ilusión de que un día regreses. Entre abrazos y caricias confieses que no hay vida sin mí. Y dime qué me haré sin tu amor, flor silvestre. Si los días no me pertenecen desde que crucé tu jardín, si tu aroma mi alma carece, pierdo el deseo de vivir.
If you're serious about joining, you'll observe the customs. Also, it's an adventure game, that's why. Click on me. Click on me again. Ouch, stop clicking on me. If you would just stop clicking on me, I would tell you what to do next. Ooh, that felt good, though. Not there. Don't click there. This is not a mature-rated game. Okay.
Fuck you, bitch! Right? I'm just saying what we're all thinking. Jeez! I need double scale for this. It's too much PTSD.
I swear the man changes his mind more often than most change their bitches. I swear the man changed their bitches, oh man. Yo, what's up? Got 99 problems, but a bitch ain't a one. Anyway.
Ethericity always fascinated me. Am I saying that right? Ethericity? And I ruined the take. Awesome. All right.
You can't just go in there without a ticket. Dumbass.
I have a feeling there's something important in there. No shit, Harley, you dumbass. Okay. I have a feeling there's something important in there. No shit, Harley, you dumbass. Okay.
She is atrocious, and I adore her.
I'm afraid I don't know much about them, just that they have a small village somewhere in the valley. It's next to Encino. That's a local joke.
Patrick will follow in his father's footsteps and make a fine ranger someday. He too will die and leave behind a widow, as is traditional.
It needs to be something catchy. Something simple yet evocative. Something like... Yeah, something like that.
And this is the Global Script. Global Script.
Global Script, 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 Global Script. Woo-wee! Sorry.
Global Script, Global Script.
Global Script, Global Script.
Global Script, Global Script?
Global Script, Global Script.
Global Script, Global Script, Global Script.
Global Script, Global Script.
Global Script.
He wandered off into the desert. Wow, wicked had, kid.
Evocator. All right. It's not Chumley. It's like, it's not just a giant pile of consonants. It's okay.
I ain't interested in any flag that hasn't got a skull and crossbones on it. Blah.
You have to imagine the invisible lines of power radiating out all around it. I've gone quite mad. It's a metaphor, darling, for me. Me and my invisible lines of power.
Yay! All right. Oh, the next line is yay. That's exactly how I feel. Excellent. All right. Method. All right, sorry. So.
After all, there's no way you could have gotten down here without General Laporte's authorization, right? Or is this an adventure game, and you definitely got down here without General Laporte's authorization? Oh gosh, my life is it's a lie!
Besides, I don't think they've yet written a statute outlawing vexatiousness. I am a writer. Have some 5-crown words while we're at it. Good sir, I have a liberal arts degree. I'm not to be trifled with. Dialogue 15. Ah, I hit my thing. You're okay. You're okay. I'm normal. I'm a normal person. None of your beeswax. Take a hike, kid.
Oh, come on. I'm just doing my job.
And what job is that? Official town pain in the neck?
Jeez, lady, did a snake bite you where the sun don't shine? I'm the town greeter. Figured that much was obvious.
Uh-huh. Look, I have an appointment to keep, if you'll excuse me.
Oh, sure. Don't stick around on my account. But a small caution. Rosewater ain't always such a sleepy little town.
Hey!
Say, I've just remembered another engagement.
This how you welcome new arrivals? I have a mind to give you a thrashing. All right, enough of that. Look, I was no choir girl. But I at least had some brain. Word of advice, don't pick special. Go on, or I really will. Now. Holy hell! Are you all right, mister? Don't you move. I'll fetch the doctor to have a look at you.
Oh, hello there. Don't think I've seen you around before.
I've just arrived today, but this isn't the time for formalities. There's an emergency.
How can I be of service?
Some poor fool's just fallen out a window.
At the Rosewater Post?
Yes. How did you...
Sounds like Joni's in a mood again. Let's go.
Here he is, poor bastard.
Oh, dear. Hello? Can you hear me? I'm Dr. Sedgwick. I'm here to help you. Can you move your legs? Spine seems intact. No obvious fractures of the arms or legs. That, I would say, is nothing short of a miracle. Right. He's in a bad way, but he'll live. I'll get him back to my clinic and patch him up. You are truly a good Samaritan, Mrs.
Legere. Miss. And it was nothing. If you'll excuse me, I have an appointment to keep.
Of course. God bless.
Hello,
I'm here about the...